What the hell? My goodness. Well, wrong with this clock? Oh, welcome back. I'm changing the time on these clocks. Normal people don't change the clocks until midnight tonight, or I don't know what time, but I'm doing it now. I want to just do a dry run and see what sunrise looks like with daylight savings time. So let's see. This clock I haven't done yet. So it's okay. Need to move it back. All right. So with the new time, let me double check here. 5:44. Okay, yeah, that's about right. So so it will really be 4:44 here with the new time starting tonight. So and I don't know why I'm just trying to reset this wrestling clock and it's not talking. Well, I've been up for a while. I've showered. I've had breakfast, and was about to look through some famous monsters, the Filmland magazines, and another day as we get closer to the historic day. Uh, let me give you an exact count. Let me hold on a second. Uh, where is it? Hold on. Where am I? Oh my gosh. Okay. There's 2 days, 19 hours, and 14 minutes until Election Day. And it's Saturday, November the 2nd, 2024. And I'm trying to remember how to. Oh, the button got hit. It's went to off instead of on. Okay, so it is 5:46. So I'm going to set this clock to 4:46. So I'm almost there.
What are you looking at?
Okay. So 4:46. It's a little bit past Sable. See, yeah, I've had this WWF wrestling clock since the '90s. I got it at a Toys R Us, thinking it was very hilarious that to have a clock that would say, "My creatures of the night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse," and all these other wrestlers from those days gone by. Well, here's the ultimate Planet of the Apes collectible that nobody knows about. This tea, named after baby Milo, which you know from Escape from the Planet of the Apes. Milo, of course, was the child of Cornelius and Zira. And of course, he was, after they were shot, then he was taken in by a circus owner, right, as a baby and raised with the name Caesar, right? But that's his original name, Milo. Family made since 1946. That's the year I was born. to steal a line from Captain Strangelove. Anyway, so I'm drinking out of the jug because there's not much left, but you can drink it. How is it that John Wayne drinks in like True Grit? He drinks it back like this. I'm gonna try that. Watch me dribble all over my shirt. Isn't that the way he does it? Help me learn. Uh, Man, Kevin, you need to be asleep, man. What are you awake for? it's what time is it in Mesa, Arizona? Man, it's 3:48. Man, go back to sleep. Gotham City Comics. He's in Mesa. Says, are they counting videos? I'm sorry, videos. Are they counting votes already, or waiting till election day, and then take a week to count? Here locally, I don't really know. But I can only speak here locally. I voted Friday, a week ago Friday, and they said they're not going to count until election day. But we're in a county. I mean, there's like 1,600 people in this town, and the county's much bigger, but that's a bunch of remote farmers. So in the whole county, I doubt there's much more than 2,000 people. So yeah, I don't know what they're doing, how the city slickers are doing it. But yeah, I mean, they have a count of how many people have voted. I don't think they're supposed to count yet. In a perfect world, Tuesday would be a national holiday. No one would work, and everyone would vote that day, and the votes would be counted that day. Um, Originally, they were saying for Trump was saying vote on election day because then they won't really know how many, if because if they're going to try to concoct a nefarious scheme, and then they have to know exactly how many people voted for Trump so they can just have, a little bit more in the swing states. But if you vote early, then they can't stage something on or near election day to scare you away from going to the polls or gin up some weather event that will keep you from going. So that's the current thing they're saying vote early. And there's still a chance today. I know here locally, the courthouse is open today on Saturday for people to vote. It may be that way in your local community. All three of you watching, get out and vote. I'm sure most of the people that watch this show have already voted. Um, I wish I could show you what I'm watching. I'm watching a 1966 Hulk cartoon here on IOTV, which is some bootleg uh, Roku app from China that Friar Tuck let me know about. Friar Tuck, one of our loyal viewers, and um, but if I even let the sound play or directed the camera I'm filming this episode on to this TV screen, Disney would not even allow me to upload the show. It wouldn't be. I mean, unless that whole segment is cut out. I've learned that. So yeah. Anyway. A lot of most of these cartoons are available on the Internet Archive. That is still that part of the Internet Archive where these cartoons are is up, but you can't play the video. I mean, they got hacked bad, and they were hacked by foreign agents that are well. It's all because the Internet Archive is basically an arc. I mean, I guess it's an archive of people from everywhere, but I think it's viewed as an archive of American culture, and so therefore it was a target. I don't think this is how he does it, but he has a big jug of, and he does it somehow backwards. I gotta watch True Grit again and see how he drinks it, man. Oh my gosh, Zero says good morning. Zero, Zero could be another identity of Zork. I have a feeling, but possibly. So good morning. Yesterday. Okay. So, oh boy. Okay. Well, oh, someone's already trying to come in. My goodness. Who could that be? Oh, Paulo, man. Ed.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What time is it for you? It's
Almost
afternoon.
11 a. It's almost 11 a.m.
Oh, it's still morning for you too. Wow, that's
Yeah,
what.
we're already on winter time, so that we have a 1 hour less difference.
When did that start for you?
Last weekend.
Oh, okay. It's apparently tonight, but I'm turning the clocks back now uh, because I want to be weird and different and iconoclastic. So, what's been up the last week for you?
I've been doing some stuff for the car magazine, but still looking around for another job. And apart from that, not much. Taking a taking a trip later in the day, so I thought I'd come by and we could chat for a bit before I have to go.
Sure. Have you voted for Trump yet? Oh
That
man,
would be
I just,
that would
I
be
just showed the
illegal.
screen. Well, I know that because you're in Portugal. I accidentally showed the screen for like half a second. I hope Disney's not going to come and get me, man. Man, those people are bastards. Oh, I gotta set my Jesus clock. I've got to.
I still have to watch the TG Events interview on Joe Rogan. So, I have it
Yeah, I watched
on
the
cue.
first 5 minutes. It's like you match. That's so amazing because the vice, like, it's like Americans. I know it's insulting, but I have no idea who's in charge in Portugal, and I just imagine myself watching an interview with a new vice presidential candidate. Do you call them presidents in Portugal?
We don't have the same system as you. We have a president, but he's not head of government. The head of
Oh,
government is the prime minister, but we don't vote for the prime minister. The prime minister is appointed by the president based on the result of the parliamentary election. So imagine that that your government would be headed based on the results of your congressional election.
who would be? Anyway, it's just that's cool. These people are like rock stars that Trump's gathered around him. Tulsi Gabbard and Vance, and well, Vance is just starting to become that. For a while, people weren't sure about him, but he's got RFK Jr. That Bill Gates is on the run from RFK Jr. because RFK Jr. say I'm going to investigate him, and we just gave $50 million to Kamala Harris, and man, it's just when he had that rally last Sunday and at Madison Square Garden, he had all the people come up and Elon Musk and everything. It's like this. It's like out of a comic book. It's just all these characters. Man, I don't know, man.
Besides, I don't think people really understand how important that team, that sort of team is in politics, because you're assembling a team of the people you think are best for the job. It's not based on political allegiance. Here, the when a prime minister picks his ministers inside his own party, even it's very rare that sometimes there's something specifically technical, and they go and get somebody with experience. Like when we had our minister of agriculture and fishing, really was someone who had experience in food production. But usually, okay, are you in the party? You get to be minister of this. Are you in the party? You get to minister this. And sometimes they even reshuffle. Used to be minister of education, now you get to be minister of finance. You used to be a minister of internal affairs, now you're going to be minister of culture. That doesn't make any sense. And what Trump is doing, okay, you're you're really interested in making sure that we have good food. So you, Bobby Kennedy, you're going to become the new head of the FDA. We need to make sure that we have people that we have the right people who want to introduce technical innovation, that they have access to the access to the tools that they need to develop the new technology. So Elon Musk, you're the guy to do it. You're going to talk to a lot of people about getting finance and trying to find technologies that we can invest in that can be made in America. And that's what Trump is doing, and that is what's important.
I don't think it's ever been done this way, really. I mean, because he was in and he realized all these people were secretly against him.
Mhm.
And he learned that everyone was against, the Republicans were evil too. And he couldn't trust some of his generals. I mean, they were all, he'd tell someone to do something and they'd just slow walk it and maybe try to not even do it. And then everyone was against them, the media. And now someone else comes in, through whatever means. And we see 4 years of that. And then I think enough people have awakened. And then now he's back and he knows who the people he can't trust are. And he's been able to see, 4 years of the people that were with him that are now bad mouthing him and writing books, and the people that, man, he's got people for him. Like, he accused someone. He said his father was one of the Cubans that was behind killing JFK, and that guy's just like all up. It's like, I love you, Trump. And it's like, even though you said my dad was one of the people that killed JFK, it's like it's great, but it's scary too because you don't know whether they can still nefariously do acts to announce that the other one won, and then if when Trump, I believe, gets the landslide, uh, then they're going to do who knows what kind of horrible things over the next couple of months, and probably the next several years. So things could get really, probably will get pretty horrible.
Well, you
So
can bet that Antifa are gonna be deployed again.
yeah, 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 sure. And plus all the prison gangs and all these Chinese army. It's just who knows what's come across a completely wide open border. It's gonna that's part of. So at least we escaped out to the middle of nowhere with the kind of foreknowledge that something like this would happen. A lot of people are still kind of trapped, and so I pray for them and just hopefully everything will turn out for the best. But um, Meyer got out. Um, some of our other friends in the comic book community are still stuck in places like that are a little scary, like Chicago. I think Captain Strangelove is maybe in a safe area, but man, I wish he had gotten out sooner. But some
Well,
people can't do it.
I think you can move a little outside Chicago, and other places in Illinois will be less crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, okay, so I'm trying to move. I don't know how to. I guess I could take the batteries out and wait until the exact time. But in the meantime, I got to listen to Darth Vader read from the Bible a bunch of times. So I'm not trying to interrupt what you're saying. Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ. It's just that all you need is some deep breathing in between. Can you imagine if you just redubbed Star Wars and turned it into a evangelical film? Um, because you don't have to worry about lip movements. That's the great thing about Darth Vader. You can you can dub it into any language, and Darth Vader's works perfectly. Uh, Maybe that's the thing, just to cover all the people in your movies' faces, so you can. The hell was that noise? Let's see here. Glory in the church by Christ Jesus, throughout all ages, world without end. Amen. Who has the best voice for reading the Bible? Would it be someone like Charlton Heston, or
In English, I don't know.
I don't know. Who has the most authoritative voice in Portugal or Brazil? Who is the guy? Is there a guy like Walter Cronkite that has the voice of God?
No,
There isn't someone in
no,
like
it's about looks, not voice.
There's not one person that's like, this is CNN, like, or
No, 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 no. That's not no. Here, news anchors have to be actual journalists.
they really still have integrity there.
Uh, Mostly, yeah. Here's the
So
thing. You have to you don't get to become a news anchor without actually having done actual journalism. And so you always start from the bottom, and you have to make your way up. Nobody picks you. Oh, this is the people. This is the voice that people want to hear, or this is the. Especially because we only have one anchor at a time, but we have about each TV channel is about 3 or 4 anchors, so it doesn't really matter. But we
yeah,
don't have
well,
that thing where we have the two anchors talking to each other and cracking jokes. That doesn't exist here.
well, I don't mean just, yeah. That's usually like morning shows and stuff, but I don't mean just in news. I mean, um, someone in the movies that has like James Earl Jones has that deep voice. There's got to be someone in
Oh,
Portuguese,
those people don't want to do TV. They want to do theater.
right? Well, so who's the person like Laurence Olivier, and who's the big actor in? Is there much of a film industry in Portugal?
No, all the film industry is paid for by the state. You can't make a movie without going to the film institute and having taxpayers pay for your movie.
So, what do you in theaters? Do you get mainly American movies dubbed, or
Yeah,
what do you
no,
watch
no,
in
no.
theaters?
Subtitle.
Subtitles. Oh,
Hmm.
okay. So dubbing is considered gauche or something. It's not
Yeah,
not
a bit.
okay.
It's what the
When did
Spaniards do because they don't speak foreign languages.
okay. So, but what about the film industry in Brazil? Are
Oh,
they
they
state
have
run?
movies. The actors make money on soap operas in Brazil.
Okay.
Here the actors want to go into theater because it's serious, but they only make money if they go into soap operas as well. So people want to go and do funny voices. They don't want to do deep voices. You have to do those faces like like the meme gasps in Spanish. That's what our actors do. They
What
do fun.
about in Brazil? Is there someone with a deep voice that's considered the person? I'm,
No, no, they have about 500 actors that everybody knows. They don't have a one guy that does everything.
well, if you hired someone to read a book on tape, like
Right.
what voice, what actor, what would be the coolest, deepest voice, like to read Robert E. Howard or something in Portuguese? Who would you hire for
I
that?
wouldn't. I wouldn't. That thing would not sell. There's no point in. We don't have audiobooks.
I know.
We
I'm
don't.
just trying.
We have guys who are TV actors, and they make radio ads. They want the people with the funny voices and not with the deep voices.
Well, what about just like? Do you have horror movies?
No,
I mean, there's not someone like Boris Karloff with the
no.
cool voice.
Voice actors want to do serious. Guys with deep voices want to do serious theater. They don't. And horror is not serious.
Man, you guys,
Nobody.
do you have any fun there at all?
No, we don't. I'm weird. I like science fiction.
So you're
People
saying
people
it's a
look at.
boring country and you're an
Of course,
anomaly?
yes. People. Oh, you
Why
like
don't you
the?
get the fuck out?
I don't have money. So,
Just
people
walk
look at
across
me.
the
You
border. You've got two
you.
more months to walk across the border. Just do it, man. You can stay here until we'll make you a citizen, man. We need more cool people here, man. What the hell? It's the new
Come
thing.
on,
Everybody's
people look
doing
at me and say, "Oh, you like those weird TV movies where they have things on their foreheads."
what?
Things on their foreheads. I was watching. I was once my grandma walks in and I'm watching Babylon 5, and I'm like, "Why do you
Oh,
watch these things with people who have things on their foreheads?"
yeah. I what did you think of? Something I completely forgot about. There was a series on, and a friend of mine was telling me, "Hey, this is really good." And I'm saying, "Are you kidding?" And I watch it, and it's like, man, this is. I'll tell you the title in a minute. Uh, I said, "This really is pretty good." It's because it's that I forget the name of it. The Orville. Have you seen
Mhm.
that? Is that
Yeah, it,
right?
it used to be on Fox here
Yeah.
now, but now it's only on streaming. So I only watched the first two seasons.
Well, I think I watched the first season and I was in the second. Whenever they got rid of the actress that I think the Seth MacFarlane was dating, the young girl that's like the security officer that's real strong, that's like a
Hmm.
teenager. I think,
Yeah,
I don't know, she left, and I think they replaced her with someone else of the same race. I don't know. But then the pandemic happened and they shut down production. And then it seems like it took 2 years for a new season. And then in the meantime, and then it went to some network that maybe I couldn't get. It was like a pay channel. And then I heard Seth MacFarlane promoting Joe Biden during the, and then I don't know, I think this, they don't even make it anymore, but I sometimes remember that was really good. I'd like to go back and watch whatever I missed. But then I think, that guy's such an asshole. Because, you
yeah,
come out for Biden, it kind of like, it's like you start. Oh, and I don't know if you heard the new thing. Well, anyway, let me finish with the Orville. I thought it was, they started. You figure it's going to be like Family Guy, which I'm not a big fan of, and it's like it really did feel like the old Star Trek. I think he was trying to emulate Next Generation, but it felt more like the '60s Star Trek to me. I really, and it was like a legitimate show, but
yeah.
with humor. Which the original Star Trek, I mean, I guess they've all had humor, some of them a lot less than others. But what did you think? What was your verdict on that
Well,
overall?
yeah, the I didn't even have to get past the humor to enjoy it. I mean, it's using science fiction as a backdrop to tackle social issues. So in that regard, it is very much
But it's
like
Star
Star
Trek.
Trek. So and the characters were good. Everybody was. I mean, they all knew that they were doing humor, but the characters had personalities. Um, they there were times when they had to actually deal with something that had consequences, and in that regard, it was a lot more Star Trek than the Star Trek branded things that they have going on now.
What do you think of those fan made things like Star Trek Phase Two, or what was the other one? Star Trek. There was
I've
one.
never I've never watched one, but from what people tell me, those things are respectful to Star Trek.
They are. They
And
really look like Star Trek. They've got the music. They've got the '60s lighting. One of them has a guy that's an Elvis impersonator playing Kirk, and then another one has a different guy playing Kirk that looks like Shatner, but he's a little off. But um, they're all very '60s looking. Some of them start with the NBC Peacock, that they used to,
Mhm.
to announce that this following program's in living color, just like they would have done back in the '60s. It's and some of them have guest stars from the original series, and in some cases writers from the original series. I mean, it's to me, it's better than what the actual people that actually own the franchise are doing with the stuff. Um,
Yeah, the thing is, the this the big networks they don't they don't usually trust, and I understand it's not easy to trust fan made productions, making a property sort of open source, while developing new stuff, because you can make a something open source and then try to either not incorporate it into the mythos or try to incorporate it into the mythos, but you don't have quality control. Uh, Oops, oh, sorry, phone's on.
oh,
Be back in a minute.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, it's a Red Skull episode of Captain America being played on the TV. Yeah, Disney won't release these cartoons. They're ashamed of them, I assume. I got to tell Paul about the Avengers all coming out for Kamala Harris. Have you heard about that? Uh, I'm sure he'll already know. Okay, come on, Darth Vader. Darth Vader says. You set up meat with them. He took bread, he blessed it, and break it, and gave to them. Darth Vader says, "Praise be unto you and peace from God our Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ." Darth Vader says, "God of all grace, will call us unto his eternal glory by Christ Jesus. After that ye have suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen." And at 4 o'clock, Darth Vader says, "Now when all the people were baptized, it came to pass that Jesus also being baptized and praying, the heaven was opened." Okay. Anyway, um, Paramount, I guess, has said that they can't make these hour-long episodes anymore because it was embarrassing them that the fan productions were
Yeah.
better. They can't make them longer than like 15, 20 minutes. So that basically shut them down. Did you hear that the Avengers all came out for Kamala Harris? So
I'm not
it's
surprised.
she's.
I mean, people have got to stop paying attention to actors, to what actors think politically.
Did you hear about that there? I imagine
Y-
you. I was saying Paulo
You
already
know,
knows, but
yeah, I don't care. We don't. I think that that the whole concept of public figures endorsing politicians is ridiculous.
yeah,
It's something that only happens in the United States. I mean, oh, the Avengers are coming out for the Kamala Harris, so that means I must vote for Kamala. That doesn't make any
right. I don't
sense.
think it would ever affect anyone. Robert Downey Jr., who I kind of hated until he became Iron Man, and then I was like, no, I like this guy. I guess I'll forgive him for being because he was a. I just remember as this guy that went into rehab that I think he got huge drug problems, and I thought, oh, just an asshole. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I'm a big fan of him because he really did Iron Man. I thought those movies were great. And then I've always known this current Hulk is a pinko, and Scarlet Witch came out. I mean, I knew all these people were a bunch of commies, but and they probably been going to P Diddly Daddy parties and stuff,
Yeah.
and it's just
The
who
the
cares?
correct thing to do is, yeah, nobody cares about your political views. You're an actor.
Well,
And the correct way to endorse a politician is not, you don't endorse politicians. You have demands of them.
well, the only guy that I guess I'll respect is Star Lord. So I'll
Hmm.
vote with Star Lord. That'll be my news thing. I'm with Star Lord. Imagine a bumper sticker like that. The Guardians of the Galaxy, and they've all moved over basically to DC because all those actors,
Mhm.
that they're going to be in playing DC heroes within the next few years.
Yep.
That's great, man. I gotta have these two clocks. I told this to my wife. I'll have both clocks together dueling. And she said, "Don't do that because this thing says rest in peace." And then this thing says something from the Bible. And I said, "What if they go off at the same time? That'd be funny." And she says, "No, that's not, that's blasphemous." But she didn't say that word. But, basically, I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny because, like, when some of these guys like Kane and the Undertaker talk, they say that my creatures of the night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse, and then the Jesus clock says something complete opposite. Okay, so it's five. Well, hold on, 6:17, really, but I'm setting all my clocks back early, so it's gonna be five. Just because I want to see when sunrise happens with the new time. Because why? Why not doing it? Why not do it now? It's not like if I'm late or early or whatever, it would make me to anything. I don't have anywhere to go today,
Hmm.
and this way I can get more used to the new times, so I don't. Not that I ever oversleep, but there'd be no danger of that on Monday morning with work. So these two clocks are set to the new time. No, they're not. This one is not actually. Five. So
This reminds me of
anyway,
of a Johnny Bravo episode. Johnny Bravo was a Cartoon Network show from the late '90s, and there's and the guy has an Elvis Pompadour, and he thinks he's a hit with the ladies, he's just an idiot.
I remember.
Uh, and there's an episode where he walks into a cave, and there's a bear hibernating, and he wakes up the bear, and but the bear is crazy about clocks and watches, and he's Chronos, master of all time, and he is and he's always setting the clocks, except for the VCR clock, which he can do. He can do.
Yeah, yeah. I never watched that show, but let's see. Gotham City Comics says I went to bed at 9 p.m. I got 6 hours, but I'll probably sleep some more. 6 hours is probably about all I ever really get. You're supposed to get 8. That's what my mom always said. Zero says good morning. Wait, didn't he already say? Wait, I am all. I missed. No, no. Wait, I'm missing a bunch of stuff. Uh, what? Oh, I didn't even see this one. Oh, it's Shannon. It says, "Hey, Gratu, wish I could stay and watch, but working today and have to clock in. Well, catch the replay. Have a great stream." Oh, cool. So let's see. Yeah, I missed that the first time. Sorry. And Gotham. I saw the Gotham one. I read that. He's asked if they're counting votes already. I saw the zero one. And then John Goris says Robert Downey Jr. was cool in the '90s when he was on drugs. Well, I try to remember his filmography. I remember he was part of the Brat Pack. He was in these
Hmm.
movies. Was he in Breakfast Club?
Don't remember. I don't think I've ever saw Breakfast Club.
Man, I don't
I
think he was in Breakfast. I don't know.
I
I
remember him in Air America with a
yeah, I never
with
saw Air
no
America. What was the one where he was playing the actor that was the painted to be an African American character? What was that called? Jungle
Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder. Yeah, I've never seen that. I've been told that's funny. Um, Ben Stiller is in that. There was a show in the '90s called the Ben Stiller Show, and I thought that guy was hilarious in that. And then later, after that show left the air and he started making movies, he's just devolved into a total brain dead asshole. So maybe it was, but I swear, looking back on that, that was a really funny show. And maybe it was the writers, or I don't know, but I don't know if anyone remembers that. There was they had this parody of Lassie. It looked just like Lassie. It was filmed in black and white. But the beginning of Lassie, the little kid's going,
Yeah.
Lassie. And instead he's going, Manson. And Manson, Charles Manson comes out on 4 legs running like Lassie. It was funny as hell. That show was great. It was like what Saturday Night Live kind of used to be. But anyway, Ben Stiller, and if I see he's in a movie now, I just know he's one of those people that I'm sure is all for Harris. John Goris, not into Iron Man. Um, oh, he says, well, yeah, the Iron Man movies it was just shocking to see a movie, and it's like, well, this actually is following the comic. This has got the actual storyline. It's updated from Vietnam, and it's well, he's kind of the Iron Man from the comics, but kind of not. And then you realize it's kind of an improvement because the Iron Man character in the comics was kind of a stiff. He was, and that was the whole point. He was like kind of, he didn't show his emotions the way I remember it. Later, they wrote in that he was an alcoholic. That was a much later thing, but it was just like he was this guy that's like had a even the theme, he had Heart of Steel.
Mhm.
And so, um, I wish I could tell Pepper, these cartoons that I've actually got on the TV right now. Right now, I'm watching the Red Skull on a Throne. But if I show the screen for literally 2 seconds, Disney will not allow this show to be uploaded.
Yeah.
It's wild, man. So, um, these cartoons are great. Anyway, so I like those movies. Now I can't even. It's shocking how they just went off a cliff into shit. And it was right about it was the end game that there was.
Mhm.
Even the end of Endgame was really great when all the heroes return. You have this epic battle, and you know you kill Iron Man, and I guess that it was poignant and everything. But yeah, you need to like walk that back and bring it. You don't kill Iron Man permanently. What are they thinking? This is a $1 billion franchise. Don't just
Yeah.
kill off characters. We'll bring in a teenage girl, and then no,
Hmm.
it's just not
I
going to work.
I always thought that it's that the comic book movies work better with the indie properties because uh, like when they did the second Hellboy movie blew, and they should have done a movie based on the comics like they did with
Yeah.
the first one. But something like Hellboy, you can take like since the character only appears when there's a new story out. When you can also do you're used to waiting for the next installment, and with Marvel superheroes, they're or DC, because they're always coming out new stories, coming out new comics. We kind of need the ongoing aspect of the story. So if you do movies with them, okay, there's a movie. Okay, now we have to wait, and by the time that you try to do an ongoing storyline, but it takes 10 years to get there because you have to do another movie in between with another character, and by that time the actor's old.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly it. Yeah, that's the problem. That was really the problem. And then uh, you, it looks to someone that's not read the comics that, well, the Avengers got together and they did two or three things, and then I mean, it's you don't get a sense that they've had this long history together.
Mhm.
Uh, if what they should have done is in between Avengers movies, they just have them sitting around referencing things that have happened
Yeah.
that you didn't see. So you'd see that there a lot of time has passed, and they've done a lot of things. I mean, did they do that in any of the movies? I don't think they really did. It just seemed like there was a battle in New York with these things, and then yeah, I don't think they did that. They tried to do it in the first Captain America movie with a montage that shows Captain America bursting through windows,
Mhm.
but I didn't really get the feeling from that I was watching several years of World War II there. I it almost seemed like that could have been a couple of weeks of Captain America
Yeah.
doing all that. Um, I would have had some other. I would have. I guess they're worried about. I think they were worried about how audiences would have viewed it. But I would have had some of the invaders popping in and some in that montage with no explanation. But I guess they had to be cool with it, and then surprise the normal people audience that all these characters know each other and interact. But I mean, they did try to show a prototype Human Torch in like a World's Fair or something in the beginning
Mhm.
of Captain America in a tube, but then they never did anything with that. Um, it was a great thing, I think, for about 10 years, and there's still occasional. Well, the Spider-Man movies, when the ones that are not the ones from Sony with the villains, the
Mhm.
Spider-Man movies seem to still be good, and that last Guardians movie was good, but that's James Gunn's completely into it. The most shocking thing to me was that Taika Waikiki or whatever his name is. I really loved Ragnarok, and then he makes another movie, and I thought, oh, this will be great too. That was a lot of fun, that movie, and then it's just a piece of
Keep talking.
garbage. Yeah,
Keep talking. Sorry.
that's all right. That's what I do to people too. I gotta go. Shit, you keep talking, entertain. Yeah, man, it was terrible. How much it degenerated, and then you think, did I really like Ragnarok or was I crazy? Because it puts the stink on the other one. Same thing happened with the second Wonder Woman movie. Um, okay, now they're showing Birdman. I can turn the sound back up because who owns Hanna Barbera? Warner probably. They don't mind me playing the sound in the background
Mm.
of uh, of their cartoons.
Why I call this meeting. Allow me to introduce you to the only one who can accomplish this task. Terminator. What is your price? When I have destroyed Birdman, I shall return to collect.
Well, that's good. I see that Shannon's watching, and he commented on a video yesterday. I thought those guys all hated me, so maybe things are getting better. I thought I was uh, hated in
Nobody
the
hates.
nation, persona non grata. But anyway, maybe all that's all
No,
blown over.
nobody hates anyone. When I was on when I was on Howler Mouse last week to talk about Watchmen, he after the show he mentioned that he wants to do something with Shannon one of these days. Try to get a few people from the early days of YouTube together.
Well, I'm not someone from the early days of YouTube,
Yeah,
but I respect those people that were. But the early days of uh, YouTube was something I watched, but you couldn't do anything longer than a few minutes,
yeah, 10 minutes.
and so it was not interesting to me. I'd like longer, obviously, form things. Oh, man, this episode of Birdman's amazing. Anyway, okay, so I got that clock set. That clock set. The new time is 5:30.
The
Again, don't
pigeon.
set your clocks back yet. I'm just doing it a day early
Yeah,
for those of you
Pi-
out there.
pigeons are attacking my porch.
That sounds like a great name for a book. Pigeons Are Attacking My Porch by Robert E. Howard. That'd be a better Lovecraft name. Uh, okay, so it is now the new time, 6:31, and that's when I start work. Normally is 6:30, so I'm looking out. No, wait. No, my new time. It's 5:30, so it will be this dark at 5:30. It's cold out there. It's 41 degrees. What's the temperature like there in Portugal?
Around 17 Celsius, so
Oh, we don't know
under
what that means.
under under 70. It's in the
Oh,
60s,
okay.
which to us means break out the jackets.
At 70,
Yeah,
so it's a warmer place. You're
yeah.
used to you're so you're how hot does it get in the summer?
110.
It sounds like you're like Kevin is in Mesa, Arizona.
Hmm.
It's a real hot place, huh? So because I would think maybe Kevin would say something like that, 70 degree, because like in Arizona, 70 would be cold. Interesting. Are Yeah, okay. I've never even thought about what the climate was like in Portugal.
Uh,
Um,
it's close to northern and central California.
I've got to get my Cookie Monster. I'm putting my Muppets together. These are today I'm gonna organize. Well, there's three different Trump rallies today. Um, to me, this is like I think this is I'm having a lot of fun. I'm nervous though about this election. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm um, I'm feeling really good because I've lost some weight and I'm not as I'm having trouble moving around as much, and then I'm thinking I need to. Of course, I ate like a pig last night, man. It was like they have a wrap that it was some I've never had anything like this. They invented some new food at the local restaurant where they wrapped brisket. You know what brisket is?
Hmm.
Like it's barbecue, and they wrap. It's like a giant burrito, and it's filled with brisket and macaroni and cheese,
Oh,
and then it's
Jesus.
got barbecue sauce. I got to take a picture of it, and and, uh, and I guess it was such a hit they're going to keep this special going until January. And then I got some soup in a bowl, but the bowl was made out of bread. It was a bread bowl.
Hmm.
Do they have that in Portugal? I've never
Not
seen anything
not
like.
like that.
And then what
Although
else?
we do something with the crab. So we empty the crab shell, and we take out all the meat from the crab's legs, and also we use all the gunk from inside the crab, and we mix it with
I'm sorry.
egg and mayo, and we make a spread with it, and we have it as an appetizer. We put it on toast, and we have it as an appetizer before the starter.
Huh. I don't know if Kevin's still watching, but
Yeah. You put you make the you make the spread, but you put the spread inside the crab shell.
huh. Yeah, well, yeah, because you're by the coast, so you eat a
Hmm.
lot of seafood. This is some kind of Christmas oriented thing that I got because it was insane looking years ago. And I guess I should put it on display since it's now officially Christmas, November 2nd. Where should this go? Oh, this is some bootleg channel from China, and they use old Cartoon Network promos in between the shows. It's like from the '90s with Freakazoid, and then old McDonald's ads that I guess they're very nostalgic for kids that grew up in the '90s, and but there's a 2 hour block on Saturday and Sunday morning that's Marvel superhero, well, basically superheroes. So today it started with Spider-Man from '67, and then they showed, what was it, Thor and Captain America from the '60s, and then they moved to Birdman, and then they'll show Space Ghost, and all that's from 5 to 7, and the rest of the time it's cartoons that would appeal to other people. But I try to record this part of this 2 hour block. I don't really need the Spider-Mans because I have all those on. Actually, I think I have all the Birdman and Space Ghost too. I don't really know why I'm recording them. It's just mental illness. And then it's going to be Trump rallies all day. Um, what is John Goris says? I always wanted to make a stop motion monster out of crabs, lobsters. It'd be a nightmare to make, though. Well,
Yeah,
Ray Harryhausen did that in The Mysterious Island. Wasn't that the movie where he animated a crab? I believe
maybe.
so. Um, what is the most famous movie in Portuguese history of from?
Uh, Probably a movie from the 1940s called okay, I don't even know how to translate it. It's a Portuguese thing. Um,
Well, give us the name in the original language.
okay, O Pátio das Cantigas. So it's sort of the hoot, sort of like the hootenanny back street or something like that.
Okay.
And it represents a what would be an idyllic scene in Lisbon during the 1940s. It's a musical comedy made by theater actors, because all the actors were theater actors.
Oh, cool. But no monster movies. There's no.
No monster movies, no. Even trying to do stuff, trying to do cop shows is hard here. Nobody
Did
wants
the
to. Nobody wants to write it.
did the Universal horror movies play over there and were successful?
They may have played, but they were not successful. No, you see,
Wrong
people
with you
my
guys?
people my dad's age, they think that anything that was fantasy was ridiculously unnecessary.
So you're like Vulcans? Is that what?
No,
I
it's not
I
like
I
Vulcan.
I probably just seem like a ridiculously stupid American when I ask this question. But what
The
happened in Portugal during World War II? How were you guys involved in the war? In what
we
way?
weren't we weren't okay. So in 1926, the our first republic fell because we had a new prime minister every 2 months,
Uh-huh.
and we were just were not we are going nowhere after the even after World War One, and the military staged a coup and turned the country into a military dictatorship. In 1932, an economist was promoted to prime minister, and then he stayed prime minister for the next 36 years. And he could nobody could throw him out. And during and the government, the political police became a lot more active. Elections were now could only be held by one party. Uh,
Okay.
yep. So we were not in World War II. The basically the British asked us not to get involved.
What? How were you guys affected by it? Did you guys you went through some
Oh,
rough times from it?
oh no! It was bad as usual. What what we had was a lot of spies near Lisbon, and there was a lot of spy activity,
Yeah.
both on both sides, and they would mingle with all the with a lot of rich refugees. Uh, so it was like a James Bond novel. In fact, Ian Fleming did stop by for a couple of years.
Right. When he was in the Secret Service or whatever
Yeah,
he did.
exactly.
Yeah.
And after World War II, we decided, okay, well, what happens now? Nothing. We stay the same as we were. I mean, when we have this type of war, there's a lot of social upheaval and technological evolution, and we stayed apart from all that. And then all of the other countries started uh, liberating their colonies, and we didn't.
Oh.
So we were very backwards. I mean, in during that time, about half of the population was still, even in the 1960s, half of the population was still illiterate or barely literate. Nobody knew anything. Nobody was any interested in anything. It was just the only thing that people wanted to. Music here was very basic. The movies were basic. The only thing we had was soccer, and nobody else did anything. The people who could be into speculative genres were usually a small intellectual class that would be more open to some ideas. But some things couldn't be published here. They would be there was a official government censorship. So it's not like the monster movies would be censored. It's just that people would not understand what they were watching.
Okay. Weird. Well, yeah. Uh, so is what kind of coverage is currently going on of the American election there?
Kamala good, Trump bad.
Just universally.
Yeah.
So, huh. So that's just how do they figure they're going to benefit from her? What is the potential harm that the media perceives Trump would cause to Portugal?
They don't. The Trump is just bad because he's bad because he's bad.
Yeah, but there's a real reason.
They don't perceive. They local journalists think that CNN is a legitimate news channel. So we get
Okay.
all the news from CNN.
Okay.
So Trump's bad
Maybe.
because he's bad.
Right. Okay. So it's just you think just more ignorance than malevolence?
Yeah, I guess you can say that. The thing is that we do have a correspondent in Washington, and yeah, and she's been going around the country locating Americans of Portuguese descent, trying to figure out where they're going to vote, and she seems genuinely puzzled that she found people who want to vote for Trump.
Ah, weird. Do you have it? I've got to run to the restroom. Do you have something you could show the audience, like a
No,
book
and
you're
if
reading or something?
well, I don't know.
Or just can I give you full screen for a few
Yeah,
seconds?
okay.
Okay, hold on a second.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this. I think I've showed it a couple of times here and there. So, this is a French comic book series created by Leonard Starr and Stan Drake. And of course, they're well known. They used to do comic strips. So Leonard Starr was what was he involved in? He didn't have his own strip. He worked on Little Orphan Annie, and I think he created On Stage, Mary Perkins On Stage. That's it. And Stan Drake, he had his he had his own. He was the one that was on Alex Raymond's car when he killed himself. And Stan Drake created the Heart of Juliet Jones. And in the late 70s and early 80s, they decided to publish this in France as albums. So uh, big format, uh, and they did 5 albums. And the first 4 were published in the United States, I think by Catalan Communications, and this is the 5th one, which they did not publish because for some reason because this would be the more attractive to the American audience because it's set inside the San Diego Comic Con. So the character Kelly Green is an insurance investigator. Her deceased husband was a police officer, so she gets himself in some weird cases that end up involving the police. Here in this case, there's an art theft that's going across 2 different continents. They're stealing comic book art, and the thing is, it's not comic book art. I'm Leonard Starr and Stan Drake in 1985 did not seem to understand that the market for comic book art was about actual comics, not about comic strips. And they keep referencing Yellow Kid and Tarzan strips and Flash Gordon, when in 1985 you would be more likely to go after Neil Adams or Bernie Wrightson, but they don't know who Neil Adams and Bernie Wrightson are. There's a mention here of Jack Kirby, and they call him the king of the superheroes. So the 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 comic strip people were, even if they had started in comic books, they were they wanted to be away from the actual industry, and they ended up not knowing exactly what was going on. I mean, Drake would both Drake and Star popped up occasionally, usually doing inking, whenever if they were in a bind and they needed extra cash, but they didn't really know. They didn't seem to know people inside the industry. Now the thing is, because these guys, both of these guys, both the writer and the artist, they were both writer artists, and they were used to doing soap opera style comic strips. They're very good at drawing women. Uh, and I actually like this art style over here with the micro dots for shading. The story also go, it goes a little bit on the morbid cheesecake category, but there's nothing here that wouldn't pass PG-13. So, like penny shot, but it would be appropriate for something like this would be appropriate for TV. I guess they thought that they were pushing the envelope because they can't do that in comic strips, but for the European market, this was actually pretty tame. But there's some action around here. Like the crooked cop who was responsible for the murders, and he's involved. He gets involved in the art theft, but he's not the one he was not directly involved. But since he kills one of the thieves, he becomes embroiled in it. And there's some interesting. Here it almost looks like they're doing like Drake is doing a Gene Colan bit. Yes, this. Yes, John Gars, this is how insurance investigators ladies dress. But she's dressed like this because it's part. Drake and Star equate superhero clothing with a bondage fetish. So she dresses like this because supposedly the art thief would be attracted to her and he would be distracting her. She didn't know at the time that the crooked cop was crooked, but it was just a ploy. But of course, the character does dress sexily in a lot of scenes, like on this one where she's just having dinner. So this would be a scene that would happen on the comic strips that they did. Okay, I have something else here around here that I can show. Okay, how about this one? More comic strips. So this is a collection of 4 different Secret Agent X9 strips. The art was reproduced by a the cover as it's a composite cover with the reproduced art from the inside, slightly redrawn by a Portuguese artist who also did all the painted work. But inside it's Al Williamson art. So the stories are written by Archie Goodwin. So very very typical Secret Agent X9. And cool. Neil Adams was probably Williamson's assistant in a few of the strips.
Oh, sorry it took so long. I was my wife was just I heard some noise. Apparently she's awake, and she had some bad dreams, and I went upstairs. To get the Scotch tape. It was like trying to put a Trump flag up in the window. But cool. So what else? What else? You read anything else?
Not really. I'm gonna take a couple of the trade paperbacks to read on the train ride. Some of them I read over 10 years ago, and I think I'm gonna go over them again. And
John Gora says, "Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt."
I tried reading I went to the to the Russian pirate side, and I read the current Defenders of the Earth comic.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's King Features. It seems like every 10 years or so they'll reemerge and try to, I guess, retain the copyright on their characters, or try to,
Hmm.
make them successful. It
Yeah,
doesn't usually work, but I mean, I guess Defenders of the Earth, the cartoon, whatever decade that was enough that people remember it.
yeah. For a lot of kids, for a lot of kids in the '80s, that was the only contact that they had with the Phantom, Flash Gordon, and Mandrake, because
Yeah,
even then kids didn't read the paper, so they would not be aware of the comic strips.
yeah. No, I don't. None of those characters by the '80s or '90s were in newspaper strips here in this country. Maybe the
Flash,
Phantom was still around in
the
somewhere other
the
countries.
Phantom is still going. It's the only one that's still going on,
Yeah,
and it's available internationally. Flash Gordon stopped in the early '80s, I think. Mandrake kept on going until the mid '90s. The last story was interrupted midway when Lee Falk died, and nobody picked it up. But the Phantom, they still keep doing it. So it's one of the Swedish writers from Egmont, who publishes they publish new stories for the Scandinavian market. He's the one who's writing the comic strip, and Mike Manley is doing the dailies. He took
and
over
John
after
Gores
Paul Ryan
says,
died.
yeah, John Gores says Spain pretty much stayed out of the big war too. They were kind of depleted from their ongoing civil wars, I imagine.
Not quite. They Spain had a plan to invade Portugal, and they were counting on using the Nazi German Air Force again. But this time Hitler said no, and so they didn't attack us, and the British asked us to stay out of it, because if we had gotten into World War II, we would have to go to side with Britain, and then Spain would have to enter the war on the side of Germany, and that meant that the Allies would have to waste a lot of resources protecting the Strait of Gibraltar, because that meant if they lost the Strait of Gibraltar, they would lose access to the Mediterranean Sea.
So you guys don't traditionally get along well with Spain, or is it better now? Or
Oh, yeah. Now it is. We're modern. We have trade. We're trade partners, but traditionally, 900 years history of hating each other.
did they look at you guys as barbarians or something?
They look at us as uncultured rednecks,
Oh,
and we look at them as useless dumbasses.
kind of like the United States and England.
Yeah.
They're the snobs. The other guy. John Gores says Europe probably feels between a rock and a hard place between Israel and Ukraine, and which POTUS would be worse for inflaming wars, not an enviable position. And then he says that's how insurance investigator ladies dress. I guess he's
When I
referring to
was
Kelly
when I was showing,
Greens.
yeah.
Yeah. And he asked, was Modesty Blaze a spy?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. She was like a part of that James Bond
Mhm.
60s cultural movement. Oh my
I've never
gosh.
actually read a Modesty Blaze story.
I don't think I have either. I've got a few comics, but and then there was a Modesty Blaze movie, and I thought, well, this is going to be amazing. And then I saw it, and I didn't really hold my interest that much. I was expecting it to be more extreme, I think. Something about it. I don't know. Maybe if I watched it again, I would feel differently. Oh my gosh. Yeah. My wife was having nightmares about what's going on in the world, and had a nightmare about Kamala Harris taking over and what would happen. And then, and she had various other dreams. Yeah. So, yeah, I heard this movement upstairs, and I'm thinking, well, the dog is here. Oh, my, I hope I didn't wake her up. I don't think I was talking that loud. but maybe it voices Carrie. I actually need to. She's going to be working later today. Hopefully, she'll get back to sleep before I need to close these partitions so that I don't make noise. No, and actually, the time it's about to be 6 with the new time. Let me see if the grandfather clock on that. It's a pain to So I just stopped the pendulum and then I thought I'd start the pendulum again when it. Okay, so I stopped the pendulum at 5:30. Okay, this will work perfectly then. So I'll start the
Yeah, you
pendulum again.
you only needed to stay off for an hour. It'll go back to the new time.
Oh, well, yeah, yeah. So let's see, 58. Yeah, that's all. This was when my family lived in Germany. You could get this kind of stuff kind of cheap over there because that's where they make it. They mass produce it. Well, I don't know if they mass produce it, but it's a lot cheaper to buy it there. And then when my family was moved back, the military moves all your goods for free when you're moved. So it's. I remember my dad in the early '60s bought a stereo system made in. Is it is it French Telefunken or is it? It's probably German
It's
Telefunken.
German.
Yeah, he bought one when he was living in France in the early '60s. And that's when stereo was like a real luxury and everything. I remember that when I was a kid. I don't know when they got rid of that Telefunken. It must have been. They must have gotten rid of it in the early '70s. I guess it probably stopped working and they didn't know how to get it fixed or the once you get it back in the states, there may be a lot of technicians that don't know how to work, don't have the parts for German produced stuff. But anyway, it sounded nice. I remember. Okay, so oh shit, Earthworm Jim has started, which is not a terrible cartoon, but it reeks of the '90s, and that's. I mean, it's Earthworm Jim has some cool character designs, but I'm not here to record that. It's not my time period. And
I think I think I remember Earthworm Jim on TV, but I was never really interested in it.
yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of the '90s had some good Saturday morning cartoons. Um, it was really kind of like a little Renaissance period with the X-Men and Spider-Man cartoons, and there was the Fox Batman the animated series had kind of morphed into a little more kids-oriented version that
Hmm.
was on the Warner Brothers channel. They kind of retooled some of the characters a little bit, and it was on Saturday morning on the WB network. So they had Batman, X-Men, Spider-Man, and then they had some of the. They had a what was the damn? They had a Wildcat series
Yeah.
that lasted for a little bit because I guess they thought, well, maybe this will be as successful as X-Men, and then they had one
Oh, but
based on Cadillacs and dinosaurs on
yeah,
the
that was
Xenozoic comics.
yeah, that was a good one. The Wildcats on Wildcats they messed up because they made the show too kid friendly.
Yeah. Oh, I had a question earlier. You mentioned the second Hellboy. Do you mean the second version, or do you mean Hellboy 2, or do you
Hellboy
mean the
two,
second Hellboy series with a different actor?
the second Hellboy movie, the one with the with the fake Elric.
Oh yeah, right. So Yeah, that was a drop off in quality, but not as much as I didn't even see the new one. But that's supposed to have been like abysmal. You know what I'm talking about?
Hmm.
Oh, thank you. Let's see in the chat. If Kamala wins, Avengers are coming for you, Gratu. Yep. And Pauline Dowell says, "Good morning, fellow garbage. I wanted to tell you guys I can't play the music. I wish I could on YouTube because um, I'd really like this to be more a music-oriented channel. I wish there was some platform where you could stream and play music and not get zapped all the time. But since we've been called garbage, you know about the garbage stuff.
Yeah,
You, uh, how many people in Portugal you think know about all the minutia, the garbage stuff, and everything? Are people following this?
very
Or
little. So that thing appears in sound bites, and they're not well treated. They decided that Trump told Tony Hinchcliffe to tell the garbage joke, and but then they didn't say that Kamala and Biden referred to Trump supporters as garbage.
yeah. Well, anyway, um, if you want to make a playlist, there's some great songs. But man, I wonder how much trouble am I going to get. The worst thing I'll have to do is just edit these songs out. These are. It's not like these are Beatles songs where the sirens will go off and my show will be completely blasted by an atomic bomb. Um, let's see here. If you're making a playlist, and I don't even know if people do that anymore, but maybe they do it on their, what do you call it, Spotify or something. As far as songs about garbage, uh, Tico and the Triumphs. Here Comes the Garbage Man. It's a doo-wop song. Here Comes the Garbage Man. And that's enough of that. Then there's the coast. This coasters will get me. This is it's Wake Me, Shake Me. This is about a garbage man too. Songs about garbage, and then the Four Aces have a song called "Garbage Man," where they sing "Stick Out." Let me, man, I hate this copyright shit. So that "Stick Out Your Cans," "Here Comes the Garbage Man," would later be referenced in the Cramps song "Garbage Man," which will definitely get me a copyright claim. I'm making a playlist so you can get these songs easily because if you go to playlist under on my account, uh, I just started this morning. I put capital letter A, and then music, and then November 2024. So these are songs I'm gathering in November, and I put an A there because for a while YouTube started alphabetizing my playlist, and it's like then I have to put an A there so I can easily get to my music ones without scrolling through hundreds of different playlists. So anyway. Um, I assume everyone knows the Cramps Garbage Man. Is that a song you know?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know of the Cramps?
Nope.
Have you heard of them?
No.
Oh, okay. The Cramps are, I guess, if you would classify it as punk rock, but I don't think they would. They're more a mixture of rockabilly, garage rock from the 60s, punk. Um, man, it's real hard to explain, but it's like old style rock and roll. Um, the lead singer was a big comic book collector and lover of movies. He collected pre-code horror comics and okay, but man, I'll just play a few. little words from the song and see how much copyright claim I get for this. Anyway, um, that's you've ever see this album cover, "Bad Music for Bad People." That's a very iconic thing. But anyway, uh, shit, this will get me in trouble for sure. But I'm going to put it on my playlist. So this, anyway, you have the sound of a garbage truck starting up. I'll put this in A Music, November 2024. Anyway, okay, hold on. You don't recognize that?
Nope.
Okay, anyway. Oh yeah. William Shatner did a cover version of this, because William Shatner, I don't know if he was trying to be funny when he did Rocket Man at the Science Fiction Awards. I think he was either he was completely pretentiously thinking he was being profound, or he was trying to be funny. But everyone laughed at that. You've seen that, right? Him doing Rocket Man,
Hmm.
the Elton John song.
Yep.
So everyone laughed at that. It was traded around. Everyone traded VHS tapes of that, and now it's on YouTube. And so people came to him and said, "Would you record an album for us?" And so, of course, he recorded one in the '60s. I think he was trying to be serious, and so did Leonard Nimoy. But it's like, I guess he figured out, oh, people are laughing at it, and okay, I guess I'm funny. So it's like Leslie Nielsen was always the serious actor, and then they hire him. Okay, say these lines seriously, like you've done in all the movies for the last few decades, and for Airplane, and then he starts thinking, oh, I'm funny, and then he starts making all these other movies, not for the Zucker brothers, where he's kind of almost winking at the camera and mugging. It's like, no, don't do that. You got to play it straight. That's why you're funny, is because you're just like these actors from the '50s. But and then he stopped being funny when he became self-aware. But William Shatner does a cover of this song that not many people know about, because they said, okay, here are the words. He'd never, I'm sure, heard the song. It's not like he's a fan of the Cramps. And let me clear that. And so he does that song you just heard. He performs. Why am I typing in William? What is wrong with me? You see, all I have to do is type in Shatner, and I'll get it. I'm doing too much here. Shatner. It's easier to do on my phone than on this TV app. Shatner. Um, but then there's other versions. There are the other songs about garbage men. Some are more salacious than others, because the whole line about "stick out your can," obviously that's a double meaning. Here comes the garbage man. It's all very metaphorical. Okay, Shatner. Okay, garbage man is what I need to type in. Yeah, because anyway, so you saw Trump get up in the garbage truck and everything,
Yeah. Hmm.
and then the other side's, because they're just showing, oh, we don't have a sense of humor, and look, Trump is showing himself to be cognitively impaired. He had trouble climbing up in the garbage truck, and he had trouble with he looked like he was falling back. And look, he had trouble with the latch opening the door. He's 80, almost 80 years old. How many times do you think this billionaire has climbed into a garbage truck? I'm sure the reporters reporting that would have trouble climbing up into a garbage truck, even though they're 35 years old. And I don't even know how many. When was the last time he even drove a car? Probably decades. So I'd like to see Kamala Harris get into a garbage truck. I don't think she's ever done that either, but except maybe to at a truck stop. Uh, okay. Anyway, so look, they actually, Kevin at Gotham City Comics sent me this as a birthday present. He got it at a on like it says Shatner, the Cramps, and it's so it was yeah, they put it out as a single. Let's see here. Oh, okay, this is not good. Oh boy, I'm really getting myself into trouble with the copyright people today.
Yeah, we gotta figure out a place to put music because I sometimes wouldn't mind going over some old electronic music from the electronic dance music from the 90s.
Yeah. So yeah, Captain Kirk doing Garbage Man. I never. It's just like something I was obsessed with. I was obsessed with Star Trek in third grade, and then later I became obsessed with the Cramps. I mean, I really got into that band because they're a whole lifestyle band.
Mhm.
Um, the Cramps, you get into them. You. The thing about it is they're like their song like okay, so they'll have a song. You'll think it's really cool. It'd be a great song, and it's then you realize then people put out these records, songs the Cramps taught us. And there are all these songs from the 50s and 60s that they've covered. And sometimes it's weird. It might be an instrumental surf song that they took from the 60s that they altered and they put lyrics with it. And so, oh, that's where that song came from. Or sometimes they'll just cover a song, like maybe a Ricky Nelson song and make it even sound kind of evil. And it's like, oh, this is where all these songs come from. Almost all the Cramp songs, sometimes they'll take a little bit of one song and mix it with another, and they'll mix Surf and Bird, and you learn about these old bands, and then you seek those bands out and start buying that music. So they're like professors because the Lux Interior, the lead singer of the Cramps, grew up in the 50s. So he's teaching you about all these cool bands. And then you from the Cramps, then you discover all these other genres, rockabilly and garage rock and surf music. And then they inspired all these other bands. And then you see the way they live in Los Angeles and the way they decorate their house and with all this 1950s kind of kitschy monster stuff. And you say, well, that's amazing. I want to decorate my house like that. And that's a lot of, I mean, their house when he was alive and with Poison Ivy. I mean, it was like a lot of this stuff. That's how they lived, and they kind of were. I don't know if I discovered them in high school or early college, probably early college. Uh, then it's just very inspirational, and you want to seek out more, and then you form your own band and play that or fanzine, and so they've some. It's just one of those bands you get into. It's a lot healthier than getting into the Grateful Dead, I think, and the music's a lot more fun. That's just my opinion. No offense to you out there. So. And there's other songs about being a garbage man. But oh boy, let's see what these humans are saying in the chat here. Anyway, she got me off on this by calling us "Good morning, fellow garbage," and oh yeah, I put garbage in the title of this episode, didn't I? And my wife says, "Good morning, Pauline. Is today the day you're going to vote? I should be sleeping because later I need to be working." And then she laughs, and I'll try to go back to sleep. That's what probably most people say that tune into this show. I wanted to show Kevin has probably gone back to sleep himself, but I wanted to show him something. Where did I put it? Yeah, and I'm sure he'll probably appear when he gets to work later. But I found that this guy that makes these masks is from the town I live in. And I found in the local newspaper they had an article about him because it was Halloween. And I wanted to, and has ordered a mask from this guy, and there's a picture of him. Oh man, let me give myself full screen for a moment. Um, so this guy is this young guy, graduated high school in 2014, so that would make him pretty young. That makes masks, and so he only probably lives about an hour away. He doesn't no longer lives here locally, but I friended him on Instagram, and I'd like maybe for him to come on the show or maybe even visit here. That'd be great because I don't know really. I know people now, but I don't know people into this the sub. I hate that word subculture. but the stuff I'm into, monsters and comics and whatever the hell you call what I'm into. Hold on, let me get the camera off myself. Exit solo layout. Okay, so the next thing I got to do is finish this disc because I've got 30 minutes on this disc, so I got to find some other '60s cartoons to put on this disc to finish it out, and then I'll start recording Trump rallies all day. So, man, what do you have planned today?
I'm going to my brother-in-law's birthday dinner, so I need to get there by train. So one
Okay.
hour, so an hour ride, and then so I'll be staying there all day, and I'll sleep there.
Do you
Which
do you own a car?
my car broke down about a year ago, and I don't have the money to fix it.
Yeah.
But I can't. But if I need to go somewhere, we're pretty well stocked with of public transportation, so
So if
no
Trump,
biggie.
I shouldn't say if, when Trump gets back in,
Hmm.
if he restores the economy of this country, how does that help or hurt you guys?
We don't know yet. The tariff talk. Um, it's more complicated than that. You can just tariff things and then contrary to popular belief, the United States is not a fully functioning economy. You do have to import a lot of materials for industrial production.
We
Um,
shouldn't have to. We could produce them. It's just it's
but
been
but
farmed out.
you don't have metals. You have to import metals in order to do anything.
Okay, but how did we produce steel here in this country in the past?
You import steel from Europe. You import iron from Europe.
Okay, so how did we do that during World War II? Where were we getting our steel in World War II?
Brazil, I think.
Oh, okay. So it's important to keep Brazil on our side.
Yes. Although
And
the current guy's a communist, so you have to get rid of it.
oh, okay. And Brazil's where all the Nazis went. And I there was some I swear Trump is talking to him. He's going to release all the JFK stuff now. This
Yeah.
the first he released a lot of stuff, but he was told, no, you can't release. Some of the stuff will affect people that are still. I don't know how they, unless they're vampires, how they're still alive. And this time he's going to do it because he's got to do it for RFK Jr. That's his uncle, and so and I don't think he cares about those type of scum that were behind the assassin. It's like, hey, let it fly. Even if the heavens tumble or whatever the cliche is, and you know. But he released some papers, though, that were seriously talking about all those rumors, jokes about Hitler surviving and going to South America. It seemed like it was saying that actually had happened. And, how do we know that we're taking the Russians' word for it that they found Hitler's body, that they immediately burned it? Why did they burn it? It's like, so we have no real proof beyond people's words, and I think of like a little photograph of some
Well,
already burned bodies.
that only came out in the 90s after the fall of the Soviet Union. So things were
What, the
pretty.
rumor that he'd gone to South America?
No,
Because I
the idea that the Russians killed him in his bunker and burned the body.
No,
And
well, they found the story was that he had killed himself,
yeah, and
and they found the
that was
body and
the
burned it.
that no that we that part of of the Russians finding his body and burning it only came out in the 90s after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Oh, okay, okay,
It was
but
usually thought that he had killed himself and that the body had he either been taken away by somebody, but they didn't know if it was the Nazi high command or the Russians.
yeah, but it just seems like that's so weird, man. But it's very possible he could have gotten to South America. I don't know why he couldn't have. I mean, the people would have shepherded him out of there, and all.
Hmm.
And it's just incredible how many of those guys we brought over for our space program, and all of a sudden, okay, you're good guys now because you're working for us. It's like, we'll execute you bad guys, but if you want to work for us in the space program, well, come on over. Oh well, it's weird, man. It's weird how your total deadly enemies with the whole with a country, and then a few decades later, hey, we're really good friends. It's like, what is what is going on in the world? It's just like, uh, you know, oh boy.
Okay.
Um,
In the meantime, I have to get
oh,
going. I have
oh
to
yeah.
start packing, and
You
then gonna
staying
get ready for
overnight
lunch.
there? I
Yep.
guess you're, yeah. All right, yeah, cool. Well, it's nice you dropping by.
No problem.
Take care.
See you.
As I run people off with by talking too much. That's what my wife tells me. But I don't think that's the case there, but it probably is. Um, uh, uh, Pauline Dell says cars are overrated. Well, it depends on where you live. Some places you kind of need one. Um, they want us to live in 15-minute cities. That's their current thing. They're really pushing it. That everyone should live in a 15-minute city, so you really don't need a car. You can just get anywhere in 15 minutes. Um, they want to. I'm sorry, I'm not a member of the Illuminati. I'm not trying to be. I just sometimes I put my hands together like this, but I promise I'm not a member of the New World Order. Um, but then you never know who you can trust. Yes, just kidding. Um, so I've shown you garbage songs. We talked to some the only interesting person in Portugal, apparently. If you listen, and I'm not insulting Portugal. I don't want to get in trouble. But it's he was telling us that no, there's never been anything interesting here. It's like, no, come on, there's got to be something. No, we've never done anything. Music. He didn't say that, but it's like I was like, come on, you had to have made a monster movie, at least one. No, everyone here, it's too, they just think that's silly. Pauline, didn't America manufacture steel? Yeah, yes, there were companies like U.S. Steel and Bethlehem Steel. Yeah, that's what I kind of was thinking. But then when Paulo gets talking, you think, well, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, Trump's been talking about bringing back the steel industry. See, here's the thing. I don't think in World War II we were importing all our steel from Brazil, but I don't know. Who knows? Uh, all Hitler would have had to do is take over Brazil, and that would screw us. Uh, that I don't think you're supposed to say his name on YouTube. The guy with the mustache. I heard someone saying that on YouTube because they're afraid of saying his name. Man, what you can't do a history show on YouTube if you're just completely scared of. It's like, didn't we have freedom of speech at one point? I'm talking about history here. H was trying to work with the Mexican government to so that they would allow the Germans to attack across the border of Mexico, and the president of Mexico nixed that idea. I heard that somewhere, but the Germans had much better machinery. They were that's why sometimes these shows they say that the Germans were secretly um, talking with space aliens, that the space aliens were giving Germans their technology, and these space aliens still live down in Antarctica, and the Germans were. So you hear this stuff on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe you don't go to the same corners of YouTube that I do, but I say here's some of this crazy stuff. But they had much their tanks, their planes, their G's, the pew pew things. I don't know if you can say the GUN word on YouTube or not. They were better made than ours. Just like that German clock in there, I think has been serviced once by my father, and my family bought it like 1970, and it just keeps going because the Germans are good at making things. So why didn't they win? Because we our equipment's not as good. Our tanks, you look at their tank versus our tank, their tank's better made, but we outproduced them. We were able to make more tanks. So we had more tanks, and their tanks, once they were all blowed up, we overwhelmed them with our production capabilities, with our factories. We don't have the factories now because all the factories are in Mexico and China. That's how we won World War II. Our factories, and Trump wants to bring factories back. You've got to have that. In fact, all the car companies, Cadillac was making tanks. You can't you can look there's you can't find a 1943 or 1944 car. They might have made some cars for the military, from what, and I could be wrong, correct me, but my understanding of history is that car production was shut down during World War II, and all the factories were retooled to make war stuff. So Ford, Cadillac, whatever, all the different Packard companies. Packard's not around anymore, but um, I think they were all making stuff for the military, so we outproduced them. Have you ever seen a Packard? Six Flags Mall was down the street from the Forum 303 Mall, the mall I talk about a lot on the show that Zork, who comes on from time to time, that was the mall he remembers from his childhood too. That's how we bonded here on YouTube. But Six Flags Mall one time in the late 70s, early 80s, had a Packard show. And they had as you walk down the aisle of the mall, there were Packards there, that you could see that people had from the 30s and 40s. These Packards were gigantic cars. It's like I've never seen a car that tall, that big, that wide. They were incredible pieces of machinery that we created here. Putting Elon Musk, whatever you think of him, and obviously he's a brilliant guy. Um, I like all the people Trump has gathered around him. They're all amazing people. Um, I don't understand. I can't understand why someone would be for Kamala Harris. It's like, when I was in sixth grade, okay, you're for Ford or you're for Carter. It's like, no one really cared that much. And it's like, well, yeah, obviously Carter didn't do a very good job. He didn't seem like a bad guy. He didn't seem malevolent. He didn't seem like a stupid guy, but he was just, his ideas weren't, obviously. And, whatever he's saying now, I don't think he's really saying anything. That people may create statements by him. But last time I saw Carter, they took him out to vote, and he was in a wheelchair, and he looked like this. So the guy has got, I'd be surprised if he's got a few more months. Poor guy. I never hated Carter. I don't have the hatred for Carter. He didn't do a good job when he was president. I saw my comic books, the cost of them go up from when Carter got in. I think comics were maybe still 25 cents or right on the cusp of going up to 30 cents. By the time he got out, they went up to 30 cents, 35 cents. They were 40 cents for a while, weren't they? Then they went to he left in 8 in 80 when Reagan came in. But in 80, man, by the end of Carter's presidency, DC was making dollar comics, and then they went back down to 60 or 75 cents. Yeah, comics went from they doubled in price basically while Carter was president. That's the only way I can judge the world, being a sixth, seventh, eighth grader, when during the Carter presidency. But it just didn't seem like an election was that big a deal between Carter and Ford. But then as you go, now it just seems like the results are world-shatteringly, devastatingly horrible if this Kamala Harris piece of garbage gets. I mean, literally. I mean, she's just a horrible, horrible person. I can tell she's a mean, angry person. I can see it just through all the fake little nervous laughter. I see someone that's filled with hatred and is mean, and that's why all her people quit. And she doesn't keep any people that she yells. I've worked for people like that, and I see what she is. But she's not. She's just a puppet anyway, just like Biden. The real people behind them. How could you vote against someone that has Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and just don't even get it. But well, I'm trying to find '60s. Let me see. Well, it'd be a good '60s cartoon to fill up this disc with. Deputy Dog, Go Go Gophers. Let me think here about. How about Go Go Gophers? Go Go Gophers. Watch them go go go. There's a lot of good stuff on YouTube. That was nice of Paula to drop in. Did I restart the grandfather clock? Oh, go go. Oh wait, I didn't get rid of Shatner. That's no. Shit. I'm gonna clear the. I will clear the floor of the arcade in the basement today. I will do it on the air. I've got an empty closet down there. I'm just gonna shove it all in the closet, just between you and me. But I'm sick of living like dirt, like a piece of trash. Let's see. Go, 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 go. Space. There's a lot of great '60s stuff. I could fill it up with Linus the Lionhearted, all kinds of stuff. There we go. Here's a whole playlist of Go Go Gophers. It has 44 videos. Let's just let it go. Oh, that theme song just brings back the memories. All right.
Go, go, Gophers, watch them go, go, go. Two little Indians, no others near. Colonel Evil these two soon disappear, fighting the army full of soldiers galore. What can two Indians do? Go, go, Gophers, watch them go, go, go. Go, go, Gophers, watch them go, go, go. Here comes the colonel with his sergeant, over and a charging. Go, go, Gophers, watch them go, go, go. Go, go, Gophers, watch them go, go, go.
So the Indians are gophers and the cavalry are dogs. They appear to be dogs, some kind of canine. Oh man, what is this? Ouch. There's some kind of email. Let me see what that is.
No, that's just them regulation Indians sending
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can someone tell me? Because I just said it said my microphone had been shut off.
Ruffled Feather and Running Board for having a powwow about the Colonel.
Goddamn.
Send a message to Colonel.
Anyway,
You hid a message. It did.
one time I filmed an episode, and I thought, well, I'd like to just film myself sleeping and then put it up on YouTube. And I did it, and I actually was able to fall asleep on camera. Then I watched a little of it and thought maybe I can just. And I thought, man, maybe I didn't ever put it up. I thought it would be funny, but maybe it would just be obnoxious. It's interesting to watch yourself sleep. You got to try it. Just record yourself with your phone sleeping. You know, because you wonder, do I have sleep apnea? Well, you can watch yourself, see if you don't breathe for a while or something. You know, think about the technology we have and things we can do with it. I want to hear what I sound like when I snore. I mean, people tell me I snore, but
I'm not sure we ought to.
well, my wife tells me I snore. People don't tell me.
Sure enough,
He hasn't told me that lately. Maybe I've stopped. Pauline Dell, Tennessee Tuxedo and His Tails. That's a great one.
Yes, the tunnel was handy indeed. The other end of it only being finished at that very moment by Ruffled Feather and Running Board.
This is the same animation studio, I believe. I'm pretty sure Total Animation, I think it's called.
We bring him Colonel down there to a moon rocket.
Yeah, the stuff from the 60s is fantastic. Between Jay Ward um, and then the wonderful stuff from Terry Tunes like Astronut. And oh, my wife told me, don't ever do that. You look terrible when you have the glasses. She said, either wear them or take them off. It does. She is the advisor. You know, she told me on the Halloween show. No, the one on Thursday night. She said I was just insufferably boring and boorish and just kept talking. I hope I wasn't that bad.
Sergeant, there is the Indian teepee. Charge! Let me out. It's against regulation 4082B.
So what's the real time right now? The normie people time at 7:40. Okay, I need to be careful because I'm supposed to wake my wife up at 10:15, but I'm changing all the clocks. Then I'm not going to actually. That would mean that I would wake her up at. Okay, hold on. Well, the clock on my phone won't change because that's run by Apple headquarters. Shit, I don't know what the hell. Oh, I guess I would wake her up. That means that's just,
What can two Indians do?
that means I would wake her up. I'd wake her up an hour late, wouldn't I? If I follow these clocks.
Here comes the Colonel with his sergeant, both are roaring and a charging.
Problem with this wrestling clock, it's light activated, but it has to be near a bright light. So I don't know where to put this thing where it will continue to shout at people.
How did it happen?
It's I think I'll put it back in the kitchen because it's like works really well in the kitchen because right about the time that you normally would be cooking in the kitchen, the Rock will say, "Can you smell what the Rock is cooking?" And then the Undertaker will say, "My creatures of the night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse." And then that's always good when you're eating. Although it might, I don't know if it's the Undertaker or this other guy, Kane. One of the evil characters says that. And I think Stone Cold Steve Austin says, he says several things at different hours.
After tomorrow's attack, it will be something to remember those Indians by. But that night, as the fort slept,
My goodness. Well, regardless of what time it is, it's time to put a Trump flag up in the window. So I've got my tape dispenser that I use for sealing comic books, and which is good because I need to bring that down. And we'll get to some comic books here in a minute because that's apparently what some of you come to watch this channel for. But I'm increasingly trying to divorce myself from just being a comic book channel because
The rifles must be inside somewhere.
I like to talk about other things, man.
Find those rifles immediately.
I got it, Colonel.
Anyway, anyone want to come on the show? All are welcome. All are welcome. Let's see. There, here,
As night came to the colonel's
here, there, and everywhere. Okay. I think it's supposed to rain today here, but that will be later. Okay. Let's get the lights on. It is cold when I see the problem is that porch is cold as heck. Um, let me turn the lights on. I'll explain. That used to be an outdoor porch. Um, you can see it in this old picture of the house here. You see that porch there? That's where I was just standing. And anyway, it's been sealed in with glass, and that's the house circa. This card is dated. It's dated 1912. I swear that says 1912. I'm looking at the postmark on the back. May 1912. So that would be what, a month after the Titanic sank? Is that right? So that outdoor porch you were seeing, I'll show you. This is the outdoor porch, right? And then here is a wall that's been constructed, but it's over. I come over here. This is part of the original outdoor porch as well. Here, see that. So all this was an outdoor porch, and then over here it went on that way. They've moved walls around. So anyway, so out here, you can feel how cold it is outside. It's about, I think, 41 degrees outside. So there should be two doors here. Originally, there were doors here. They're gone. I put up these blankets that I don't know, that my dad brought back from Vietnam. So and it does keep the cold from going in. But yeah, ideally we need to get some cool looking, vintage looking doors there to just provide, you know. And this is just an old door I found in the garage that I have leaning up here, but I thought it would fit somewhere. I have found doors in the garage that were original doors that had just been taken off and restored them, but I haven't. Hold on. I gotta. Here, you can watch cartoons for a few minutes. I have to go to the restroom.
General, these Cooper Indians aren't measly. They're dangerous.
Sergeant, saddle 2 horses. We're going out to see those dangerous Indians. Colonel, we've been riding for hours and still haven't seen any Indians. Well, I'm hungry and thirsty. We can stop here for lunch.
I'll go to the water hole and fill our canteen.
See that you do.
Help!
Blasted Colonel, can't you keep on your feet? You're muddying up the water hole.
I was pushed, General. It must have been those Gopher Indians.
That's absurd. There's not a soul in sight. Now, see if you can at least fix some lunch.
I've made a delicious stew, General. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I certainly hope you will cook better than you catch Indians.
Oh, you'll like this. Your face is sure to light up when you taste this.
Help! Help! I'm on fire!
The local camp should be around that bend.
Good. We'll ride right in.
No, General. We can't ride in without troops to protect us.
Troops against 2 Indians.
But they're dangerous, General Newsom. They're wild and ferocious and...
Trinkets. I am nice Indian trinkets. Get 'em cheap here. So, Colonel, ferocious are they?
A little bit of a trick.
What did he say?
Him say Gopher Indians love Army. Hope Army love Gopher Indians. Give this trinket to General. Thank you. That's most kind. Mount up, Colonel. I've seen all I need to say.
But it's a trick, General. It's a trick.
Colonel, I think you need a rest. A permanent one. I'm going to have Washington send a new officer to replace you. Ooh. If General send out new officer, maybe we get real trouble. Colonel easy man to fool. Too bad we lose him job.
Help!
We save Colonel's job. How we do that? Oh, we scare General. We have fun.
Believe me, General Newsom, these 2 Indians are dangerous. That was only another of their tricks.
Nonsense! Regulation 5236 JRE.
I know. Indians are Indians.
All right. This is the link if you want to come on this fascinating program. Okay. Make sure you guys get out and vote today if you're local. If you're able to vote today, some places are allowing it today.
He understands. We act afraid. You can be sure, Colonel, that I will tell Washington I will wrap up on him. You should get a medal.
I guess I served those Gopher Indians good, boss. Seems like the turn of the rail is getting to the end. See you all in our next event.
Yeah, I actually, Pauline was right. Go Go Gophers was part of the Tennessee Tuxedo Show. What am I even thinking? Okay. It's they had. I know also the World of Commander McBragg. I think was definitely part of that show. All right.
Got a big box off the last stage. Working and you can bet on it. That's nothing to do with getting rid of those.
All right. Will this tape work? Let's hope. I have it up high enough that the cat can still see out the window. Oh, it's perfect, man. The width of the window is the. This is great. Fantastic. All right. Did I do that right? All right, man. Stick out your can. Here comes the garbage man. Put your flag up too. And you'll be cool, and the squares will drool. Um, let's see how that looks, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Except I probably should have put it in the other window. What do you think? So I've got this swirly gig in the way. I don't know. What do you think? Well, that solves that. I just moved the whirly gig thing. All right. I think that's good. Let's see if they're chemtrailing us yet today. Oh, I see one chemtrail. It's a little cloudy, but okay. Welcome to my nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what people are talking about here, man. Fiddle Chip says Underdog was my favorite. Yeah, I just had a revelation. I think Underdog was that the same animation studio that did Tennessee Tuxedo? I think so. Look, it says something went wrong. Playback paused because your account is being used in another location. Oh no. That means my wife is. I hate when that happens, man. Am I already? Man, that's ridiculous. I guess that's. Okay, that's scum. Yeah, this is Total Television from 1962. Uh, Come on, you scum. I don't. That's hadn't happened in a while. This because we have this account where you don't have commercials. So if she's watching upstairs, I can't watch it downstairs. That's ridiculous. So anyway, So amazing. We got 7 more viewers because we put the flag up, I guess. Okay, I got stuff to do. One of the things I want to do today is to clear these pinball machines. They tend to gather things like, it's weird. Meyer was talking about the other day. He was just watching children shouldn't play with dead things, and it just happens to be sitting here on this pinball machine. And this Elvira car, I got it recently. And then she comes out and supports Kamala Harris, and that was disappointing. But maybe I could put this Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, this Kamala Harris car, this Elvira car here. Okay, so let me think about how I could redo this display here. And I need to take the children shouldn't play. I remember clipping this ad out when I was in 2nd grade with that image. Um, Clipped it out of the local newspaper and put it in a scrapbook. Um, okay. All right. This display is not what I want it to be here. And I need to have a real dignified place here because here are the remains of 3 beloved family members here. My dog Daisy, and I need to dust these two, Princess and then Pete. And what's got these little 1950s sheep there near them. So they're still, with us. If we had them buried, and well, Daisy and Princess passed away in Texas, I would hate for them to be somewhere else. So these are their ashes. And Pete passed away here. Just grace and peace be multiplied unto you. Did you hear Darth Vader was reading from the Bible? He's over. I didn't even know this was here. There's an Orion slave girl, dancing girl. That needs to be somewhere else. And what was this from? What cartoon was this from? Was it from The Tick, Earthworm Jim? I don't remember. What does it say on the bottom? I can't read it. Okay. This is a villain, not from McDonald's. I believe he's from the Jack in the Box commercials. Am I right? Where did he come from? Meyer would know. This is the kind of information that Meyer always knows. Um, Here's an old battleship. And I just have had this since 3rd grade, but I don't know its origin. This red mouse. It's kind of like that red gorilla that Meyer has. It's kind of like my version of that. And this zombie finger puppet was sent to me by John Goris, who I think is watching right now. Those Trump supporters are all garbage. This truck can be put under the Christmas tree. I've had this forever. Look how is that really how it works? Do they really have the engine like that? Does it really come up like that? I wouldn't even know. I kind of don't know. All right, so now I've the rock and roll drum from the 1950s from some kid's wonderful Christmas morning in the 1950s. We'll move that over a little bit. How about we put the Elvira car kind of in front of that? Where did she go? Over here. Okay. Okay, let's move this Munster coach. This is the same Munster coach that Captain Strangelove was showing recently on a show that I still haven't. There's so much stuff to watch now. All this Trump stuff. I haven't watched the end of either of the last two Captain Strangelove videos because I keep getting distracted. I try to watch them whenever I have a spare moment, but anyway, he was showing these. He showed them on our Halloween show, and then he showed them also on his show. So we'll put that there. These cars kind of go together, and then here's little. There's the Dragula car, but here's a little miniature Dragula. This is how I dust with my fingers. I'm going to do some dusting today too.
I don't think you better trust those, Karen. Might be gopher berries. Gopher berries? Yeah. Folks say anybody eats gopher berries has all kinds of things.
Here's a cool monster car that Dracula driving a car. And this little Micronauts guy, it's an unfortunate one of his positions. He has a drill there at his crotch. That's kind of the funny position that any kid would keep him in. I'll just put these sheep on top of the boxes here.
Giant, Colonel? Yes, Sergeant. And the Army teaches us to take
There we go.
And this is my opportunity to get rid of those gopher Indians. There they are.
Those gopher Indians. Oh my gosh, the 1960s were a wonderful time. Oh, and this one, look at that. And I've got some other toys with kind of macabre hot rods upstairs that I'm going to bring down and put with these, because it really is cool when you've got a bunch of stuff that's similar in nature together. I can put this battleship, whatever, somewhere else. I've got to be a better curator of this museum. Where would you put a battleship? And I'm going to move these little fellers.
You all right? Outrage. They won't get away.
What are people saying here? Werewolf by lunchtime, 50s America, and then it started going downhill. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No.
You say be kind. Gopher Indians always your friend.
I still don't get up as kind of quickly as I used to but I'm doing a lot better than I was before I lost this weight, and I don't want to put it back on. I'm done with soft drinks. I really encourage. It's an addiction, an incredible addiction to drink those that soda pop, man, pop, whatever you call it in your part of the country. Even though I'm wearing a Sprite shirt, I'm done, man. You're done. You're done.
It's time for us to go berry picking. Oh, what berry picking? No, never.
Well, you all be with us.
Oh, there's another sheep that should be over here. Look, everything's starting to. I have a sheep that represents each one of my pets that passed away. And then here's a Christmas thing that shouldn't be there. Okay.
Here comes the colonel with his sergeant. Both are roaring at the target. Go, 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 first bunch of go, 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 first bunch of go, go, go.
Yeah, that's Americana. Yeah, mid-century. That was really the focal point of all the coolness, and things were still great in the '60s. Really, the '70s it started to get weak. I mean, that's when I grew up, is during the '70s, and there was wonderful memories and everything. But the cartoons were all designed to be educational and teach lessons. These cartoons, there's none of that. There's none of the teaching lessons about sharing and all that you would be delivered in shows like Shazam and everything. Land of the Lost, that was a great show in the '70s, and but it wasn't as great as the '60s. And then things have just been tapering off ever since then. Okay, so we're done with the cartoons for this morning. We can go ahead and go over to Right Side Broadcasting. They are probably already on the air for whatever rally is going to start first today. Trump's going to be at 3 rallies today. And like I said, they are live. Um, let's see how long they've been on. Barely. They just barely started. They're going to be in. He's going to start in Gastonia, North Carolina today. So North Carolina must be a swing state. I would have thought North Carolina would be solidly for Trump, but what do I know about North Carolina, man? Okay. Okay. Man, we have just had 17 viewers. Now we have 8. Man, people are coming and going. Okay, so the wig, my zombie wig, is needs to be put somewhere. Um, I have there's a Betty Page wig of my wife's that's over here in this drawer over here. Maybe I'll put this over here in that. Oh, the cat, you sleep over here? Is this where you hang out? Yeah, I didn't know where you were, Mr. Allen the cat. He has secret locations where he hangs out. Okay. There's a Atari Breakout game that could go in the basement. ADT stickers. Oh man, what is this? It's my childhood. It's my childhood shirt. It doesn't quite fit me anymore. Uh, Almost. Maybe if I lose some more weight, what do you think? You think it'll fit? It's a smiley face. The big rage about 1970. Where would you display that? I used to have it on the Cookie Monster. Was wearing that, but I took it off. Okay. When Hurricane Milton struck, I ordered this book about Milton the Monster, the cartoon show. Um, and This is available on Amazon, by the way. Milton the Monster Horror Hill Epitaph. It's amazing the memories that are evoked when they name hurricanes Milton. It makes me think of Milton the Monster. I should put this on the book rack instead of throwing it on top of a pinball machine. What is this? It's lyrics to Benny and the Jets, and I also was writing down things that Joe Biden said because I put on a Halloween mask and I was pretending to be Joe Biden. Now that doesn't matter anymore since, I mean, technically he's still the president, but they're trying to make you think he isn't. They're trying to not mention him and as much as they possibly can. Um, okay.
RSBN's Matt Cain and Paula Scanlon shortly out there in North Carolina. As you see,
Okay,
President
so
Trump, his first stop of the day.
I just write.
In Stonian, North Carolina.
I just write IOTV.
And then onward to
November 2nd.
And then back to North Carolina all on the same day. So
I'll remember that this is a block of superhero cartoons. And this is the day it aired.
Going on right now as we are just a few days away. So this broadcast brought to you by Birch Gold Group. All you do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals. You'll get a free info kit as well through Birch Gold Group, as you see there on that screen. Text Trump to 989898. Also, you'll get a free Fight silver coin with a purchase with Birch Gold Group. Great people over there at the Birch Gold Group.
Okay, so I record the broadcast of Right Side Broadcasting. So let me back it up a little bit and start the recording on this new disc. Just put in. These Trump rallies get better and better. Okay, so that's recording.
Broadcasting Network of Matthew Alvarez. We are set.
So it is 7:15, 8:15 by old standards. As if you're just tuning in, I've already turned my clocks back. I turned them back a day early because I wanted to be iconoclastic. I don't know. I saw this like years ago. My wife thought I was crazy. Did I get this before I met my wife? I don't know. Anyway, when she saw it for the first time, she thought, "Why do you own that?" And I'm not sure why I own it, but it just seemed like a crazy looking Christmas decoration. Why don't we put it right here as we get into the Christmas spirit?
President Trump, his first stop of the day.
It's got weighted feet, so it stands up. Very good. We're getting into the Christmas spirit.
To Virginia and then back to North Carolina, all on the same day. So a lot of coverage coming up here on Red Tide Broadcasting Network. As you guys know, a lot going on right now.
Anyway, what did I write down that Joe Biden said? Look, oh, that's the thing, man. You notice all politicians, mainly Democrats, but I mean on both sides, whenever they're asked a question, they always start with look. And then sometimes they realize, oh, I started it without saying look, and then they stumble and they go back and say, look. And he says folks. That started with Obama. He's the guy that started using folks. That way he doesn't say ladies and gentlemen, because that doesn't include all the other people that aren't ladies and gentlemen. So they just say folks. Actually, it started with the guy with the mustache in the 30s in Germany. Volk, like the Volkswagen, the people's car. Guess what? Yeah, he'd always say, guess what? By the way, here's the deal. I'm the guy. No, I'm serious. Not a joke. Not hyperbole. I'm not making this stuff up either. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Yeah, he said. But Trump says, think of it. Biden says, can you imagine that? What does that say? Oh, I put cough because he likes to cough, and he always coughs into his hand. And then he shakes people's hands. Anyway, Herbert Hoover. Oh, he'd always say, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. And then he'd always say, I'm going to fight like the devil. Or he'd always mention the devil a lot. God bless our troops. He'd always say that at the end. And he'd always say it, even though in times we weren't at war, he said, God bless our troops at the end. And it's like, well, what is he thinking about it? Are we about to? Yeah, okay. Okay, that's the rest of the lyrics to Benny and the Jets. I kind of had written it down, and then I memorized it. Hey, kids, plug into the faithless. Maybe they are blinded, but Benny makes them ageless. We shall survive. Let us take ourselves along. This is the hard part, where we fight our parents out in the streets to find out who's right and who's wrong. It's easy to mess up that line. Where we fight our parents out in the streets to find who's right and who's wrong. Because you want to say to find out, but no, it's to find who's right and who's wrong. It's an interesting song, man. All right. Okay, this is the base to the Bride of Frankenstein little kit. Not kit, it's a little. I guess I should put this with the Bride of Frankenstein. Was she over here? Yeah, it should be over here. I've got to get this house cleaned up, man. It's insanity. Chompy Toyland says, cool, bye. Why the son says bye and they've never said hello. I didn't know you were there, but goodbye, Chompy Toyland. Man, these people have weird names. What's wrong with them? They should have normal names like Ratu Orloff. Oh, this is my father's jump log. Um, he, I guess you would write, it's date qualified parachute is 17th September 1958, 82nd Airborne Division. 20, these are all the jumps, and he writes jump number 5, he put ouch. Jump number 6, oh man, these were at Normandy. He was in France, Sicily. One he wrote, nice jump. Dolores's parents there. Okay, Dolores was my mom, so she's so my grandparents were there to see him jump. One of these he landed shooting trees. That was on 11th of March in Normandy, Advanced Airborne School. Um, Jump 7, easy. McKeever hurt leg. Jump 6, collided with Lieutenant Posey, hurt my back. Oh man, can't even imagine jumping out of an airplane. Uh, man, here's some. I need to put these. This is pictures of my wife as a little girl. I need to put these up with all the family items. Here she is with a cigar store Indian. And this is pictures of people that aren't related to me, but from the school that I used to work at, cheerleaders from the early '60s. And here's a postcard of Elsie the cow. Um, yeah, Elsie, the famous Borden cow, greets visitors in her tastefully furnished barn colonial boudoir. Yes, indeed. Okay. Here's a plane I was trying. Oh man, the glue. It's all messed up. This plane. It's not glued on right. Hold on. God damn. Swine. Let's put this plane somewhere. Where would be a good place for a plane? I'll just put the plane here like it crashed. This spaceman broke an arm, and I don't know where it is. So I'll just put him here. Got to put him somewhere where you won't see the arm. Um, no. Put him like he's posed with this giant bear, and you don't see his arm. Oh, Elvira, why did you have to do that? Why did you have to support Joe, whatever her name is, Kamala Harris? Boy. All right. What am I going to do with this comic book, man? This comic book has a little tiny trace of mold on the back of it. And so I don't want to put it with my other comics. And this one has a little bit of nastiness. I don't know if that's mold. I think that's just, it just looks icky. I'm going to put these books far away. Put them here. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay. So much I've got to do today. I've been to get stuff done today. I've been doing all these Saturdays. I'm not doing shit. I'm going to do it on camera. Okay. I don't know if this bulb is burned out or not. Here are my report cards from 1980 to 81, grade 10. All A's. Oh, in art class, I was all A's. Wait till you see the math grade. Okay. What is this record and why is it here? Why isn't it? Oh, it's got a look at that. See, it's got a. I don't know if you can see that. You see it's got a piece out of it. Actually, the record is unplayable. It not only does it have a piece out of it, the record is cracked. See, maybe you don't. You got to be careful. Look at 40. Somebody cracked the record. Do you see that crack, the split in it? What is the record? Oh, it's Bay City Rollers. You made me believe in magic and dance, dance, dance. So, what you do with something like this, you could throw it away, but it makes a good decoration. When you put a record on the wall, well, usually a record with a better. This looks too 70s, the Arista, but still has the nostalgic feel. And you can put a record anywhere, and then it evokes an era. Actually, there's already a screw there. I'll just hang the record on it. Uh, and then it gives you a feeling of a time, a world gone away, brings back memories, feels like yesterday. Okay, and we've cleaned one thing off the Elvira pinball machine. Oh, Elvira, why did you have to support Kamala Harris? My God. What are these little things? These are my wife's Bessame. They look vintage, but they're not. But they're just cool looking. Even to a guy, you would, find these cool looking. Because, it looks like something from the Kennedy era. Look at that. They're skincare essentials vanishing cream. So I need to get these up to her. PB Najay 444 says, I hope everyone has a blessed day. Blessed or blessed day. You can say it either way. Like Tarzan, Conan. You can say it either way. Blessed, blessed. I say it both ways. But yes, thank you. Oh man, one of these, one of these has a sun and one doesn't. Anyway, let me put this in a pile to take up to my wife, who I hope is sleeping right now. What else do I need? Okay, we have a Lord of the Rings bookmark with Gandalf, and the other just says Hobbits, and a little promo card for some terrible comic, but from some. Look at that. Some memories are best left forgotten. Exactly. Memories of Marvel in this time period when things look like that. Is this from what, 2008? Here's a little photocopy of an ad I clipped out of the newspaper. Oh, look at me shaking like. Okay. It's I was talking about these the other night with Meyer. Blood Feast Marathon, Gore Galore with 5 bloody hits, Blood Orgy, Nightmare in Blood, Blood Eaters, Invasion of the Blood Farmers, and Bloodthirsty Butchers, Dusk to Dawn. Starts today at the Cherry Lane Drive-In in Fort Worth. This was a much bigger ad. I shrank it down because I was going to use this in my magazine I used to put out called The Sophisticate. And I did use that. That's an extra. So if I ever do another fanzine, that's ready to go. I'll just put it in the files downstairs in the basement. But it doesn't belong on the top of a pinball machine. Oh, we have some Christmas ornaments that I would hang from my family from when I was a kid, but I don't have the hooks. So another one. This is one I grew up with. It was bought before I was born, and probably from the 50s or early 60s. I want to put these on the tree, but I've got to get some hooks. And Dollar General may have hooks because they now have all their Christmas stuff out. But I kind of promised my wife I wouldn't go out and start buying stuff. We're trying to be very frugal. I mean, we're just like all of you. We're having trouble. There's a GoFundMe that I set up to help us, but I feel kind of creepy mentioning it because we're all having financial trouble and stuff. And but if you want to support this network, there's a GoFundMe. I guess I should put a link to it. I haven't done it in a while because I don't like, but yeah, yeah. If you want to help out, because my wife has been feeling sick, sometimes much worse than others, but it's and going through a lot of depression, and then she can't do her job that she does on weekends, and then when we get further behind finances, and so if you want to help out, that would be good. I'll let me dig the link up and I'll put it on. I'll put these ornaments over here and then I'll get them on the tree. But over here, they're not preventing me from playing the pinball machine. Um, and Chip Creep Napalm, who's been watching forever, has recently appeared just on Wednesday on the show, and it turns out he's got an arcade that in his barn in the backyard, and he's going to give us a tour of it at some point when he gets it all fixed up. There's a model kit that's in pieces. Um, Let me put it into this. I'll try to put it back together at some point. Oh, here's an old Christmas ornament. I remember it's been around since at least the 1970s with my family. It's kind of ugly looking thing, but let's throw it on the tree, man. And thank you so much. I hope everyone has a blessed day. The comment, that's really good. Thank you for reminding us of it's good to stay grounded. We're just, I just come on and just bullshit, but it's important to remember God and stay in prayer and everything because we're all about to go through some some shit, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's just a few short days until things could go real. Um, what's the word? Um, what was the expression they used in the Korean War? Deep kimchi. I don't know, man. Maybe things will go great, and the Democrats will just say good game, and all will be well. Yeah, it's probably going to be that way, don't you think? I just think they'll just say, "Yeah, it's fine. You won, President Trump. Good game." I'll put this SSP racer down under the Christmas tree. That's good. I don't think the dog's not going to chew on that. Famous last words. This is look at this. This is the box that Bert came in. Bert the puppet. It's like a little fake television set you can use as a puppet show theater. Oh, look at that. I put a wacky package on it back in the 70s. Used to have this in my room and pretend I had a television set until the summer of 1976 when my parents bought me my own black and white television set. I got it upstairs. It was made in July of 76. So it's red, white, and blue GE little portable television. And then I was able to watch TV in my room and record TV shows onto my audio cassette recorder. But this is from Christmas of 1972, and the puppets were in these. I think at one time, well, I don't think I know the USS Enterprise model kit from AMT had a picture of the Enterprise on the top of the model kit box that was just the size of the screen, and I taped it in there. You can see where the tape used to be, and so it looked like I was watching Star Trek all the time. So this, I just put it under the Christmas tree to just evoke memories from, and then the puppet that went in that came in that box is right here, a little worse for wear. But I used to keep all these Muppet puppets in this Frankenstein trash can, but then I was keeping them out where I can actually see them because I've got this house that's real big now, so I can actually display things. But let's put Bert in the library. That seems like a sophisticated place to put him. And you're welcome to come on if anyone wants to talk. Maybe you want to clean up your house at the same time. Actually, I may put Bert up here, like he's. There we go, Bert. Perfect place for you. Okay. There we go. All right. Some ADT stickers that are almost, I've got them everywhere, but we don't even need this ADT security system. My wife wanted to get it, but it's such a wonderfully crime-free area that you really don't need one. It's seriously a place where people don't lock their door at night like the 50s, but things can change just like they did everywhere else in the United States. It used to be like Mayberry. Only need 4 more years of the border being wide open to prison gangs, and then pretty soon you're not safe anywhere. This is the base for my Star Trek commander Ken, which I don't even know where that is. I got it because it was a two. You had to get the Ken with the Barbie, and the Barbie was cool because it was based on Yeoman Rand, but the Ken looked lame. But it's cool to have this base because Ken is my real name, and I don't know. Maybe I can put a picture of myself on top of this. In fact, I probably could. There's probably one around here somewhere. Anyway, I'm just trying to find places to put shit. Let's see. Why don't I put this toxic waste? There's a tiki statue. I'll put this here, and I'll put the toxic waste on top of that. It looks very dignified. Now, ADT stickers. Maybe I should give these away in a giveaway, and you could pretend you have a security system. No, that would be wrong. Let's put those there. We'll put those somewhere, man. Okay, I'm making discs for John Goris. I am not finished. I am also making discs for Jambo Comics. Those are things I'm doing, but lately I'm all booked up recording Trump all day, but I am doing it. I feel bad, but Jambo's been waiting for a couple of 3 years for me to return some discs he sent me. I don't. It doesn't seem like he's bothered by it, but someone with good manners would never really tell me if they were, and he has good manners. This is a cool little thing, little lenticular thing from the '60s. Or let's twist. See that? Need better light. Oh my gosh. When you get nervous about stuff, you got to keep your mind occupied, and occupied by cleaning the house, and it'll all be clean by election night. I don't know. You can't even see that. Let's put it right next to this twisting girl here. Um, right there. How about that? Whoop, shit. Maybe I'll put it back here. Ooh, that's good. It hides the little pole that's holding Booberry up, right? And now it really looks like Booberry's floating. What do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? Where are all my peeps, man? Where's my posse, man? Where's Gratu and the Jerks, man? Let me put a link. Everybody's probably sleeping. Okay. Post comment. Okay. So here we go. This is how you come on. Okay, so it is, and in reality, 8:41 a.m. I've got how I wound up with a big giant mass of doll heads. I think I got them at a garage sale. I've got like a whole bunch of doll heads here. What do you do with a bunch of doll heads, man? There's something This is something that John Goris could use. I'm sure there's something that could be done. Oh yeah. Here's some matches. Zork is telling us we need matches to boil water. Here's a little bit of matches but we need to buy more. Um, some pens, put those somewhere. Batteries, I don't know if these batteries are good. I'll need to test them. The batteries don't need to be on top of a 50s pinball machine. Sup me says yuck. Yuck to what, sup me? I don't, there could be dozens of things that you could have seen that just made you say yuck. I don't know. Perhaps just my face. You have to be specific in your yucks. I'll throw the pins in there too. What are people saying here? Yeah, I don't know if sup me. I don't even, is that even that's probably a bad thing to say. I don't even know what that means. I think oh, this is broken. This is 1970s kind of kitsch. It's a little Pegasus. Oh, oh well, put that somewhere. About over here. What are you saying yet, too, man? How dare you? Okay, 3D glasses. I'm finding a lot of 3D glasses. These came from a Jack Kirby comic. Oh man, they're all crumpled. Um, let's see, they've got the Jack Kirby art on the earpieces. I had the comic somewhere, but somehow these became unseparated from it. And then here's 3D glasses from Catwoman of the Moon. Put those together. These are for CDs. So you can write labels on them. Put these over here. Here's a whole bunch of pencils, vintage pencils with names of businesses written on them. This one, some of them are pretty cool. This one's got monsters on it. See that? I'm upset that someone actually had sharpened it. I don't think that was me. I wouldn't have ever sharpened it. They're not really amazing. Kansas City. I think I got them all at one time. Um, Lewis Kirk Brick Company. All kinds of building brick. A phone call will bring someone a sample to your door. Central Expressway. Okay, this is Dallas. Phone EM34. See, it's got one of the old phone numbers. So this is early 60s, possibly 50s. So if you want to write a note and make it look, you old, you get some old paper from the 50s and use the 1950s pencil, and then everyone will think the scientists would study it and think this is written in the 50s. If you're trying to, create some forgery that, look, we found something written by some famous author, that undiscovered short story written by them. Maybe you could fake out people with a vintage pencil. I don't know what other good use they have. Here's the tick. There's something he's supposed to balance on. This is a Cleopatra monster high doll that my wife's, or I may have bought it for my wife as a present, but it's never been taken off the card. I need to do that, I guess. Night Tiger says, I'm garbage. Yes. Yes, we're all garbage here. That's wonderful like that, man. There's a lot of great songs about garbage men. I was talking about that earlier. And there's a cool band from the 90s, Garbage, with Shirley Manson. It's Garbage Man by the Cramps. There's all kinds of wonderful garbage references in our life. Now there's one more. Two sketchbooks from John Gores, his Batman one, and one just filled with skeletons and skulls. Put these in a safe place. And yes, John, I'm working on your discs. I'll get those to you soon. Um, Over here. Yes, indeed. John Gores. This is probably why Chip Creek Napalm said that you need to wait on seeing his arcade, because what happens is you get new things and you tend to put them down on top of the pinball machines, and then it's just like it's not really presentable because you got everything. So I'm going to put these two Muppets, Cookie Monster and Ernie. I'll put them where I traditionally put them, into this Frankenstein trash can, and it's known that that's not used as a trash can, so no one's going to be emptying it. It's never been used as a trash can since I got it when I was in second grade. This Frankenstein trash can, about 1972, in Hampton, Virginia. Okay, what is this here? Oh, this is an Addams Family book, children's book, and you can press on things that'll make different noises, but the battery needs to be changed. I guess you need a tiny little screwdriver to get rid of that battery, and I hope it isn't corroded inside. But let's put this with the books. I'm just doing what I would have done normally today, and bring you guys along with me. If you would like to come on, you're welcome to. Because if people are showing books, then or showing, talking about stuff, then you wouldn't have to just watch me cleaning here. Here's this is a let me dust it. This is an ashtray. This has some historical significance, actually, and I'll explain why. Um, Jack Ruby, is the guy that killed Lee Harvey Oswald. He owned several strip clubs in Dallas in the 50s and 60s, and this was one of them, the Theater Lounge, Dallas, Texas. Also the Carousel Club. Yeah, Jack Ruby was kind of a kind of a mob figure, and he was known as a friend of the police. The police liked him, and I guess were probably patrons of his clubs and bars, and that's why he was able to get into the police headquarters without really being stopped, and able to slip that gun right into the belly of Harvey Oswald. So anyway, this is a cool object with connections to the JFK assassination. Um, Here's my beloved Star Trek tracer gun from third grade. And I constantly finding, I must have gotten tons of packages of these little tracer things that shoot out of it over the years. I must have gotten, because there's tons of them all over the place, and so they're reunited with the gun. Another pen, a little. Man, I keep turning the camera sideways. Sorry about that. A little flippy dog. I'll put this dog over near the ashes of my dog Daisy.
All right, so that was Eric Doctor with Florida Voice News.
Place for everything in its place. This pen, we just established a location for pens just a few minutes ago. Cat's sitting there watching me. And does this flashlight work? Yes. Okay. Need to make sure I have batteries for the flashlights down in the basement in case things go bad this week or over the next couple of months. Here is a 45 RPM record. Two bands, I don't know them. Perhaps you do. Gruesome and Crikey Crew. Oh, they're doing a song Motorcycle. Oh, these are Japanese bands. It says, "Don't screw up your eyes." It's too late for me. It's from Bronze Fist Records, and this is from Osaka, Japan. These two bands, and I don't know how I came by this, but I've been into Japanese. The Japanese love 1960s garage rock. There's a great band, the 5, 6, 7, 8s, and then there's a great band called the what is that band? It's kind of like a Japanese Ramones. They were in my friend's movie. My mind's drawing a blank. But anyway, this is a. I just need to put this with my other records upstairs. Okay, it doesn't need to be on top of an Elvira pinball machine. I don't know how it got there, but I must maybe in the process of unpacking. In a minute, I'll take a break and I'm going to look at some famous monsters. If you want to, here's just something from a bank that can be thrown away. Okay, that's not important. What is this? No. Okay. Oh, you know what this is? This is a photocopy I made back in the 80s. They used to have these promotions where they would make it would look like you found a it would look like a $10 bill folded up, right? And they would just throw them around on the street or in different places. It looked like, so you reach down, there's something green, you say, "Oh, it looks like a $10 bill someone folded up and dropped out of their wallet." You would unfold the $10 bill and it would have and it wouldn't be a $10 bill, it'd be an advertisement for a movie. Sometimes they'd do that and it would be a religious message inside telling you, to get saved and things. And it's like there's money isn't that important. You need to be thinking about godly things, that kind of thing. But this one, you opened it up and it had an ad for Beast of Blood. And my friend had it in the 80s. I must have borrowed it and made a copy on my dad's photocopy machine at his real estate office. And I blew it up and made it bigger. So this is what you would get when you opened it. That dollar, this would have been smaller. More than $10 of super shock and entertainment awaits you when you see Beast of Blood, a gruesome experiment in horror, the first human head transplant. I really should frame this. So let me put this over here. That was also on top of the Elvira pinball machine. Yes, indeed. I'm finding some entertaining stuff here today. Am I on the right Wi-Fi? Because it seems like it keeps. Hold on a minute, guys. Shit. Yes, I am. Okay, here is a Cylon Raider covered in dust. Doesn't have its canopy. Needs to go somewhere, probably the basement. This goes with one of those where the wild things are figures, but this is where you put his foot, and it never really held him up. But oh, this is what I've been looking for. The dust brush has been buried under a bunch of stuff. That's why I haven't been able to dust. So it's like wonderful what I'm finding here. So I can dust you guys off. So let's dust him off. Yeah, this is good for dusting model kits.
Virginia, then we'll wrap up back here in North Carolina tonight for his third of three rallies today. I'm Matt Kane, joined here by Jackson Long.
3 rallies today. Can you imagine the amount?
Very exciting day. 3 days left until the general election. This will be the first of 10 rallies before election day on Tuesday. We're happy to bring you all that coverage all day long. Before we get to that, just going to read a quick message from our friends at First Gold. There is a lot at stake this Tuesday, regardless of who wins, abusing the economy has already been led, and even 4 years of conservative Trump presidency won't be enough to turn the tide on a $35 trillion.
I need to dust the Batmobiles, man. That is always an embarrassing thing whenever we go in the Bat room and the Batmobiles are looking all grungy. That's been something that we've been needing to do for possibly decades here at the Hotel Orloff. All right. That was really dusty. Come on, man. I don't know if this is really working. Yes, indeed. Why do I keep going sideways? Yeah, I still don't know what he said yuck about, man. Yuck. I remember Mr. Yuck. He was the evil cousin of the smiley face. He'd put him on things that were poison. This boot, I think, goes to a Beverly Hills 90210 doll. Like, I think the Brenda, the one that, Shannon Doherty. This is a claw that goes on the creature from the Black Lagoon, but it broke off and it's almost impossible to reattach because he fell down off the wall twice. What is over here, man? Why, it's a common writer. Which common writer is this? I don't remember. Common writer Zoll, I believe. I tried to make a copy of this. My friend had the original painting that said "The End," an independent international release that they actually filmed for the movie. And so this is one of. I think I got one once that, but this time this is a. It was off. The copier was off. I just thought that's so neat. Who owns an original painting that says "The End" from an AIP movie? He had it. That's me trying to make a bootleg version of it. It didn't work. Oh my gosh. I keep turning the camera side. I'm so sorry, guys, but I got shit to do here. This needs to be with the other Halloween masks downstairs. This I Dream of Jeannie, but this is Jeannie from the cartoon show from the early 70s. Um, this is something where you can build a Godzilla head that looks like this, but of course I'm never going to do that. Uh, okay, here's the instructions for my Western town, which are very essential because I've got that Western town. Oh, I should put that under the Christmas tree, actually. Um, it's in German. It's from a company called Big. But This was something my mom got out of the Sears catalog, I believe. Um, what are all these things? Oh, I see what these are. My gosh. Here's another color copy that was, my friend had a Frankenberry in the 90s box. It's from Canada because it's got French on it. But it was so cool because the Frankenberry didn't look like the 70s anymore in the 90s here in the United States. So I made a copy of that. And there's another something I made a copy of. And here's the Canadian Count Chocula that still looked like it did in the 70s. And what is all this? There's one of the girls from um, When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. Okay, what else is here, man? Bunch of stuff. Oh, here's some pictures of my grandfather. That. So that's something that needs to be framed. Yeah, those are family pictures. Just and here's all these books that John Goris wanted to see these. Yikes, almost dropped them. These books. He wanted to see these books. He saw them on my shelf, and he remembered these fondly from when he was a kid, from checking them out of the library. And I got these from a library sale. And so I pulled them up to show them on my show, and then they stayed on that top of that Kiss pinball machines for probably 6 months. So let's get them back down to where they're supposed to be. Yeah, there's a lot of work I need to do down here. This is where I need to be working, actually. Here's a Captain Kangaroo cup. Look at that, with these crazy eyes. Captain Kangaroo on acid. It's full of stars. Um, what do we got here? Oh, this is a good book that came out when the King Kong 76 movie was coming out. It's all about the history of King Kong. I bought that in sixth grade in 1976. Here's the Creep Show book that came out. It ties in with the movie, and it's drawn to look like an old EC comic with Bernie Wrightson art. This should be a first printing. Yes, it is. Bought that the second it came out in the bookstores, obviously. A lot of cool Richard Corbin books, all kinds of stuff here. All right. Incredible. All right. It's a little cold down here. Let's see what it's set at here in the basement. It's set at 70. And it's not freezing down here or anything. Okay, so that's done. Okay. What time is it? Come on, 9:08. About an hour till I need to wake my wife up. I know 8. Okay, it looks like these machines are starting to look clearer. This was given to me. It's like in the worst condition possible, but it's one of those DC collector's item editions. Marvel called them treasury editions. That needs to go with the others. I was talking about this the other day. This is the only foray I ever made into Dungeons and Dragons. A lot of my friends got into Dungeons and Dragons in the late '70s, and I thought, man, that is a bridge too far into nerddom for me. But I saw them with their monster manual, and I said, well, that actually looks pretty cool. Now, do I want to spend all night on the weekend playing this stupid game with you? The game that, no, it's not, no offense if you love it. It just was something that required you to read all these books, and you have to do math. And the artwork's pretty crummy, you know. But I thought it's cool to have this. Some of the art in here is actually good. Most of it isn't. But it's just an encyclopedia of monsters. The art looks like it was done by, high school students. But I just liked having all these monsters collected together. It was just, ladies and gentlemen, you kind of waiting to see who it is, and they say the First Lady Melania Trump, she gets a loud ovation. I think it's because MAGA and the people of this country understand that while President Trump has been attacked. So I don't know, these old, this here, see that? I was just talking about the band The Cramps. There's a bootleg 45 of The Cramps, and someone stole that artwork there's a bootleg Cramps record with that artwork on the cover. It's always good to see the two of them. Let me see about. This is the third edition from December 1978. They write it there. By Gary Gygax, 1977, 78 TSR games. I don't know what a third edition's worth. I'm not selling it, so it doesn't matter. It's not really one of my prized possessions. It's kind of one of those things. It's like you kind of have to explain why you own it. It's like, well, how much did I spend on it? Because that really is the city that Donald Trump built. Where's the price on this first Schluggener thing? Beautiful, elegant first lady. I thought she represented incredibly well during her time in the White House. Hopefully, she'll be back. This book provides a complete alphabetical listing of all monsters encountered in the various works which comprise the advanced Dungeons and Dragons game system. It is an invaluable aid to players and dungeon masters alike. There's no price that I can see. She was smeared. I thought that was one. It originally came out 27 September of '77. You expect the president to be attacked, especially President Trump. Okay. So that was. But anyway, I have to explain why I own it. Just like Funko Pops, also embarrassing to own those. But one takeaway, well, aside from President Trump, who was terrific, who was your favorite speaker at Madison? Oh man, that was. Hold on a second, let's Joe. I'll tell you, I'm biased. I'm just going to say I'm biased. My favorite speaker, other than President Trump, was Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Yeah. I've had the mayor at my church several times, and him and I have a very
building. I mean, it was.
All right.
It was incredible. It was. Yeah. Now we have Paula here. I'm gonna have her hop on.
Random poster. What does stream be about? I guess you're. It's okay. The stream. It's. Remember when Jerry Seinfeld used to say that the Seinfeld show was a show about nothing? That's what this show's about. Nothing.
Meyer. Jackson Wallmeyer's all my.
I've been cleaning the house
There's not too many
the last hour. Earlier, I talked to a wonderful gentleman from Portugal that is very knowledgeable, and apparently, he's the only interesting person in Portugal from the way he describes his country. So, what is this show about? Pop culture, Americana, and stuff from other countries too, but mainly Americana from mid-century, 1950s, 40s, 60s, little into the 70s. Monster magazines, monster model kits, hot rods, comic books, horror movies, basically everything that parents disapproved of and wanted to throw away as soon as you had your back turned or went off into the army or whatever. They'd chunk it all into the trash. This is stuff that, if you brought it to school, would get you into trouble. Mad Magazine, things like that. That's what the show's about. Now, should I narrow it to a more laser focus? I mean, I've in the past done a lot of shows just about comic books, but I'm about to show something. We're about to look through some comics. I'm getting to that.
This time I recognize if the church doesn't get involved, America's in a lot of trouble. So it's good to see pastors waking up to that, Christians waking up to that.
What does stream be about? The stream be about everything that's cool. And you'll be cool too, Daddy-O, if you watch this show. Rock and roll music. How did I leave that out? Except I can talk about rock and roll music, but I can't play it for you because they get a copyright claim or a strike if it's the Beatles or something. So all I can really do is show you things, or you know, anything cool. We'll talk about anything. Right now, the channel's kind of about Donald Trump because what else could it be about right now? If you don't think about Donald Trump most of the time during the day right now, you're not a real American. Anyway, so right now it's about this Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Ugh. It was not pretty seeing my friends all sink into this. It's like, hey man, I had to have talked to someone during lunch. Everybody sank into this. Horrible. No offense if you love Dungeons and Dragons. I'm sure it's great.
Kamala Harris telling Christians not welcome.
But so we're Beanie Babies. No, it's all right. I mean, I like games that you could just. I like games like I played with my older brothers, like Risk and Stratego. Stratego, that was a cool game. The Green Ghost, things like that. Monopoly, the game of life, things that you can play, and you didn't need to like read all these college level textbooks in order to be into that stuff. Man, I don't know. But I got this one book. It's my only Dungeons and Dragons object in the house. So put it back on a shelf and probably never look at it again for the rest of my life. Okay. Here's the Avengers. These are the Avengers that didn't support Kamala Harris. The TV show from England. Whole book about it. Cost me $10.95 back several generations ago. That was a lot of money back then. Ooh, look at this. Now, this is a cool book. Man, let's sit down and look at this for a little bit. Fiddle Chip says, never played D&D first edition. I don't, did you play second edition? I don't know what any of the, I don't know what's different between first edition and later editions. I don't know. That was,
And if we don't use our voice,
anyway, that book would have been purchased about 1978.
you mentioned some things, mutilating children.
This is called the UFO Evidence.
You would have mentioned
Third edition is my era. What year would third edition be? I don't know if that monster manual being the third edition has anything to do with the game being the third edition. That might be, that probably means third printing, and maybe they make slight changes to it. I don't know. That is not something I know anything about. I only bought that because of my love of monsters, which will be demonstrated in a minute as we look at my famous monsters collection. Although I don't own enough of those. This is, I don't know. I got this somewhere. It used to belong to someone named Julia. I don't know what the last name is, but it's cool. It's from 1964. Published by the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, NICAP.
The way you win is if we swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't.
Maybe, this is probably just as nerdy as Dungeons and Dragons, honestly, but to me, it's cooler. This is a. Who knows? Maybe the space aliens will show up to protect us from Kamala Harris. Published by National, this address. Yeah, I don't know. It's something I bought at some point. What did I pay for it? It looks like I don't know. It's a collector's item. Don't you know?
To a lot of venues, and I think that there's something really special about an outdoor venue going on.
It's
So
nice.
it's definitely,
Especially,
it makes me nervous. Makes me really nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty much just like the Dungeons and Dragons book I just showed you.
Picture of that this morning, but definitely there's something about outdoor venues that still always makes me a little
Is it
bit
10,
nervous.
15 yet? No.
Anyway, we were just talking about how what your stance is on churches being political.
In the new time, it will be
if you don't engage in the culture that's
9 o'clock in the time that you will soon switch to. I'm talking Central Time anyway.
He told us where to occupy.
A lot of people that I've never seen before. Maybe YouTube algorithm is recommending people to the stream because I'm noticing I'm getting a lot of new people lately. It might be that someone was telling me, I think it was Meyer, if you post very often, then YouTube gets confidence in you that you're someone that's regular, and then they recommend you to people because it looks like you're someone that's reliable, that's going to continue providing content. And then because I'm getting a lot of people that I've never seen before, or they might be using pseudonyms. I don't know. Oh, whatever. That's good. It's a good thing. You're all welcome. We're just cleaning off the top of pinball machines. That's what most people are doing this morning. If you're not out voting, go vote. If your local town, city is allowing you to vote on Saturday, it'd be a good thing to do. Oh, a couple more books. Let's see what these are. Why did these wind up on top of the KISS pinball machine is the question. This is something that never flew in the United States. It's one of those things that they love in Europe. That it's a household name in Europe, but we don't know it here. And it's this Asterix character that I've seen forever, especially as a kid when I was living in Germany. You'd see this. I didn't know. But this is a big deal in Europe. The art is great. I don't know if this is the original artist. I don't know much about this character. He's a Viking.
Wow.
The artwork is cool. It's just there are animated films of this character.
What university was?
It's just something that just never was really brought over to the United States, or when it was brought over, it just never took off here. I'm not sure why. Here is a coffee table Archie book from Craig Yo.
Jesus calls Christians.
Here's why do I say the Craig Yo? It's like he's an object. Craig Yo. Craig Yo puts out fantastic books.
Eradicate evil from this world until Jesus returns.
It's just got great stuff. How comic characters are made. This is anything put out by Craig Yo is going to be astonishing quality.
Which does not come from the government. You're right.
All about the Archie
When you use your rights that are
comic book.
to glorify God, I believe He's very pleased.
Absolutely, and that's really what a lot of people struggled with in a situation.
I was talking about Little Archie with somebody. Oh, it was Spinner Rex Studios was on. He didn't like Little Archie. Little Archie is
and to say it's okay if you take my spot, but
Little Archie is revered like Uncle Scrooge is revered. There are Disney comics, and then there's Uncle Scrooge, and then there's specifically the Carl Barks Uncle Scrooge that changed people's lives. Everybody knew when that stuff was coming out in the 50s and early 60s. It's like there's one artist. There's an artist that we can tell that this guy's really good, and his stories are amazing. And they call and people in the collecting, not that I wasn't even born then, but I know this, that the collectors, comic collectors, called him the good duck artist. And then I think in mid to late 60s, it turned out that the name of the artist was Carl Barks, because Disney didn't put names on anything. Normies probably just figured Walt Disney drew everything, just like Bob Kane signed all those Batman stories for decades, and people thought, well, Bob Kane must have drawn all of these. His style must change, but no, he was using tons of other artists. He never really drew shit, honestly. People insult Stan Lee. Stan Lee was great. His writing was great. Yeah, he took too much credit for things on more than a few occasions. I realize that, but I'm not going to knock someone that made my childhood that much fun. Bob Kane really was behind almost nothing of what we love about Batman. So I know that Bob Kane's kind of a jerk asshole, but I love the Batman character and everything about it. I just know that's not really the guy.
So I just like
I just kind of came up with the name, and that's about it. From what I've determined over the years, but
state to state, telling everybody.
Archie, man, several great artists over the years. Harry Lucy, Bob Montana, Dan DeCarlo are the main people, and you can kind of spot, once you can spot their styles. But also this comic Little Archie.
If it was ever
Sorry, the people in the know, Little Archie, that's kind of like the Uncle Scrooge. It's like I don't hear many people talk about Little Archie, but it's yeah, they're great comics. Just gotta trust me on that.
I voted for the first time early. It's the first time I've ever voted.
How was that? What was that like?
It was a little bit weird, definitely, but I'm glad it's over. And honestly, the reason that I did it is obviously we work in a space.
The truth about today's teenagers, as seen by Dr. Bob Montana, who has made a searching study of this piece. Wait a second, was Bob Montana really a doctor, or was this that might be a joke, actually?
It was, I mean, it was
Might be.
pretty normal.
Like when I call myself Dr. Gratu Orloff.
I will say, in 2020, I was a swing state voter, so I felt a little bit more important in 2020. This time around, I live in a solid blue state.
Here's a self-portrait of Bob Montana from 1969.
In a red state because he could win the popular
About
vote.
that.
So I
Um,
can't emphasize enough how.
let's get Mayor McCheese in and make McDonald's great again. If, if McDonald's should do that. That's a brilliant idea, Kevin. McDonald's should run with this. I mean, it would piss off a lot of people if they start really playing up this Trump thing. But they should say, yes, we're going to make McDonald's great again and bring back all the characters they stole from H.R. Puff and stuff. Basically, from Sid and Marty Krofft, all those McDonald Land characters were kind of, they didn't steal, it was, they stole a style, but it's, Mayor McCheese is real close to HR Puff and stuff. But anyway, yeah, they should bring them all back. Why did they take them away? What was it? They were trying to make McDonald's more sophisticated and erudite so that adults would like to go there and get their coffee in the morning without seeing all these juvenile clowns and hamburglers and grimace. And why did they take that away? I guess they were thinking it made it look like it was just a kids' restaurant. No, it was wonderful. Stupid. It was like when they took all the Holiday Inn signs down, those beautiful flashing neon signs on the highways. That was another step down into socialism, into communism. Whenever you make the society uglier, it's all part of their plan. And I know I sound crazy, like some character out of Dr. Strangelove, but it's really true. That's why McDonald's now, the building looks like a prison. All of those fast food places you go to, they just look like boxes. No decoration. Taco Bell used to look magnificent. I thought so. Does he have the stamina to be president of the United States? Anyway. Absolutely, yes. Did you go back to sleep, Kevin, and then wake up again? Or have you been awake this whole time, man? This is a great book, man. What am I? I need to get these books down off the shelf and look at them more often. I don't know why this was sitting on. Oh, I think I do. I think I pulled it out of the secretary here and wanted to put it on the bookshelf, but there was no room on the bookshelf. I mean, you saw the one interview that she did by herself. I think that's what happened.
I did, yes.
That was brutal.
Yeah, and then they're just claiming
All
that
right.
it was rude or something. That's what
That was brutal.
the mainstream media is doing. I mean, it's
It's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm not media. It's kind of weird being up here. Like to my right, I got ABC. I'm seeing CNN. I feel like I'm in the lion's den up here. It's an interesting,
Anyway,
interesting
I've
vibe.
got to go to the restaurant. I'll let you guys watch Right Side Broadcasting for a moment.
but at a rally, I've been sitting on the ground.
Let's check on the chemtrails first, because every Saturday morning they've been crisscrossing over this area. Oh, and just as I mentioned chemtrails, there comes Zork. Good morning, Gratu and friends. Oh my gosh. Zork appears usually on Saturday morning, and we're really close to D-Day now. Look at this Zork. I put a Trump. You see that? The Trump flag? Let's go out and look at it now in the magnificent sunlight. Of course, I'm probably just directing all the. Oh, there isn't local Antifa. Oh, I can see it's going to rain. It looks like rainy clouds over there, ladies and gentlemen. Chemtrails. I don't know. It's a beautiful fall day here. There you go. How about that, Lady Joe? Zork says, I hope to be honored with my own cereal after the apocalypse. Dozens of potential sales on the line. Zork cereal? Yeah, that sounds like something they'd sell at Aldi. Aldi would always have this kind of bootleg cereal that all where they tried to make it look like the happy little characters on most sugar cereals, but they'd always wind up looking very evil and demonic, whatever things they would come up with. Anyway, Kevin, did you see the here? The look. I showed it earlier. I wasn't sure if you were awake when I showed it. The guy, um, Collier Cole Wilms, the guy that came from this town. Look at this up. It says Godzilla Bigfoot inspire high school grad success. He graduated in 2014, so he's a young guy. But this is his. He has this write up in the local paper. So I'll make a copy of that, and or whatever, I could just read it on the air to you or something here in a minute. Laugh out loud, marshmallow bullets. Kevin says, yeah, I went back to sleep. I had the new old menu at Taco Bell last night. Oh man, I've seen pictures of that on what do you call it? Facebook ads, where they have all the different food from the past that you can get. Is it all sold as a set, or you buy the items individually? Shit, man. You hate the places when they're around, and then when you're around and we're in the middle of nowhere, you miss these places like McDonald's. And I'd be eating well, no, I'd be giant fat, but I almost feel like I really should support McDonald's after this wonderful thing about a week and a half ago. But I'm trying to lose weight. Zork says, "How was the quality cup?" And he says, "Oh, that's cool. Maybe we get him on the show." Yeah, we need to get him on the show, man. If only on a stream, like a live stream. But since he lives so close, man, that would be cool if I got him right here in this living room, man. I think he'd like the monster collection around here. It's just, I just providing he's not on the other side. I mean, with a big giant Trump sign, you just never know. He's cool, but I don't. He could have fallen to the dark side, to the Harris side. This is a little bookmark. Look at that. I guess you just put it in a book and it looks like some crazy creature, but you can hang it. I've got some hanging on this sign here. Little guys. There's a little mummy and a little goon.
I mean, and that's what happens when you're in an outdoor venue, I think. So
Where can I put him?
it's just wonderful.
Where can you put a goblin when you need it?
It's an important swing state. Obviously did well there.
You get them individually. I ran the whole gauntlet, man. You should get some and eat it live. You get some on the way to your store today and eat it live on the air. Sork, I voted for Trump yesterday. Good. Went at 3:45 p.m. Thinking it would be a full in the demand. I think it would be. I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. I barely can see. I went at 3:45 p.m. thinking it would be a lull in the demand to vote, but nope, it was a 2-hour and 18-minute wait. Yes, and it got worse after I left. Did the people? You can kind of look at people and tell who they're voting for. Did they look like they were uh, Trump voters? Um, where can I put this monster? Okay. Can I put him on a Christmas tree? No. See, this is how the Christmas tree is looking. On Tuesday, I'm supposed to be getting a package from Kevin, and then I'll have a bunch of jigglers I can put. I don't know. How many jigglers were there? Do you remember the count of jigglers? Oh, I can put him on a cup. Let's move the Wolfman back. The Wolfman's in this cup because his legs are dangling, only held on by his pajamas. So we'll put the monster there. Yeah, they look perfect on. That's really where what they should be is little cups. Okay. Let's see what people are saying. Gotham City. The quality is not better, but I had a little flashback of what it once was. The '60s tostada was the best of the four items. Second was the green burrito. Zork, it was hard to tell. There was a wedding at the Justice of the Peace. A cowboy was marrying a stripper. I'm not kidding. Well, at least he's making an honest woman over. It's like an old Western movie. It's kind of like Gunsmoke, right? His girlfriend was Miss Kitty, who basically ran a brothel. They never really came out and said it. She was, that was what her profession was too. You just had to kind of infer it. It was probably more heavily inferred on the old time radio series than on the TV show. I don't know. But we all know that. Those who know how to look know that's true. Okay, I shall return.
He's running against such a weak and vulnerable candidate in Kamala Harris. She's not really gaining any traction with any voters, and yet President Trump is not taking anything for granted. He's proven to people in this country he's trying to earn their vote. He's really not, saying, "Well, I have North Carolina. I even won it in 2020 when there was a lot of fraud that went on." He's still coming here multiple times, going to these states where he's looking pretty good. But then he's reaching out to these other states. He just visited New Mexico, not a state that people really talk about. He visited Colorado just a couple weeks ago, another state that's gone blue predominantly. He was just in New York. You see, President Trump is not only not taking the states he's won for granted, he's really trying to branch out into some of these blue states that have not really voted for Republican in a very long time. But he sees that there's vulnerabilities right now because of all the chaos of the Democrats and the Biden-Harris administration. He's making a strong play in a lot of these states, and it's pretty historic to see.
Yeah, again, this campaign trail has just been so impressive to me in so many different ways. We were just talking about like the logistics of it this morning and just saying how he's flying to Virginia and coming back to North Carolina. And I don't think you guys understand how taxing it is, how time consuming it is, and again, it just shows that he wants to make sure everyone feels heard and everyone feels excited. I mean, he's coming to places that are maybe not so popular or not so easy to get to, and he makes effort. And so I think that the people really appreciate that. It shows the American people really where he is and that he's a man of the people. And again, people here, it's a Saturday. There's a million other things you could be doing. Watching football, taking your kids to do activities, whatever it might be. And again, I'm actually shocked at how many people. This is a pretty small venue.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. They probably don't expect that night. No, there are people behind us actually in the cameras that way. You guys are not going to see.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
I mean, how fun is this campaign though? You look at what's gone on. It's weird because there's been a lot of terrible things that have gone on. The attempts on President Trump's life, the lawfare. But he is really, and obviously a lot of the insults that have been thrown at him and his supporters. Obviously, a lot of lies that have been exposed by Kamala Harris. But just in
Okay. Let's see what people are saying here.
Led President Trump really making a lot of impromptu stops in places like Harlem, the South Bronx.
It was cold out, apparently. Oh, okay. I think I know what you mean there. And Zork says, good to hear it. It wasn't totally bad quality, Kev. Good to hear it wasn't totally bad quality, Kev, yes. Gotham City Comics says, I can't remember how many jigglers are in the set. The boxer with the Siamese twin coming out of his side is the best. Yes. Yeah, they all, do you know what? We should come up with a new thing better than Ultimate Fighting Championship and just having Siamese twins either box or wrestle. What about that? Boxing only allows Siamese twins in to the league. So the stripper was wearing off.
He wrapped up last night around midnight in Wisconsin. He's dancing on stage. Nobody's leaving.
The stripper was wearing off-white, but the dress was cut just above her behind. Very well endowed up top, no bra of any kind. She brought her friends. They were all dressed similarly, LOL. So you were in the line to vote and you were saying this was the entertainment they brought to you. Sork says, I give the marriage 2 months. The cowboy looked happy, though. Poor sap. Well, what if it lasts forever? I mean, it's possible. You gotta.
They're miserable. They're losing it. People are dropping left and right. out of that campaign because they see that as a sinking ship. And the Trump campaign.
I don't know. I never saw Pretty Woman, the movie. It seemed to work in that movie. Right? Okay.
The people have a blast. I was really
So,
to be a part of it.
It definitely is, and it's so
oh
funny
shit!
because,
I gotta keep looking at the time.
when they text,
The
I get
time is 9:44.
getting these texts, and they're like,
In half an hour, you wake my wife up.
"Give me $25 for Kamala Harris."
Um,
To which I
I get an
responded,
action figure of a midget Mexican wrestler next week.
"Clearly not." And
Okay, that's great. Stork says, I have a feeling her other three husbands will find out and it will be trouble. Yeah.
feeling very welcomed.
Who knows?
Reported on that. Which, again, that's something that, again, the mainstream media is not going to cover. That's something that people are not willing to talk about, really. That, again, you can come here and not welcome you. And when we talk to people,
Okay,
they're making new friends.
I'm going to look at famous monsters. Why? Why not? But Halloween's over. Well, if you're someone that says, but Halloween's over, this is the wrong channel for you to be subscribed to, ladies and gentlemen. That's Halloween's never over. Halloween's over when we say it's over. Um, okay. This is a shitty collection of famous monsters. I'll set it up with that because, first of all, I was born at the wrong time. I was born in 1965, which technically makes me, what is it, Gen X? Is that what they call it, or is that some comic book from the 90s? Gen X? Yeah, I think so. I think Gen X starts 65 to sometime in the 70s. But I identify as a baby boomer because, that's where I gravitate to that time period. Um, but what is going on here? Digital book burnings. When do the Christmas cartoon shows start? Says Friar Tuck. Well, they're already starting. The only reason I'm not playing Christmas music right now is I've got Donald Trump rallies going on the TV. But I already have the Christmas music already going, and I've shown you guys where to get the good Christmas music. And I'll show you again if you remind me here in a little bit. But the Christmas tree is already over there, and I'm already decorating it with rubber jigglers from the 60s and 70s. And it's looking magnificent. And I've got another Christmas tree over there. And the Christmas stuff over here, well, right there, that's been up all year. It makes it a lot easier when you never take your Christmas decorations down. It's really, that's the way to go. I highly recommend it. Okay, so I start with my earliest famous monsters is from September of 1962. Now that's embarrassing, I know. You know what's cool is that when I was in elementary school in 1973, 74, my third grade year, the movie Tales of Terror was, they brought it in 16 millimeter and played it in the school cafeteria like at 6 or 7 o'clock at night to raise money for the PTA or something. Somebody rented the movie. And we got, and I went to watch this movie in my elementary school cafeteria, Regency Place Elementary. I'm so sorry to hear how bad San Antonio's gotten. Last Saturday, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills appeared on the show right about this same time. Maybe he'll pop on again. Maybe I need to put the link again there. And he was telling me how bad San Antonio had gotten with this Trin de Aragua, or whatever it's called. I'd never heard of it before until he mentioned it. Now I've heard them all week since he mentioned it. I've heard Trump mention the name of this. It's a gang, apparently out of Venezuela, and they don't have tattoos that show their gang affiliation. I mean, a lot of them have tattoos, just like everybody's got tattoos nowadays, but they don't have a common tattoo that identifies them. And the gang, it started in a prison and was run out of a prison for years, but now I think everyone's escaped from the prison, or anyway, everyone's up here. The whole gang is up here, and these are the people out of Venezuela that are taking over whole apartment complexes. Like, well, you pay rent to us now, you know. And apparently that's now happening in San Antonio as well. And San Antonio's somewhat close to the border. Of course, San Antonio is an old town, city. It was there when Texas was Mexico. Beautiful. Of course, that's where the Alamo is, you know, and the River Walk, gorgeous, you know, stuff, architecture that was been there, you know, since forever. It was there when the Alamo was there when the dinosaurs were. Oh, someone's coming in. Who could this human be? It's Tush. Sage. Hello, Tush.
Greetings, Grotto.
Oh, okay. All right. I figured it was you. Oh, you sent me a private message. I'm just now seeing that. It's just now popping up. It says hi. Yes, I figured that Tush would be. You gotta have different identities to fool the man. So we'll call you Tush today. Uh,
Well, it's a
so,
reference to Bachelor Party from 1983 or 4.
well, I first think of ZZ Top, but Bachelor Party? I saw that a million times, but I don't remember that reference.
It was
Uh,
the song that was when the donkey. I was just thinking the border and the
yeah.
Boys
Oh, yeah.
Town and the donkey show.
I saw that movie. Here's the thing: I was working in a movie theater. Well, remember the Lowe's Theater in North Arlington,
Yeah.
uh, on right on Collins and whatever. Do you remember
Mhm.
that Lowe's Theater?
Yes.
Yeah, I worked there in the summer of '84. I could have torn your ticket or something,
Possibly.
but it was the summer that Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Star Trek 3, the Search for Spock, Bachelor Party was there, Prince, Purple Rain.
A big
Uh,
summer.
yeah, it was a big summer. It was. I think some of the sequels were disappointing when, like I think Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was very disappointing compared to Raiders of the Lost Ark. Star Trek, the Search for Spock was not that they weren't good movies. That was disappointing compared to Wrath of Khan, which was just magnificent.
Yes.
Uh, Ghostbusters was big. Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty big summer. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but I remember a Bachelor Party I saw a million times, and of course
It was
that's
funny.
another.
I can't watch it anymore because obviously Tom, is in it. But
Yeah,
yeah, I thought it was hysterically funny
I'm
for
trying to
many years.
remember. I know I hate Tom Hanks because of his stance on the whole COVID thing.
Mhm.
He was one of the first celebrities that got it, and it was so cool that he
Oh,
got
he
it.
was on the Epstein passenger manifest and he
Oh,
left
that's
the
what it
country.
was. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to get my celebrities straightened out why I hate them. But he was someone that was always someone you liked. And
Originally, yeah.
yeah, and all the Avengers today, or maybe it was last night, came out in support of Harris. So it's like Iron Man, Black Widow. They were calling them by their Avengers names. But that's not the real Iron Man. That's Robert Downey Jr. He's not the character,
Well,
but
they're
he did do a good version.
the whole Diddy file thing apparently blows Epstein out of the water. And I just don't understand why we're not seeing anything yet. I mean, they've had him in custody for they've had him for a minute, as the kids like to say now.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, are there recordings of Jennifer Lopez and stuff? I don't know. I
yeah.
mean, I'm hearing things that are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Ben Stiller, like basically half of Hollywood at least.
Oh, Ben Stiller was really. I was talking about him a few hours. How long ago? Oh, shit, I've been on 4 hours and it's not even 10. Um, Ben Stiller. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, he's someone I hate that I once liked, but I hated. I
Like
saw.
I basically I have to go back and watch like 60s movies and maybe 70s movies now because I just everybody who was in all the movies that I liked, they're all suspect now.
Yeah, but you go back to those great movies, and then you see, well, there was some real weird shit going on then too with Roman Polanski, and there were a lot of Satan worshipers and stuff, and that's kind of what drew him all that Manson stuff in. I don't know, but it's probably always been
No
bad.
one's ever going to convince me though that Lee Marvin had anything to do with any of that mess.
No, no, or John Wayne. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, there were genuine. Yeah, right. Johnny Weissmuller, all that. Although Johnny,
Exactly.
there was a horrible story. I think I started a train of thought last Saturday, and I got diverted from Kenneth Anger's Hollywood Babylon books. And I was thinking of Johnny Weissmuller's wife was Lupe Velez, who was this really beautiful actress from Mexico, and they called her the Mexican Spitfire, and she was in a bunch of movies. But she committed suicide. I don't know if she was still married to Johnny Weissmuller. I don't think she was. But in that Hollywood Babylon book, it has all these salacious gossip, kind of like stories that would be in the gossip magazines about all the classic stars, some that aren't remembered now, but just horrible stories about how they ended up. But Lupe Velez decided to, oh, you're not even allowed to say that word on YouTube. What are you supposed to say? Unalive herself? But anyway, she took a bunch of pills, and then she laid herself out on the bed, and crossed her, and then had rose petals everywhere around her, so she'd be
Very
found
dramatic.
beautiful.
Very
And
Sunset Strip.
she wanted to be found beautiful, and
Yeah.
then of course when she was found, her face was submerged in the toilet because she was vomiting. So
Right,
it
because at the
did,
last
but there
minute
were
she was
still
like,
a
"Oh,
lot of
wait a
pretty
second."
there were still a lot of pretty rose petals though on the bed. It's stories like that. It's like, why do I need to know this story? Because Kenneth Anger is a Satan worshiper, and he wants to bring everything down. He was a childhood star in the 40s, and then he wrote those Hollywood Babylon books. And some of it's not all just about people dying. There are fascinating things in it, like, well, the reason the book's called Hollywood Babylon is, you know, uh, D.W. Griffith made The Birth of a Nation, and it was for years considered to be a magnificent film, and now people are very don't really like to talk about that movie. It was the first long movie. Before movies, if they were 10 minutes long, that was an epic in the
Yeah.
silent movie days. And he made a long movie like movies are today, and it was about the Civil War and the aftermath of the Civil War. And it showed Lincoln being shot, it showed battle scenes, it was magnificent. But then after the war, it shows the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, and it depicts them in a heroic light. In fact, that's really the point of the book it's based on. It's about the rise of the Klan and how, and so, it's one of those things. It's a historically important movie, but like people don't really like to talk about it. But even back then, people were like, holy smoke, because the Klan became huge in the 20s. There was a revival,
Yeah,
and it was,
there were three incarnations of it. The first, led by Nathaniel Bedford Forrest, which was it was more of a revolt against Reconstruction and the carpetbaggers. And then there was the second that was after Birth of a Nation, which was
yeah.
just
So,
purely,
so-
hate anyone who's not
yeah.
like, us.
Well, so
And then there was the
DW,
third.
yeah, DW Griffith was embarrassed. It's like, oh no, even then. And so his next movie was called Intolerance. So he made a movie about that showed three different times in history, and it showed intolerance, and it was basically a movie. His apology for making a Birth of a Nation. It was also a silent movie, but it was a giant epic, and one of the stories in it was set in ancient Babylon, and he built a set that was Babylon. And back then, these artists, these sculptors, these artisans said, they're immigrants from Europe that coming into Hollywood to build these. They built it to, I mean, like
Yeah, they could have left it up.
unbelievable. Like these state fairs, these world's fairs. They used to build these buildings
Mhm.
that were just like, oh my god.
They'd actually build like legit cities and then tear them down after 6 weeks.
Yeah,
It's like, hey, You could just leave them up, and they did some of them. Some pieces are still up today in L.A.
So if you look up, if you just type into Google or whatever search engine, Intolerance Babylon, you'll see these sets that were just, they weren't miniatures. They were reality big sets with giant steps going up to these palaces. But they had these giant white elephants up at the top. I don't know if they worshipped elephants in Babylon or whatever the hell they worshipped back then. Probably the same gods that Hillary Clinton worships, Moloch or whatever. But you could see these white elephants all over Hollywood because they didn't tear that down immediately. Some of the stuff they're still digging up because they took that stuff down and buried it in the desert, and they're finding stuff that looks like it's from ancient Babylon
Oh
in the
man,
desert. It's actually from the silent movie. But anyway, so that's where the expression white elephant means, is it's like something that you're not, it's not wanted, just like it's just hard to tear the set down because it was so well built. So it just stayed up for I don't know how long. So anyway, that stuff like that's interesting. But finding out about how the Mexican Spitfire Lupe Velez was found dead, uh,
and God knows what really happened to her. I
and
mean,
then
so much stuff coming out now.
yeah, it may all yeah. And then there was one star that like put her head in an oven. It's just horrible shit. But anyway, um, Ben Stiller had a show on Fox. I was talking about this when I started this show, like at 4 in the morning or whatever. I was talking to Paulo from Portugal, and I remember that show being hilarious. And I thought, who is this Ben Stiller? And it might be the writers, but then after the Ben Stiller show, he would make these movies that weren't funny. And then I thought, well, what happened to that guy on that show? It was, I swear, I recorded that every week. It was about the time, it was the 90s.
Yeah.
But I thought he was, but I don't know what the deal is with him. I know he's on the other side.
You ever see the pilot he did with the guy from Tenacious D, um,
I don't think so.
Jack Black? He
Oh,
did a
okay,
he
right.
did a pilot where it was this adventure. It was like a rip off 80s action, like 30-minute shows like Street Hawk and so forth.
Okay.
And it was a motorcycle with the brain of Ben Stiller's unemployed roommate. And
Okay.
like there was a secret organization chasing the motorcycle because they wanted that brain. They wanted to know how they put the brain in the motorcycle. Anyway, it was ridiculously silly, but it never went anywhere.
But it was good.
Well, yeah, the little like teaser pilot that they did looked like it was going to be hysterical because it was completely absurd, but it was really well done.
Huh. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I mean, he was really, that Ben Stiller show was funny. It had that kid that there was a guy Andy Dick. I think he also
Ooh, that
became
guy's bad business.
wasn't he a pervert or something? Turned
Oh
some,
yeah, like apparently he is the one that got Phil Hartman's wife into drugs,
and then there
and
was yeah.
and
Looking
she
back,
and then he would tell her things that made he got her into the white powder kind of
okay,
drugs,
right.
and then so that makes people paranoid, and then he would tell her stuff about Phil Hartman on set about how he was cheating on her and stuff, and she ended up shooting Phil Hartman.
Oh, and
So
then there
you
was
can kind of attribute Phil Hartman's death directly to Andy Dick.
and Janine Garofalo was on there, and she seemed cool. She later turned out to be she was never she was good on that show, but as a stand-up comedian, she was never funny. Most women stand-up comedians
She
aren't
was just
funny.
angry all the time. Like
Yeah, but
it got old quick.
on that show in the 90s, she seemed cool. And I remember there was one where she was the bride of Frankenstein and Ben Stiller was Frankenstein's monster. The show was great. And I was telling Paulo there was one episode where they did a parody of Lassie, and it was just like the opening of the black and white Lassie TV show where the kids saying Lassie, calling over the hills, and Lassie comes running in the opening credits. but they did a show called Manson. He's going Manson, and then and Charles Manson comes running on all fours. It's just like so damn funny. And Manson was the living with them, and it was like their pet. It's just like it was great. Here's the great ad for the life-size Frankenstein pinup, over 6 feet tall. This was fantastic. This thing.
Would hang on the back of a door like your
Yeah,
bedroom door.
Kevin sent me a cloth version of it that you can get now as a birthday present.
That was
I
nice.
see it every time I go to the garage. It's wonderful. This is the. You ever read Famous Monsters?
No, I never did. I've heard of it, but and
Yeah,
obviously through you, I've seen a little bit of it.
yeah. This is the magazine that the baby boomers that they have a. You can get this astronaut spacesuit, genuine official U.S. government surplus astronaut spacesuit. Why would there be government surplus of astronaut suits? Why did they make them in giant amounts?
Right. Actually, that looks like an old Air Force helmet or something.
Yeah, what is that suit? Do you know from your
That
military
looks like just
background?
like a really early pressure suit, like
That's
late 1940s, early 1950s pressure suit.
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Chuck Yeager and the X1 kind of stuff.
What did they charge for it? Let's see here. Uh, it doesn't. Do they even say the price? $7.95 for the helmet is 14.50.
That was
It's
high
in.
dollar.
Yeah, we're talking September 62. So this is when Kennedy was president. And yeah, the magazine itself is 50 cents, which was damned expensive. But it's thick. What I always love are all the ads. And hold on. What's a better way to do? I love all the ads in the back. Here's your outer space farm. Just
Nice.
water and watch them grow. So at this point, not to get into an unpleasant subject, but we basically are just sheltering in place and waiting for whatever's going to happen. It's like maybe getting
You
last
know,
supplies.
I've
It's
been
just,
thinking about this quite a bit,
yeah.
and a lot of this is not really my take. It's someone else's take who's beyond brilliant.
Uh,
But right now, I'm thinking there may be flares of violence
oh,
at
it's not going to be
right
like
after.
the whole cataclysm. It's just going to be certain cities.
Well, here's what I'm thinking,
No,
and like I said, I don't give me credit for this. I didn't come up with this.
you got
Someone
us all
else did.
scared, and now it's like you're walking it back.
Well, no. This is actually more scary because it's more plausible. It's like basically, I think they'd be taking notes on this. I think that there is going to be. I mean, there's already fraud happening. We all know that. By the way, archive.org and a bunch of archival sites have stopped updating. There's a big digital book burning that has gone on in the last 48 hours on the internet. Just tons of content is now gone. Are you there, Gretchen? I think we've lost Gretchen. Well, Gratu had to take a little powder break, so I guess I'll fill in until he returns. Um. Anyway, up there he
Sorry,
is.
I lost my. It seems like it's probably seemed like the government got me, but no, it was just no. The power went off. My phone wasn't charging. I thought it was, but anyway. So now I've got it plugged in.
Yeah, StreamYards really does drain a phone quickly. From
Yeah.
what
So basically, it became the Zork show there for a little bit. So I missed everything you said while I was gone. So
I kind of hitched and paused there,
oh, okay.
but no, I think what we're going to see here is we're already seeing some fraud going on. The
Right.
burning of ballots and voter intimidation and telling people voting's closed, you got to go home, which is not
Yeah.
true.
Right.
But we're going to see more and more. And I think we're going to see sporadic violence after the results are announced, but not overwhelming violence.
Do you
Pockets
think we'll
of
get
things.
the results within a day?
Negative. I think they will drag this out for weeks, as they've told us,
Mm-hmm.
and there will be sporadic violence that happens because of it. Few people here, a few people there, maybe one large incident,
Will
probably on
they
the left side, I would
will they
imagine.
be dressed in red hats so they can blame it on the other side?
Well, this is what a brilliant associate has come up with, and I yield to it because it's so plausible. And that is that there will be massive lawfare because that's what they do,
Yeah.
and they will drag it out, and they will drag it out until the electoral college, and then there will be some chicanery with the electoral college. Of course, there almost was the last two times. And then they will continue to lawfare it and drag it out until January 6th, when Congress is to certify whatever results, but there probably won't be any. And then the final straw will be Kamala will not sign off on anything,
Yeah.
certify anything. And then I'll I think this is so plausible. I think they'll take her out and blame it on MAGA
Oh boy. Well,
because she is very expendable.
yeah. Well, man. Um,
And then enter Gavin Newsom.
yeah. Well, that's well, okay. But if there's an overwhelming turnout of Trump supporters, then like votes, I don't know. Um, yeah.
But they're
There's
gonna do the stuff, where in the key battleground states there's problems, and we've still got ballots coming in, and they're not
yeah.
dated, and blah 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 blah, and we're gonna have to get the lawyers in on this, like thousands of lawyers, and they just they gum up the works of the
Yeah.
actual process, and then they take it to the electoral college, and they've bribed this person and bribed that person, and then that's another lawsuit, and then
So
so on and so forth.
so as far as um, national problems with food and water, I mean,
Yes, I think you're going to see that as well.
where will it be sporadic in big cities?
I think yes, I think it will be sporadic at first and will grow in intensity because
Okay.
they must have martial law to retain power,
Yeah.
because they're not going to, based upon a popular vote, they're not going to get it. So
So
they either have to start a nuclear war with Russia, which they've been working on vigilantly.
Putin's not going to buy. Putin's smarter than that.
Right. So they can't get him to bite, and they've got to have martial law. So that means they're going to have to try to create it from within, and doing lawfare until they can basically snuff out their own expendable candidate and blame it on the opposition would be a good way to really increase the violence. And then they can declare martial law. And since we don't even know who's running the country right now, it's
Right.
completely illegal. We don't know who's running the country. Obviously, it's unelected bureaucrats. They will just continue on with that.
But what if? Is it impossible that it could just be like 2016, like Hillary Clinton seemed to be that is
I
just
wouldn't say anything's
she
impossible at this point,
screams and
Gotcha.
curses and cries and refuses to come on and but she just accepts it because it's so overwhelming. She and she probably just goes and does some black magic hexes, but to
I
hurt Trump. But
I wouldn't count anything out. I mean, we are way, way, way into uncharted territory already.
well, I'm feeling kind of good because well, first I've lost some weight, so I feel like I have a little bit more. But
Congrats. Excellent.
I'm excited because I'm kind of looking forward. All these Trump rallies are making me happy. I'm looking forward to hope. I'm nervous nervous about them trying to
You're going to be a
STPHL
lean,
or
mean fighting machine by the time you have
but
to become one.
well I but I and I've got a package coming from Gotham City Comics on Tuesday, so that's it's. I feel like it's almost Christmas. it's like the when I was a kid, I was like, well, I'm excited, but then there's always a lurking thought, well, what if Santa saw me do that, and what if I get coal? So it's like I'm excited because I'm pretty sure everything's gonna go okay, but you're not quite sure. I mean, I didn't do anything real bad,
I
but
mean, these,
there's the possibility that Santa may not have liked something I drew or something.
but you have to keep in mind that these people have broken the law, federal law, multiple times. I mean, for God's sakes, the only reason they're there is because there was a coup.
Yeah,
The U.S. suffered a coup.
yeah.
So, I mean, there's nothing they won't do. And they know that should they truly lose power, they're facing high treason. And I think we all know what the punishment for high
which,
treason is.
which is why they flipped out so much, thinking that he was talking about that with Liz Cheney. When
He is
if you
talking
look at
about
the,
it.
I know that I know, but the way he was saying it is like, imagine if she was in battle and facing a bunch, because she would,
Right.
she's always for rah rah for wars, but
Now,
I think
you folks might not remember, but as Trump had one of Trump's, it was the second, I believe, second to the last official act as president before he left office in 2021 is he reinstated the firing squad as a punishment for high treason.
yeah,
So that's on the books. If you're found guilty of high treason, you get a cigarette and a blindfold.
yeah, that's probably where Lily Munster's dress comes from. This movie. This is incredible. The production design on Famous Monsters in the early '60s is man, it's really beautiful. I mean, it was always good throughout the whole run of the magazine, but especially in this time. I mean, look at how it's put
Indeed.
together. And there's
Indeed.
some pages in here. Um, like the picture of Boris Karloff. Uh, there's a whole page of Vampira. Yeah,
See,
I
I,
gotta
I
get.
only know about this stuff from the 1994 film Ed Wood.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Well, man, there's this time period. I've got to get more of the issues from this time period. I don't know why I don't have more. Uh, yeah, Ed Wood was look at how this. See, how do I get the damn camera? Um, it's just so great the way the pages are laid out. Uh, what is this exactly? I think this
I
is,
don't know.
oh, Kevin, this is all the masks that you're collecting. This is like do you have, I think you have this issue. This is like a whole several page spread based on the Top Stone masks, I believe, right? That's a close up of that caveman mask. So this isn't from a movie. They're just shooting these pictures. There's that mummy that Kevin has in his store, but all these images of it, and then there's the Cyclops. I think Kevin knows about this. I think I've shown. I think he has this issue. I think anyway. So it's just goddamn, this magazine's so warped, man. This is. I'm just speechless. But anyway, so uh,
Grouchy, did you have many trick or treaters?
yes, I did. So okay, here's the ad that showed that's the mummy mask. They were just so that was really kind of an advertisement for these masks. Yes, there's the Cyclops. Yeah, but we didn't have them on Halloween night. They came Sunday. So I was giving out candy on the front porch, and in my pocket was my phone playing the Madison Square Garden rally. I really still need to rewatch that because a lot of it, when the speakers before Trump came out, I was just hearing the audio like I was listening on the radio because I,
Yeah.
I had to be out. But I'm sure, hopefully,
I've decided that this was my last Halloween giving out candy. I'm not going to do it anymore.
what was something bad happen?
Um, well, the one just didn't have very many. But
Oh,
a lot of the ones that did come weren't even from my neighborhood.
oh
So,
yeah.
and I think a lot of them may be citizens of other countries that have come
Oh
here
yeah.
illegally.
Okay.
And I'm not about to continue giving out candy to people who aren't citizens of the country, first of all, and second, and have broken federal law and invaded my homeland. And then second of all, aren't even residents of my neighborhood. Like I don't know where they came from. But
Yeah.
there were very few kids from the area where I actually live, and very few people giving out candy anymore. I think a lot of other people quit last year or the year before, but
Well,
I think I'm done.
here, I mean, the kids were from the town, and there may be a few kids that drove in that live on farms, but they're from the county, So
Right. No,
yeah, I don't
a lot
see
of these
that
people I think
problem.
were like from Uruguay, um, like a long way away.
Yeah.
I think there was
Well,
an
they're here for the
Egyptian
free
too.
candy.
I'm not sure how an Egyptian got here, but yeah, I believe that I was trick or treated by a couple of
But they dressed like mummies. I
uh,
got. I got to go wake up
no,
my
they
wife
weren't
real
dressed
quick.
up at all. That's the thing.
Oh, they came with. Oh, when they come without costumes, that's kind of a new low.
Yeah, and I think they were adults also. So with with like plastic bags, like, and spoke not a lick of English.
Okay. Yeah,
And
that takes away the
I'm
Halloween
telling you,
spirit.
there was a pair of them. I think they were speaking Egyptian.
Okay. I'll be right back.
So anyway, yeah, the Egyptians can get their own candy, especially the adults. I'm not going to give them candy anymore. It's a shame. It's sad. I mean, I always really enjoyed giving out candy when I was a teenager, a young teenager. We would do haunted houses in our garage for the younger kids and stuff, and it was a real neighborhood kind of an affair. It really kind of strengthened the bonds of the neighborhood. But yeah, I would say the majority, and there weren't many to begin with, but the majority that did come, it was like, who are you and where are you from? Because I don't recognize you. You don't seem like you're around here. You seem like you shouldn't even be in this country because I don't think you're here legally at all. And it was weird. And so, I gave out a few pieces and was like, I think I'm going to be hanging up my hat after this time. So that's where I am with that. What do we got here? The man is a machine. Where his real affiliations lie, I don't know, but I voted for him because it was that or, well, what I consider to be a criminal that usurped our country. So I certainly wasn't going to throw a vote that way. And honestly, I do hope that those of you who haven't voted, that you will go out and vote. You know, here in, what is it, 3 days? Just to say that you did everything that you possibly could have done. And I know that the other side is expecting to try to produce a surge on election day proper, and we do need this to be an absolute blowout. He can't just win by a little bit. He needs to win by, like, I would say 10 points, which historically would be considered a landslide in American politics. And I think that's what he needs. Now, what is he going to do when he gets in? I'm dubious. I don't know. But at this point, it's kind of like being an EMT, I think. I just want to get a tourniquet on it and try to arrest the hemorrhaging that's going on. That's kind of how I viewed it. So folks, if you haven't voted, please do. Please go vote. And I know it's going to be a pain, and the lines are going to be long. I mean, I voted on the last day of early voting for me, and I went at 3:45. I thought, hey, I'm going to duck out early, and I'm going to go at a time when most people are at work. So hopefully, it's maybe like 15 minutes, 15 maybe 20 minutes, and I can vote, and then I'm out of there. No, I showed up at about 3:45, and it was about 2 hours and 18 minutes by my watch before I was able to vote. And as I was leaving, the line was much larger than when I went in. Pretty amazing.
So they're putting up a fence around the White House.
Oh, they've already done that.
What's the story on that?
It's fence. I mean, it wouldn't stop anything if people decided to do something about it. I mean, they just knock it over and cut right through it. But it's a fence.
My Trump flag is fallen. I gotta tape it better. Shit. I have it up with tape. I don't know how to. It's
I was pretty impressed though at the line. Like I said, I procrastinated. I waited until the last day of early voting, but I couldn't believe that at 3:45 in that I thought I was going to waltz in there, and like the line would be fairly short because of the time of day I was going. But no, it was out the building and around the building, and like I said, the only good part of it was seeing the weird wedding that was happening.
Yeah.
Which was
But
bizarre.
you really couldn't get a read on the people around you, whether they look.
Gratu.
What?
That painting behind you.
Yeah. Yes.
Where did you get that?
This was my brother gifted me with this, or actually, I probably gave it to my mother, and it came. I mean,
We had that same painting in our house.
He was stationed in Korea, so this is a Korean painting. It's by I don't know. I wouldn't imagine. I would could be the Korean artist.
We
Maybe
had, I
Logan of
think it
the.
was, he made variations of it. Like each one was similar but slightly different.
Yeah, Boolong or
We
something.
had that. We had that in our home.
What did you were you stationed in Korea or
No,
someone
I
was?
wasn't. No. But this is when I was a kid.
Was someone stationed in
This
Korea?
was in the early 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Was there someone that could have acquired it
I
from
don't know how
Korea?
we got it. I haven't seen it in like
Well,
30,
this isn't
30
that exact
35
painting. This
years.
Yeah, that's about how long it never really hung up in the house. It was always in a closet. I don't think it did. For a while, I had it behind pinball machines in the. Now I've got room. I just didn't have anything to put. This is the. This is
Yeah.
that's really the exterior of the house. This used to be an enclosed porch. But yeah, that's so. Yeah, I know there are artists like there were. The artists in Germany that we bought some painting. My family bought some paintings when we were stationed in Germany that of German villages. And then when my brother years later was in the army, he was in Germany. He bought some paintings from the same guy that looked almost identical to the ones that it was 10, 15 years later.
Yeah.
So I
Like
know
he would
that.
just shift perspective a little bit on them, or like
Yeah,
was framed differently. Yeah. But I had that. I guess it's benefits of growing up in the Metroplex. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Um, um, yeah, I never really thought much about the painting. The
Well,
painting,
it's
right?
not the greatest painting or anything, but it's just I hadn't seen it in so very long, and there it is in your
Yeah.
home.
See, this painting is something I'm more proud of that I bought from my friend. It's from a painting from the 1920s by a guy named
Yeah.
John A. Connor, who's apparently they say a listed artist, but isn't Sean Connor? Wasn't that from the Terminator? But
Yeah, it was.
anyway, so this is a. Yeah, I don't think my wife's real fond of this, but I got it hanging out here with the painting I did of the giraffe guy from the Adams Family. Um, yeah, I don't know, man. So I'm kind of feeling it's kind of exciting it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of exciting to live through times like this horrible and possibly good. I mean, it could be
It could,
I mean,
but
Trump
all
could come in
conditions.
and really fix things, but I
It
know
could.
they're not gonna
It
give
very
up
well could,
easily.
Gotcha. You know, it's
It's
this
just
is everything is such a wild card that's not out of the realm of possibility at all.
it just obviously they're going to fight back. We know that, but I think Trump's got it. I just think,
Sure.
you
If
know,
Trump gets back in there, a lot of these people, um, they're
just
done.
how could, after he was shot in the ear, he got up and said, fight, fight, fight. And then all the trolling he's doing with the garbage truck thing, all these things it's so spectacular. I can't even imagine what kind of stupid person wouldn't vote for something. It's just like I see all these people he's brought around him that are like all rock stars, from Tulsi Gabbard to RFK Jr., all these Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It's like the Justice League or the crew of the Enterprise or something. Everybody's like a really cool character that would be a really
Well,
cool character, or Doc Savage's Fantastic Five or Fabulous Five or whatever they were called. It's like they're all really cool. And it's like it's exciting to think that we could actually have a government like that, where RFK could come in and he's talking about yeah, Bill Gates better be given 50 million to Kamala Harris to hope that I don't get in as the head of the FDA, because that's the first thing I'm going to be investigating him and how he's been laundering his money with he's because he's behind all this horrible stuff. He's just trying to exterminate the population by saying yes, if we do a good job with vaccines, we should eliminate one 3/4 of the population of the earth. Wait,
yeah.
isn't vaccines supposed to make more people stay alive? It's like he says this shit
The
out
thing I
loud,
don't
and it's
get though, Gratu, about like Gates's family, they were technocratic eugenicists. That's
yeah,
well known,
exactly, yeah,
and
exactly.
so was Elon's family. So,
Well,
like,
I
I
know
wonder how
Elon.
much of this is kayfabe.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. I understand that that we could be being tricked, and this could Trump could say, "Hey, surprise! I'm the Antichrist." Elon Musk is because Elon Musk is someone I used to hate. Now I think he's wonderful. And Trump, back in the '70s and '80s, he was just someone
Well,
I always hated, and now I love him.
there's two things going on though that is outside of their control, and that's what they fear the most. And one of them is you're aware of the man pads that were intercepted that were attributed to several Iranian hit teams that caused Trump to stop using his plane. You are familiar with that, yes?
Yeah, I heard about that. Is he not flying anymore, or is he
We
flying
don't
with a
know.
different
I
plane?
mean, he sometimes I think he takes rented Lear jets and stuff, but he
Oh,
definitely
they
doesn't
can't
fly on his
identify
plane
it.
anymore.
Imagine he arrives in a garbage truck to all of his rallies.
Yeah, you change it up every time. You would switch it as from a security perspective.
Okay,
You
yeah,
would change that up every time. But so that's that. There's a double edged sword with this open border. We've obviously allowed in massive criminal organizations, tons and tons of foreign troops, all kinds of nastiness. But by that same token, that doesn't mean that a lot of things couldn't be moved in through the open border that could be used to benefit us. And by that, I mean, those quote unquote Iranian hit teams with Strela 2 man pads. Why couldn't Elon just contact them? How, through official or unofficial means, and just offer them money to switch sides?
yeah. I mean, I think this is such an exciting time. It's scary too. Yeah, I know we all have to be prepared, but it's kind of like these guys that say, World War II was the greatest time of my life. It's like, are you out of your mind? Some of these people, like Russ Meyer, of course, he was a photographer, but Mel Brooks, and these guys, they're just like, "Whoa, that was so great," because it's like this. I guess I don't know. I'm not. Never been in the military. I wouldn't think that would be exciting, but
That's a love-hate relationship, but it's only a love-hate relationship if you win, and victory is never guaranteed.
yeah,
So
yeah,
there's a
yeah,
flip
yeah.
side to that coin.
Let's see. Kevin says, yes, back when the neighborhood was a tight knit community, trick or treating was great then. And he says, we need Mayor McCheese too. Him and Robert Kennedy and make McDonald's great again. Imagine if you could reinvent McDonald's and actually make it like health. That'll never happen.
Well, at one
Make
point it
McDonald's
was. At
healthy
one
again.
point it was like most of the fast food restaurants, they sourced their meat and produce locally. I
Yeah.
remember, even up into I think the early '80s, like if you went to Taco Bell, they
Yeah.
got their meat and vegetables from the nearest grocery store, just like your mom would. And
Yeah.
there was no such thing as GMO in 1980. There,
Yeah.
there was no GMO. Everything was organic by default.
Yeah. Oh, man. So I'm just, of course, a lot of it, I don't know what it is, man. When I have a package coming from Gotham City, is it dopamine? What is the exactly that
Yeah.
goes through your body that just makes me so excited, like it's Christmas, that something's on the way? I'm constantly checking several times a day to see where the package is with the tracker. So everyone should order stuff from Kevin because it's fun. It
Here,
just,
here.
but so I gotta. Hopefully things will get better financially. So it would just be great if I could order 4 little packages once a week, and then I just keep this dopamine supply coming. It's like
Gratu,
he's like he's my drug dealer. What now?
was your family a big? Were you big catalog shoppers when you were growing up?
My mom always got things from the Sears catalog.
Yeah, my family was. We were big catalog. Like we'd have Spiegel, Sears, Joskeys, um, Dillard's. Like
My mom
we
was
ordered
big
lots of
with
stuff from that stuff.
Joskeys, because it was when we were in San Antonio. And in fact, I found like the earliest credit cards when they were first invented, when they had metal ridges around them like license plates,
Mhm.
and one was for Joskeys. I saved them because it's kind of a cool thing to have. I don't know if there's anyone that collects vintage credit cards, but they're from probably about 1960, and
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I remember.
Uh,
My grandparents had a Diners Club card, and that was like a big deal. That was
yeah,
Diners Club.
yeah, it's just souvenirs, the beginnings of the our rulers.
What they had Diners Club, Carte Blanche. Um, then later Master Charge came along.
Yeah, there's a store just a block away that it was closed, and it had Master Charge and another sticker on the door. We accept Master Charge and whatever Visa used to. I think it was something else, American something else. But the lady was scraping off the Master Charge, and I said, "You shouldn't. That's really cool because she has a little antique store." I'm thinking that looks cool on your door. Anyway, she kept the other one. She realized she was making a mistake. I stopped her, and at least I took some pictures of it before it happened. Um, Here's the Trump sign with Allen underneath it. I got to clean
Looking
her
good.
litter box. Oh, shoot. Did I just check the mailbox? Did you see me do that?
I mostly saw Sky, Gratu, honestly.
Oh, okay. I'm aiming up at the sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to rain.
Yeah, it does.
Um, what's the opposite of dopamine? Because that's what I got when I got the wrong package last week. Yeah. Yeah. It's the opposite. Shitamine.
I'd like
Probably shit at me.
shout out to Mrs. Orloff. Hello, Mrs. Orloff.
Yeah, yeah. She's talking about oh, there is a package here. Not a package, but uh, an advertisement for Zach Nunn and something from a food bank. And oh my gosh, they're sending advertisements. Like it's like it's like Cleopatra and Kenneth. They have the names printed on it, so it's like you have to buy it. Double birthstones and diamond. How do they know our birthstones? That's weird, man. Who?
That is weird.
If those are actually our birthstones, I don't really know. But because it may just be a generic thing where they just print the names. The computer prints the names of the people, but that's pretty effective direct marketing. I actually kind of
That's
respect
almost
it.
kind of creepy though. That's
It is a
yay.
little creepy, yeah. It's like when Donald Trump sends me these letters. Hello, friend. Thank you. He sent me one recently. It's like we have to defeat Joe Biden. It's like, wait a second, you need to update this letter,
What do
man.
you think? What is your take on the garbage comment that Biden made?
Um, I think that. Well, I just think that he was trying to. He Well, I mean, he was definitely calling us
I
garbage.
mean, does he not want Kamala to win? Is that kayfabe? Like,
Oh, I
what?
see what you
What is
mean.
that?
No, I think he hates her. Trump's mentioned that. It's obvious he hates her. He
Yeah.
wanted to be president again. He realizes that if he's not president, his family's in danger, and as long as he's president, his son and all his other family members that have benefited from China and whatever other countries are somewhat safe. And yeah, he was forced out, and um, that one I think may not have been
Well,
meant
that
that
and the
way. I
the
think he
bite,
was
the
just
eating the
genuinely
baby.
angry. But when he said something a while back about what did he say? Oh, Kamala was there every step, every decision we made. She was right there. I think he might have either he's really we know he's stupid. He was either a he's stupid, which we know,
Yes,
and
he
he
is
was
stupid.
doing that to help her, or if he realizes that everything he's done is been if he's surely he's in on the fact that he's a puppet for people trying to destroy everything,
Well,
every
yeah, but
decision
and then
he's ever.
he goes and makes that egregious comment. Then they illegally doctor the transcript, and then he's shown eating babies, like the stills from that, like where he's like mawing on them and stuff. Like that almost seems
Yeah,
like Jill told him, like, "Hey, go out there and do this. Let's mess her up."
yeah. Well, the people transcribing put an apostrophe in. He said, but the real garbage are his supporters, and or something like that. And then they put in the transcribing, they put an apostrophe before the S, meaning you're talking about one person.
And
In
then
other
all of a
words,
sudden,
I'm only talking about that comedian. That's his supporter.
yeah,
The real damage is his supporters. It's just, oh, I'm only talking about that one person. Whereas if you don't have that apostrophe, you're talking about anyone that supports him. And then they were caught with the apostrophe thing, and
that's a
even people on the
felony.
other side realized that's
That's
bullshit.
official presidential record. What they did was a felony.
Everybody's in on it. Even these people like the woman that's with the what is that stupid thing? The Young Turks. That there's the gig guy with the big fat head, and then he has this
See,
girl, and the girl Zach Hinkior or something. The girl is like, "This is all." She realizes it's bullshit and says it, and he says, "Well, yes, it is bullshit, but Trump is still a fascist, and because he said all these other things, but even he realizes, yeah, you're right." I mean, all these people, the more intelligent people on the other side, the HBO guy, whatever, Bill Maher, all those people. I mean, they're all realizing, oh shit, That's why Tulsi Gabbard just said, "The fuck was she
I'm
stupid
I'm telling
show?"
you, I really at some level, I believe that their modus operandi has shifted at this point because they have got to create enough tension in the system so that eventually they can have kind of a planned black swan event that puts them in the driver's seat for conflict.
Yeah, but I
The
I think
So they can
people
do
are aware
martial
of it.
law.
They've tried so often to try to upset Trump supporters, to make them angry, to make them do something, and no one takes the bait
Right.
because people are aware. Everyone knows that's what they're doing. That's what their
But
game, and
I
no one's
think they want to
reacting.
set up a conflict between uh historically they've controlled both sides of the theater. Like they were in control of the federal government or the military, and they're also in control of Antifa. So they control both sides, the control the police, control Antifa, right? And so the fight can be localized, and any collateral damage can be kept to a minimum outside of what's already planned for. I think that at some point, though, they do fear that Trump supporters will enter the fray, and they do not control the Trump supporters, so they cannot control the outcome.
Well, up to now, on January 6th, they were their people putting on Trump hats, and you could that were doing all the stuff that they're all
But
clutching their pearls about. The more violent stuff was being done by people that put the hats on behind the trees. You can spot them because they have skinny jeans on, which Trump supporters would not wear the skinny jeans.
yeah,
You can spot who they are, and then the guy that got his ear. Uh, he's been in BlackRock commercials. He's one of them, and they said he's a Republican. Look, he's registered. You know, he's
I don't.
registered
Yeah, the Crooks
Republican
thing.
because he
I
wants to vote for what was the lady that was running against Trump there, and Nikki Haley. That's the Democrats would flip. They would say, "Yes, I'm a Republican," to try to not have Trump run. Then they'd get someone in that's pro-war.
at this point though, I don't believe that Crooks was the shooter, and I don't even know if there was
Oh,
anyone actually shot because the
yeah.
FBI came up there with a water hose and washed off the roof. Like they call people, they call companies to do that kind of cleanup on a crime scene.
Oh,
Like
you think?
never in history has an FBI agent jumped up on top of a metal roof and hosed it off with a
Well,
water
I,
hose.
I think that kid was up there, but he probably was told that he didn't really. He
Nothing's gonna
probably,
happen to you, et
yeah,
cetera.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it was probably someone out of another window. Yeah, this one. I wasn't a kid then, but I've read a lot of accounts. People that were kids that they saw this on the newsstand, and it says, "Read about the man who saw King Kong 90 times," and then this is a painting of Lon Chaney Sr. from London After Midnight. But just looking at this, a kid thinks that's what happens if you watch King Kong 90 times, you become him. It's
Yes.
it's just like a logical thing. So all these kids, the like Tony Dow, Jerry that time period that we're reading this, um, it's just. So I'm just looking at I haven't looked at these in a long time. This is just, they just say at this time period they didn't have numbers, or they just had the month. So you have to open it up to find out exactly what issue it is. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I this is my Super Bowl, or my whatever people get excited about wrestling pay-per-views. I just keep it on, watch the one Trump rally after the other. Here's oh shit, this cover is almost detached. They call that the term is spine split. The cover comes down, and that happens a lot with these magazines. But anyway, there's James Warren, the guy that published this magazine. He kind of looked like Dennis the Menace's dad.
The film and the print quality on that magazine is really really good.
Yeah, James Warren wanted to be Hugh Hefner, and he put out a magazine called After Hours that was patterned after Playboy. But then he wound up, in 1957. It's like there was a French magazine that was about movie monsters, and and I guess he saw it, and then Forrest J. Ackerman, who was a longtime fan of horror movies and science fiction movies, I guess pitched a monster magazine to James Warren, and then they put out this magazine, and it took off because of the
Do you
movies being.
subscribe to the notion that Hugh Hefner was the Epstein of the 50s?
I have heard that he. I've heard things like that. Yeah.
Well, there were tunnels underneath,
Oh, the cover
Playboy
is
Mansion.
completely detached, actually. So, well, there's some way to reattach, and I guess the back cover. No, the back cover's old, or is it? Anyway, this is not good, but there's a way to put it back on. I don't know, not with tape. Um, Captain Strangeliffe always talks about archival mending tissue. When you order these comics and magazines from mycomicshop.com, they'll tell you if it has a detached cover, and they'll measure how far the spine split goes. They might say 2-inch spine split, which means it's you got to handle it very. Um, this guy's now in his 80s, or maybe probably
Still
90.
living.
Yeah, and I saw the guy from Dark Ride Dracula YouTube channel. He got an early issue of Famous Monsters, maybe one, might have been the second issue, autographed by him. And then when he was signing it, the cover just fell off like it just did just now. Although I think that cover may have been attached by like one paper fiber, or maybe it was already split off. But what can you do, man? This is like so.
I love those parachute men toys as a kid.
Well, that's
Th-
an actual parachute they were selling there,
Oh,
wasn't
is
it?
it?
Yeah, genuine all nylon U.S. Air Force surplus 22-foot parachute
Oh, oh, indeed.
for only $2.95. They were getting rid. Well, but the Army wouldn't have had Air Force wouldn't have striped parachutes. Did they paint them that way later for?
They might have for the Pacific Theater for bailing
Oh,
out over the water. You want something high vis?
oh, okay. Well, I just remember PE class when I was in elementary school, and maybe you remember this. They would use parachutes as part of the PE class, and that's one of those great memories I have of the they would put on, usually they with the school phonograph, they'd put on the Fifth Dimension song "Up Up and Away," in my beautiful balloon, and then you would the kids would get all around the balloon and billow it up, and then bring it down, and then get inside of it with the balloon up.
Gratu,
Someone made
I was forced to listen to that hippie nonsense so many times as a kid. The
a
just the
no,
thought of
that's not a
having to
hippie
listen to that
song.
again just fills me with rage.
No, that's not a hippie song. That's a great pop song. No,
I
hippie song.
associate it with hippie teachers that
Oh
were trying.
yeah, they were just they. It was just the song that was on the radio all the time. Yeah, I had one hippie music teacher, but she didn't really make us play. They're almost all the music teachers in the '70s made you sing "Kumbaya,"
Yes.
but this one hippie, oh, she was definitely a hippie teacher that was teaching at the school, the base school, and um, man, what was the? I think it's is it yeah, the one that's in Tacoma, Washington, that's not Fort Monroe. That's in Hampton, Virginia. It was Fort St. Louis. That's where we were stationed at. And anyway, she would make us sing "Rhinestone Cowboy" by Glenn Campbell. I still have
Oh
every
wow.
word of that song memorized from music class 75, 76. She was definitely a hippie, but she liked that Glenn Campbell song. Maybe she had a crush on him or something.
Gratu, do you recall a band from the 90s from the Dallas area called Dooms UK?
He was a good friend of mine, John Freeman. He passed away recently. Do you know John?
Did John die?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh my, yeah, I knew John too.
How how well did you know him?
I would talk to him occasionally. We would do shows where they were doing shows sometimes.
Oh, that's right. You had a band.
Wow.
John Freeman
What did he was not that old. What do you know what he passed of?
Um, well, I would say, yeah, man, I don't want to say
Yeah,
speak
don't
ill.
okay. Don't say.
I
I just
think that
wow. Okay.
after I knew him, I think he got involved with substances, you know.
Oh no, he
And
was always involved with substances.
I'm thinking that's what, well, he wasn't always. When I first met him, when did you first meet him?
I would say probably 94.
94. Okay. Um, yeah, I met him a little before that. Maybe. I'd say maybe about 4 years before that. See, I put out a magazine called The Sophisticate, and then I put it at RPM Records in Garland, which is my favorite record store. But I also had it at Direct Hit Records in Fair Park, and I had it at oh, and Jason. Did you know Jason Cohen?
No.
Jason, do you know who that is?
Well, that's a pretty common name. I
Well, okay. He ran in Fair Park. He had a bookstore he opened up called Forbidden in the front of the
Okay, I
track
know about yeah,
department.
Forbidden Book. Okay,
And
yeah,
then
Forbidden
he
Book.
expanded to his own store, Forbidden Books and Coffee. It was a coffee shop. He had books. Then he had Forbidden Books and Video. He had VHS rentals in there, and now he runs a really cool antique store called it's either Curiosities or Obscurities, something like that. One of those shops that sells all the dark antiques,
Mhm.
the stuff from medical supplies and freak show banners, the stuff from Masonic lodges, stuff, old magazines like this. It's not the foo-foo antiques. It's the edgy stuff that some
Yeah.
goth people would use to decorate their play. That's the kind of stuff he sells. You know.
Wow,
So
I'm sorry to hear that John passed.
yeah. So anyway, so yeah, yeah. So what? But I screwed up your. I'm telling you this long story. But what were you going to say about John Freeman?
Well, I was just gonna say he Dooms UK had the song called "Kill a Hippie," and
Yeah,
I loved that song.
I
That
haven't.
was a hilarious song.
Yeah, he had a lot of great songs. Don't let the mogwai, don't get the mogwai wet, and yeah, the Dooms UK was a one man band. For those of you that don't know, and this guy was a hilarious guy. He um okay, the story about my magazine doesn't all these stories.
He would
I get
always
off
end his
on this.
shows covering Black Sabbath's "Dark Messiah" with who was the shorter guy that would ride him around on stage like a horse while he was singing. I am the Dark Messiah.
I don't
It
know,
was hilarious.
but so anyway, I had that magazine on consignment at a bunch of these punk rock stores, and this kid from Highland Park picked it up, and I was talking about I was going to have this video a companion video on VHS that goes with the magazine, and so he got in touch with me, and and he's come on the show before. He's a big collector of H.P. Lovecraft and stuff and old pulps and he came over and I met him and his friend from high school who's now one of the big big pioneers of AI robots. He worked for Disney for a while. It's like this was a kid from Highland Park, and then all these other kids from Highland Park that had gone to, they were either rich kids or they were real artsy and really super intelligent and went to some kind of arts
Yeah.
magnet schools. So he had this whole network of friends that,
Well,
and they were a little
I
bit
mean,
young. They were a little bit younger than me, and but
it was
they
it
started.
was all the Booger T kids.
I don't know what that is, but probably it
Well,
was.
Booker T. Washington School for the Performing Arts.
Yeah, it could be. I don't
Everybody
really,
called it Booger T.
but there was yeah, this his friend of of his created this robot called Sophia. I think Saudi Arabia has made it an official citizen. It's just like this robot that talks and stuff. And so we met all these people, and John Freeman was part of that group. And John Freeman was this, he was just a hilarious guy, very funny, very artistic.
Yeah.
He was the only guy I think I the only person I've ever known that had Tourette's, but it didn't cause him to curse. It just gave him this tick where he kind of moved his head like this
Yeah.
occasionally.
Yeah.
And
Well, he also had the band Punchcraft. You remember
he had a
Punchcraft?
ton of bands, and then it's like right here just happened to just to found this. This is one of his comic books that he created, and
Yeah.
I've got a lot of stuff of his because I
He
always
was
thought
prolific. Yeah, he
yeah.
was constantly doing output.
So yeah, he was great. I have some of his art in in my Sophisticate magazine. He did some comic strips for it. I don't know if how much I can show of because there's probably going to be uh, inappropriate stuff in this, but he uh, he just made up this name Dooms UK, and it was because sometimes in the '80s people would have a band, and there was already a band in England with the same name, so they would
Yeah.
just add UK to it, or like this is the UK
Yeah.
group, not the American group. I'm trying to think of the what band that was most famous for having UK in the name of it.
Charlatans UK.
Was that one? Okay. But
Mhm.
anyway, this is one. I remember the Riot Girls. It's called "Destroy All Girls," a document of Masonic UFO facts that he just cut out of somewhere,
Yeah.
and anti-riot girl propaganda. So this is
Did you know Luke and Owen Wilson?
no,
No, because
no,
Luke was, Kim Pendleton from Viberlux, right?
no. I mean,
No.
I the
Okay.
name is familiar,
Like
but it's not.
apparently, like we moved in circles that were so close, but like just
Yeah,
barely grazed one another.
yeah. This is the kind of art he would do.
Yeah.
It said, "I'll paint you a
Like
fucking picture, Mac,"
yeah.
and it says, "An artist." Uh, what is this?
He was real big in the Good Bad Art Collective in Denton too.
Yeah, he's a doctored love is going to the methadone clinic together. Uh, yeah, this is just the kind of fanzine they'd have back in the '80s. Well, I can't show that page. Holy crap! This was never meant to be, shown on television.
Right.
Um, yeah, these are just portraits of people maybe that he met. He's the only person I ever met that was on. I don't remember if he was on Real People or That's Incredible when he was a little kid. I remember him telling me that. And it's like, wow, you were on.
I didn't hear that story. That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And he has art by other people in here. That's really pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. He just. It might have been about a month ago. It's very recent. I remember seeing it on Facebook, and it was.
Were you friends with Rhett Miller from Old 97s?
No,
No.
I remember seeing band flyers for the old '97s, but I don't think I ever saw them. Um, so yeah, I got to get this somewhere. Put this somewhere. This is a cool. Let's see. There's an interaction between the cat and dog. Oh,
I'm now like kind of taken aback, Gratu. Like, wow, how did we not meet one another before now?
I don't know. Is it possible we were at a party together?
Yeah, like or like I was walking out of some place right
Yeah.
as you were
Oh, at
walking
some
in. We
point I
didn't
probably
notice.
saw you. At some point, yeah. Uncle Sloppy was the name he used.
Yep,
One of his
Uncle
names.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
He had a record
Here's it
store for a little
says.
while with a guy named Trinidad. That
Yeah,
was
I didn't know about that. But this says political cartoon, and it says, well, he's got the Amish vote sewn up. And then this guy's saying, free Mike Tyson. um, yeah, yeah, it's just, I don't know when this I wonder if he dated this. Was he smart enough to have dated this?
What about the guys in Loco Gringos? Did you know them?
No, another band. I think I always save band flyers when I went into record
They
stores.
used to have a hearse, and they built a platform stage on top of the hearse, and they would
Yeah.
drive it through Deep Ellum in the early days of Deep Ellum, and they would actually perform because they couldn't get gigs. So they would just drive, they would just drive, have one of their friends drive their hearse, and they'd play on top of
Oh,
the cars that drove around.
that's cool. Well, I haven't been reading comments here. Let's see. My wife said hello, Zork, and Kevin said Elon Musk credit card from 1999 just sold for $300.
Good Lord.
They don't know. That was reference to something we were talking about back then. No one we'd have the same stuff. Oh, that's right. My wife and I, our birthdays are so close. We have the same stone. So that's just a generic picture they put our names on. Meyer says it's like a threat. We know who you
Almost.
are. Yeah, a little bit. Gotham says docs. LOL. Well, it is creepy that they know both of our names. Yeah, they probably just. I mean, that's government records. I never understood why people have to register, get permission from the government. Why do you have to get a marriage license? I never understood that. Pauline Dowell says, I know someone that would start thinking that there might be spies living in the garage. And Meyer says, seems legit. Meyer says, how about Jill's panda suit? Yeah, I saw something about that. And my wife says, I need to see Jill's panda suit. Then Myers says, strange oddities. Chaos UK, LOL, says my wife. Yeah, Cleo's never met him. He moved off to Seattle. That's where he was living a long
Mhm.
time ago. And Cleo's never met him. She met his friend that I first met him through, but she's seen videos of old parties and has seen John Freeman doing insane things at part. She's
Oh
definitely
yeah.
virtually met John Freeman, and yeah, without mentioning anything about it, have you heard of parties called the Disturbathon? You know of that? Your laughter indicates that you probably.
I I don't want to mention. I
Oh,
don't want to
okay.
mention.
So you've possibly been to one.
That
Yeah, I
was
I
a
I
lifetime ago, Gratu.
I tried. I uh yeah, I didn't go. I saw a little of it, but I did not. Okay, that's not my scene, man. Here's the thing. Later, they had like stapled. They were stapled together, but it's a thick magazine. That's why the covers were splitting and falling off. Then they went to the square bound, and that's harder for a little kid to
To
mess
mess
up.
up. Yeah.
But a thick magazine with staples, it's gonna split. It's just so. This is
Did wait a second. I promise I won't bug you with this, but did you know the family that owned Channel 39?
no.
Okay, never mind.
Well, it's interesting.
Well, you know
What
how
were they like?
how
Were
they
they
lost that
religious?
channel because their son, they went on vacation. It was a family owned channel
Uh
in the
huh.
DFW area. It was at the extreme end of the UHF dial.
Right.
That's where you would watch reruns of Gunsmoke and so
Uh
forth.
huh. Uh
And um, they went on vacation to Europe. The mom and dad did, and they
huh.
left their son in charge of the television station.
Oh,
And he got high, and he put on manga, like really graphic Japanese manga, and he broadcasted it and broadcast it, and the FCC came down on them like a hammer, and they lost the
really?
station over it. Yeah.
Well, don't they just fine you?
No, because what he played, it showed like animated intercourse and like
Oh,
beheadings, and it was way, way
it's
over the
probably one of
line.
those tentacle movies with the
Yeah,
tentacle.
yeah,
This is
and
from August '65. Okay, that's what happened.
Yeah.
What time period would that have been?
I think that was, ooh, I want to say it was 1991 or maybe 1992.
Well, I remember Channel 39 was the, what was it? The
That was like,
CBN? It was CBN, Christian Broadcasting Network. When I moved to Arlington in 1976, it was where you would see the Pat Robertson 700 Club in the morning and in the
yep.
evening. It may have even been the flagship station. No, that's probably somewhere in Georgia or somewhere in the South. But yeah, it was definitely a Christian run station.
Mhm.
Saturdays they would run westerns all day, like Gunsmoke, Lone Ranger. They would always
Was it Kenneth Copeland that was involved heavily with it for a while?
I just remember Pat Robertson being the guy behind
Yeah,
it.
he was on there too, but like Kenneth, was it Kenneth Copeland that had that big compound out by Eagle Mountain Lake?
I don't know. I remember that
It's so
name.
hazy in my memory, I can't remember now. But
The guy I remember is Robert Tilton. He was the guy that we had
oh
so much
yeah,
fun watching
which
the
he was
original.
the original YouTube farting preacher. Remember?
Yes,
They
and my friend who's been on this show made a lot of, well, not a lot of money, but he I don't know who was it that, see, I don't know if everyone knows what we're talking about, but Robert Tilton was this guy that would speak in tongues and he would make these facial
he was
contortions. Yeah.
hysterical. He was the most hysterical.
And then he'd say, I since there's someone out there that has a problem with their liver, if you send $500,
Yeah, yeah. He was
you're supposed to send money, and then God would double that money if you send it in
okay.
faith with a seed of faith. But anyway, he would make these expressions. Someone got some of his best expressions, put it together on VHS cassette, and dubbed fart noises whenever you had contort his face, and he'd be talking and son, and then and then it's just a fart noise that he'd continue on praying. And it
Yeah.
was really funny. I'm sure someone has it on YouTube,
It's
but
still on YouTube, I believe. The fart.
but
Just type in the farting preacher.
yeah, but before you had YouTube, in the 80s and early 90s, you'd have to have
Yeah.
a VHS cassette, and he was selling them in local stores like Fort. Did you ever know of 14 Records and Big Bucks Burnett
No,
on
I didn't.
Greenville Avenue? No, well, that's a whole nother
I
group of
wasn't
people.
down on Greenville that much.
Oh, I wasn't either. But um, okay, so anyway, and then my friend had a Robert Tilton fan club, and tongue in cheek Robert Tilton fan club. He
Yeah.
put out newsletters. We had Robert Tilton parties. We just would record the
Yeah.
show all the time just because it was funny. But
We would call one another in the dead of the night when he would come on, like
yeah,
late night, if we were bored, and we'd all tune to the same channel and get on a party line,
yeah,
and we would make the voices for him to make one another laugh. Like
yeah.
we were just totally bored, 12 midnight at home, and that's how we would entertain ourselves a lot of times.
Well, Channel 39. My understanding, what my older brother who lived in Arlington longer, because he was at the University of Texas at Arlington, and my dad saw what the town was like, and so that's what made him want to retire from the military there, because my brother was already going to school there. And so when I first encountered Channel 39, my brother said they make most of their money with Star Trek. That's when that's their most popular show. Star Trek would be on
Star
every
Trek rerun. Yeah.
Star Trek reruns every evening. And but it was, and I guess they considered that to be an okay show. It was, but they wanted everything to be, they'd run Father Knows Best. It was like family programming. They were like Me TV before Me TV, was a thing. And so Saturday mornings they'd have pretty good cartoons, but they'd be the old
Yeah.
60s Superman filmation cartoon. And shoot, man, what am I doing? I can just like pull this out, and it probably is this,
Wow.
and I could see what Channel 39 had, Saturday morning. But they Anyway, now I heard that, and I think it's true that when the green woman, the Orion slave girl dances, they cut that part out.
Okay,
They
yeah.
didn't. That was too extreme. And then later they got Wonder Woman reruns in around 1980, and they were, I think they were very conflicted. There were arguments in the Channel 39 staff whether that was okay to be showing that scantily clad woman running around, but I guess they
Mhm.
figured it was okay. Channel 39, oh, the Iron Mountain Trail from 1953 was showing Saturday afternoon. So they would show movies, and it was all
Yeah, tons of,
westerns.
if you wanted westerns, Channel 39 was your channel.
Yeah. Here's the 31st annual Emmy Awards. There's Fonzie, and who's the girl?
Can't
Oh
tell.
man, at first Cheryl Ladd. At first I thought, well, how skinny is she? But that's not her neck. It's his shoulders covering up half of her neck. I thought, man, how
Yeah.
do you get a neck that skinny? Shit. Anyway, so Channel 39. I have a lot of memories of that, but when I left, it was an all Spanish language channel. So I guess they
Yeah.
lost their
Well, they
license.
were forced to sell it after their son did that. Like he just completely he just pulled the pin and dropped it down the pipe, man, and it was all over.
The Holocaust miniseries. That's 1979. I keep seeing all these old comics that have Holocaust all over them, and I'm thinking the Holocaust back in the 70s didn't mean what happened in World War II. I think it started with the Holocaust TV miniseries, because
Uh-huh.
otherwise they wouldn't just throw that word around so casually on the front of Aquaman comics and Superman comics, or say dial H for Holocaust, and it's like that would be kind of tacky because it's like Holocaust now means just one thing. It used to
I
just
love
mean
the
any
I love the
fiery
cigarette ad on the back. Carlton cigarettes. Uh, my my
It's the lowest
grandfather
you can
smoked
sink.
Carltons, and my grandmother smoked Vantage cigarettes.
Yeah. My dad was Kent cigarettes. That must be
And
what they gave them in the army or something. It's
yeah,
just
that well, they I think they used to give them a cigarette ration with sea rats. Like they get a little box with four
uh,
cigarettes in it.
when was this 79? I didn't realize that they were using John Belushi's brother that early, 79. And Michael Keaton, he must have started on this
Wow.
show Working Stiffs. I don't my earliest memory of Michael Keaton is Night Shift.
Yeah, mine too.
Uh,
Which is by the way, fantastic movie. I love that movie.
yeah, I know. It's just I just not everyone. I have to hate everyone now. I have to hate everything and everyone because they all support Kamala Harris. So that means they're all just scum.
I agree. I don't know why conservatives haven't pounced on the opportunity to displace Hollywood. Like,
Well,
why
they
won't Elon
tried.
Musk throw out the bucks to start a new conservative based movie industry?
Ben Shapiro was trying to do that with conservative movies. That pretty weightlifter, the Disney fired. I don't remember her name. She was in
Oh, I
some
know what you're
Star
talking about. She
Wars.
was in The Mandalorian. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to call him the Manchurian, the Mandalorian, which I thought it was okay at first. I was starting to watch it. It's like very derivative, no real new ideas, but
Yeah.
okay. The idea of doing Star Wars like a spaghetti western, maybe I can get into this. And I see they're marketing this little Yoda thing. I never got that far into it. I only got a few episodes into it
Yeah.
because I
Same
was
here.
starting late, and then they fire that woman. And I say, the heck with this show. I'm not going to go further. She looked like she was going to be some cool character. I was looking forward to her appearing, and then they fire her for.
I I made it to episode 3 of The Mandalorian season 1 before I kicked out. I
I
was like,
think
okay,
that's.
nope, I'm out.
I might have gotten to the second or maybe the third. Yes, but it looked like, boy, that would be a cool character. And then no, they fired her. And anyway, they were trying to make. They made movies with her, but I mean, all you got pretty much are her and Kevin Sorbo that played and Scott Baio, and it's like that. Those are your. Who else do you have that's not an evil Satan worshiper? Well,
Yeah.
you got the guy that plays Star Lord, but he's still making real Hollywood movies. They've somehow he's skated by. I
Yeah, what
guess
is
because
his
the
name?
Guardians of the Galaxy movies were so big, they couldn't get rid of him. but but he's who else is there? I think everyone else is compromised. Who else is
I
good?
I can't. I like I said, I'm forced now. If I want to watch a movie, like I I watched Zardoz the other night, Gratu,
Uh huh.
with Sean Connery. Zardoz,
Yeah.
John Borman. That's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I'm forced to go back to that stuff now. So,
But even that was that stuff's kind of evil. That's that man. I feel sorry for Sean Connery. That outfit they give him.
it's
Um,
hysterical
it,
though.
I know,
It's
but
so ridiculous.
it's like put him in a diaper. And there's a lot of stuff. There was a Marvel superhero that was clearly based on that. It was it was supposed to be. Future world where War of the Worlds had happened and the Martians were killed back in the early 1900s, but then around the turn of the century, but then they came back and this time they turned the world into Mad Max world with obliterated cities and there was this hero Kill Raven and he wore almost the same S&M village people outfit that Sean Connery wore.
See, the thing is like,
It's like as a kid you don't realize how incredibly to LG whatever it looks like. What else? Like you read the Spider-Man comics and you got Craven the Hunter, but then I show that to my wife. It's she says, "What the hell is Spider-Man fighting?" I mean, this guy is like
yeah,
we think as a oh he looks really cool as a kid. Then you realize later to someone that's not read comics that character looks ridiculous. He's wearing little
yes.
slippers and
Well,
but
I was watching Zardoz kind of almost as like I felt like David Attenborough watching it. Like I was like, this is I like John Borman as a director. I've always liked his films. And of course Excalibur is like probably my favorite film of all time. Um the 1981 John Borman Excalibur film.
oh yeah,
But
I love that too.
but Zardoz is so out of character for what he does. Like it's almost like somebody put a gun to his head and forced him to make it. It's so weird. It's so off kilter from everything else he's ever done.
Yeah, I remember my brother, the brother that caused us to live in Arlington, Texas, because he's going to UTA. He both of my brothers were in high school ROTC, and then they were in ROTC in college, which allows you, I guess, to college ROTC. You go into the army
It's a
as
fast track into
second
officer.
lieutenant. Do you start as a second lieutenant? Is that how it works, or a
Uh,
first lieutenant,
a
or you go in
first. I
as
think if you go
first?
through RTC, you can zip right into first lieutenant.
Okay, so they both did that, but you're committed. I guess I guess the army pays most of your way through college or somewhat, and then you're committed to 3 years.
Mhm.
So my brother,
I think it's 6 actually, but well, I don't know. It may have changed.
well,
The Army
in the
changes stuff up
'70s,
all the
my
time.
brother was in for 3 years. My brother Steve, he went in. Okay, I could place it. It was 1977 because he bought a 442. It was a really cool car right
Yeah, that
before
was
he
a
went
very
in.
cool car.
And it was right when Star Wars came out because I remember he went to see Star Wars in Fort Worth with his girlfriend. And, um, and then he came back and told me the special effects are better than 2001 A Space Odyssey, and then I wound up seeing, but Star Wars when it came to Arlington at the Six Flags Mall Theater, which
Mhm.
isn't as big as he saw it at the. I think it was at the Opera House. Do you remember that theater? I think
No.
you're a little younger than me.
Yeah, I
So,
I am like I was a really young kid when Star Wars came out, and um
I was. It was the summer between sixth and seventh grade for me. So I think it was the Opera House, and it was there. They made this little village like the 1800s. It was like they made it all to look old. I know it was still there when Superman 3 came out because I saw Superman 3 at the Opera House. It just had a giant screen, and it was made like an old time opera house on the outs. It was very nice looking. It was a newer theater, probably built in the late 60s, but it was made to look cool. And then anyway, so. Uh, I remember he was around then, and I remember him telling me about the Omen and how cool it was that this sheet of glass comes down and some guy's head gets cut off and flies up into the air. And I thought, wow. So he goes into the army, he's stationed in Germany. He comes back and he's older brother. I mean, at that point, I wasn't able to drive at that point. So he takes me to movies and we went to see Excalibur. Shit. That was 81.
Yeah, 81.
That might have been right before I got my driver's license because I graduated in '83. But anyway, I remember going to the movie with him, and then we come out of the movie and I really loved it. And he says, "Oh, I didn't like it." He said that's too gory, and it's like, well, wait, and what
God,
about
that
you being the guy that talked about how much you love seeing that guy's head cut off in The Omen?
yeah.
But he didn't. Obviously, he wasn't in combat in Germany, but I think he told me about a time that there was fog and there was, like, I don't know, an unbelievable amount of cars that collided, and he stopped to help, and he saw horrible things there.
Yeah.
And then he was in a helicopter crash, which I didn't even believe because no one ever told me that. I thought when he started telling someone about it that he was just bullshitting them, and then I heard, oh yeah, he was in that. I guess my
Well,
parents didn't tell me.
those old Hueys back then, they were pretty ragged out from the Vietnam War. Not all of them, but a lot of them, and like they had a lot of auto rotation failures and stuff where they had to set down real hard. They ended up
Oh,
upgrading all the engines and rotors because of it in the early 80s.
but yeah, the Excalibur was a pretty extreme movie. I mean, it's telling the King Arthur story,
I
but
love it. I've always loved like the costuming, the lighting, the
you know,
storytelling. I
the
mean,
music too. The music
oh
choices
yeah,
were great.
yeah.
But it was. I can't really think of any flaws. I think that maybe there was some production design that was maybe inspired by Monty Python and the Holy Grail a little bit. Like the production design. I don't. I mean,
Well, I know that John Borman took a lot of the actors that were in Robin and Marion, which
yeah.
was another Sean Connery showpiece about Robin Hood 20 years later. And Nickel Williams was in that, who ended up playing Merlin in Excalibur. And I think there were a couple of other actors too that he pulled directly from that cast.
They're playing all this World Wrestling Federation footage as the crowd is waiting for Trump to come out.
Kayfabe.
They're just but okay. Hours ago, I was talking to Paulo on this same broadcast, and I was talking about that Captain America movie that came out. I don't know if you watch some of these Marvel movies that came out,
No,
but it
I
shows him in
never
World
have.
War II, and then there's a montage of Captain America, coming through a window with his men and taking out the Germans, and it's just different scenes that I think is intended for you to realize that Captain America had a long career during World War II, and then it moves forward. But I don't think that montage worked effectively. It just seemed like maybe that's what Captain America did over the next few weeks. You didn't get a sense of time passing with it. Whereas it would have been better if you'd shown, okay, Captain America was a huge, important part of our victory in World War II. But with Excalibur, it had a similar thing in that shows King Arthur as a young guy, and then he becomes king, and then it kind of glosses over that King Arthur had this long reign as king, and then it goes to his demise, and you don't really get a sense of all the great things King Arthur did, which makes it more poignant when he's taken off. So that's the only thing I could say is maybe that movie could have been longer and had more of
I
a
wish.
section about, you know what I mean? It's just all about the beginning and the end. And then in between, you just kind of see him there at the round table with a beard. And okay, he's older now. I would have I would have done. I made it longer, but I'm not gonna pick it
Well, I
apart and insult it.
your wish is my command, Gratu. Uh,
What's that?
there exists a 3 hour cut of John Borman's 1981 Excalibur.
How do you see it? I start getting
I
teary
don't
eyed
know.
when I talk about movies because I love them that much.
Yeah.
It's very
I
deep.
don't know because John Borman has screened it in Ireland, I think,
Yeah,
on two separate occasions. Private, well, they were open to fans and stuff, but you had to go to Ireland to the theater, and then he screened his 3 hour cut, his original 3 hour and 11 minute cut. It does
that's what
exist.
happened. That's what happened. I sensed that there was more to it because it's like how do you
Yes.
make? It's like you make a movie about what's maybe John F. Kennedy, and you show him as a young senator, and then you show him getting killed, and it's like, wait, what about the
Yeah.
time when he was
The
president?
the studios really made him cut it down big time, like by over half. But
Damn.
and they all these years later, they for whatever reason, legal, I don't know, probably they won't let him put out the original cut that was 3 hours and 11 minutes long. And my entire life, I've wanted to see it. I still haven't seen it. I don't know where to get it, but I know it exists because John Borman came out and said it exists, and he screened it twice in Ireland.
Wow.
And he
Well,
wouldn't let anybody. And he screened it the last time he screened it. It was in the mobile phone era, and he made everybody who came in, you can't take a phone in here. There's no recording this.
there
You're gonna
has
get
to
to
be
come in and see it, and that's it.
somebody that saw it has to have written about it somewhere on the internet. There has to be something.
I think some people have, uh,
That's just was a
but
great movie.
this was he did this at like a small theater in Ireland. Like there probably weren't more than 250 patrons in the audience each time. So there's maybe like 300, 400 people in the world that have ever seen it.
Is he still around, John
He's
Borman?
still, as far as I know, he's still alive. He's very, very old, but he is still alive.
Interesting.
So yeah, Gratu, write him a letter. Like
Yeah.
maybe he would like you so much. I know he would. Maybe he'll like agree to screen it on your show.
Well,
He's that kind of guy.
I don't know if he would agree with me politically. I just assume everybody would. There's the big
No,
friend.
Borman is pretty conservative.
See,
I mean, I
that
don't know
may
if he's
be.
as conservative as we are, but he's pretty conservative.
Yeah. Ooh, this one really has the smell of an old magazine. I would love to have this. Just to have the box. The Mad Scientist Laboratory.
Indeed. Listen,
298.
Gratu,
Oh, you
I've
got to
got
run.
to tend to Saturday chores.
Yeah.
It's been wonderful catching up, and I'm really am sorry to hear about Freeman's passing. I didn't know him
Yeah.
super well, but I thought he was a really creative guy, and he was okay. I mean,
I haven't seen him in decades either. I just know that um yeah, he's had a troubled few decades, but yeah, he was a brilliant guy, uh very funny and oh, for a while he had his own music venue. Did you know about that?
I didn't. I didn't
You
know.
remember Millennium, the antique store that was right on the corner of Fair Park, the Exposition Park across from Fair Park?
The only time I went down there was later on when the double wide was down there, which was
Oh, that's
a
right.
music
Well,
venue. That's
and it was a great antique store. A lot of the stuff here I bought there, but they closed, and he I think someone may have just passed away in his family, and he'd inherited a lot of money, so he rented that out and turned it into a music venue. I don't think he had all the licenses for it, so he's kind of did it secret
yeah.
where
That
he
sounds like John. Yeah,
covered up the windows so you couldn't see the lights. It was like secretly running, and he had all these bands up. He did have one of the lollipop shops. I think that's why I was there. There's this girl I knew that uh, would go to different places, and they would turn it into a 1960s nightclub for the evening, and they
Mhm.
call it the lollipop shop. And they'd have go-go girls, and it would
Man,
be
that is so classic Deep Ellum culture. God, I
yeah,
miss that. It was
her name
fun.
was Patricia Rodriguez. That was a different little group, but they all the different little groups knew each other. I just never ran into apparently your group, but I didn't go to Dallas.
We had
And
such a special artistic thing going on in the Dallas Fort Worth area for really about 25 years. Like, honestly, I mean, I'd never before or since, I think.
I was there all the time until um early 2000s. I was mugged behind that antique store,
Mm.
and really badly, and the
That's
guy
what,
got
yeah, it
my.
got really bad in the
And
early
then
2000s.
then it was kind of hard for me to go to Dallas. And when I met Cleo, and she wanted to go to Dallas to see bands or to see some one of these neo burlesque shows or something, and it's like, yeah, it's like I would kind of promise her, yeah, we'll go. And then at the last minute, I was just like, I kind of had PTSD, man. I think I could
Yeah.
have killed me.
Well,
I'd
we
never been
all
in
know what
fights.
happened down there in the early 2000s, and the city let it happen, and they did it on purpose because there were developers that wanted to come down and commercialize Deep Ellum, on kind of a national scale, and that's why they allowed that to happen down
Well, I
there.
was in elementary school fights, a couple of them, right? They were not
Sure.
like Three Stooges fights.
Yeah.
But I've never boxed. I've never been hit in the face full force by someone that looks like Mike Tyson. That was like, and I
I
was
can't
wearing
imagine why
thick.
anybody would want to hit Gratu. You're a
I
wonderful
had
person.
well, because I was coming out. It was around Christmas time, and my arms were full because I just bought this antique radio, and it's like, well, this guy can't defend himself. He's got thick glasses on. He's probably thick glasses. Got to be
Yeah.
a pussy. So, and my glasses were broken because they were down. Then some car came in and ran right over my glasses, and I couldn't see to drive home because I used to have glasses this thick. And then I had my dad paid for some eye surgery where my fixed my vision. It's going bad again, but uh and then what he did, it was kind of weird. He paid for my surgery, and then he gave the equal amount for the surgery to my two brothers, like it was an advance on their inheritance. It's
Right.
kind of morbid, but it's like, well, I'll make it equal. I'm taking this out of the money that's saved, that's going to be going to you, all three of you. Anyway, so it was terrible, man. I wound up at the Parkland Hospital or some hospital, whatever hospital. I went left in an ambulance. It was very horrible. And I was going to some friend's party. He didn't do anything to help me. He had to be shamed into coming to help me. So I can't come help you. I'm waiting for someone to show. It's like you. But so after that, I was like going to Dallas. I don't know. I just didn't go to Dallas for the longest time. And then I kind of became the shadowy memory of my friends in Dallas.
That's
So
that's kind of when I started fading out of the art scene myself. And it would, I would sporadically do stuff up until about 2004. And then I was,
yeah.
it was very sporadic too. And then
Yeah.
it was gone.
But that's just what I'm afraid is gonna, what you've been saying is gonna happen to the whole country here with the with if Kamala Harris gets in, that's just it's gonna be that
I
way
think
everywhere.
that all the conditions are set. And when all conditions are set for something to happen, the likelihood of it happening are very, very high.
I think
That's just
I
where
think
we're at.
Trump's going to get in a massive landslide, and that then they're going to resist. That's what my
Yes.
prediction is. Your prediction that Kamala's actually going to that they're
I
actually
don't
going
have
to
a
come out.
prediction because it's so wild card. I just know that there's gonna be nastiness, big time nastiness.
Yeah,
And because these people, if they lose power, some of them will go to jail, but some of them will be worse than that. And they know it.
yeah,
So
but why didn't they react so much last time? Because last time I
because
just remember it was there was some resistance. People,
because this is a fight between oligarchs at this point.
yeah,
And so you have like Musk who's thrown in with Trump and stuff like that. And then also there's a lot of stuff going on in the ex special operations community because, for instance, like Bill Gates, who do you think guards Bill Gates? Like, ex Green Berets, Delta Special Weapons and Tactics, Cadre Delta, all these guys. Well, they've made it very clear that there are some things you can't buy. And that's something that's very, very hard for people with tons and tons of money to understand, that there's a bond between men, especially men who've gone to war with one, together, that you can't put a price tag on their loyalty. So you can pay them all the money you want. They're going to be loyal to their brothers no matter what. And
Yeah, well,
so,
maybe.
these oligarchs, they may have all the money in the world, but all the head of their security could end them like that. And
Maybe
they've
they'll just all
kind of
leave
made
the
that
country en
known.
masse. Wouldn't that be wonderful if they all just flee like rats from a sinking ship?
Well, they're freaking out. There's a lot of variables and a lot of changes going on. And another thing is, they're to this extent, MAGA people have not engaged in street fighting, but they are terrified that they will. And because they can't control that, they weren't worried when it was Antifa versus the cops or Antifa versus, whatever minor National Guard presence, because they controlled both sides of that fight. So they could contain it. They could keep the burn where they wanted it. It wouldn't spread out of control. And most importantly, it wouldn't blow back on them personally. And you're dealing with narcissists here, extreme narcissists. So,
Well, really, on both sides.
well, to be sure,
But
but
I think, but Trump is my narcissist.
right, he's not a malevolent narcissist like some
No,
of
he
these people.
isn't. I think he genuinely does believe in God. If he didn't before, he does now after July.
But
Um,
it's just there's so many moving parts of the machinery and all the conditions. Like if you study warfare as a profession, there are certain conditions that have to be met for civil wars to ignite. And the United States currently has every single one of them. Like the Christmas tree is fully lit up.
yeah. Well, I don't know, man. Well, we'll see, man. It's gonna be fun.
Just
I'm gonna try to do a show on Tuesday night. I'm not really. I think I am. I maybe I'll change my mind, but
I'll try to make it if I can. Like just like make sure you got the fire, the water, the food, the medicine. Make sure you have a way to protect yourself, and make sure you have like, if, at the very least, buy a Baofeng radio with an extra, a couple battery packs or something.
well, I do have a crank radio that I can crank to, and it'll run for like a minute. Then I crank it up again, and I've got like one of
Yeah,
those
but
radios.
you're going to want to have access to the CB and ham and GMRS bands, and a little like $50 Baofeng will do that.
Yeah. At this point, it's a little late to be ordering shit from Amazon. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. But shit. I hope I'm not. I hope it doesn't turn out that we're not ready enough. But
But you
yeah,
can just do what you can, and
yeah,
then you say a prayer and you give it
yeah.
over to God, and then you take a
Well,
deep breath and you roll with the punches.
yeah. Well, prayer is really probably the most effective thing. Really. I mean, that's one of the most effective things.
Yeah.
So,
Well, listen,
well, I
Groucho, I
shouldn't
gotta
say
run,
that's
but
one. Okay, take care.
brother, it was so wonderful catching up, and
Yeah.
just the more like 6 degrees of separation, like we're down to like 1 or 2 at this point. Like it's so
Yeah.
weird.
Well,
It's
John
so
Freeman,
wonderful.
that's immediate. It's just he's not here anymore. But
Yeah.
we both had lost touch with him. But he was a great guy. And yes, I would say it was probably maybe a little over a month ago that he passed away.
All right. Well,
So
listen,
anyway, take
have
care.
faith, keep your head down, but your chin up, and
Yeah,
I'll see you later, my friend.
you too. Take care.
Bye
That
for now.
was bye. That was probably not good for me to say. That's one of the most important things. No, it's the most important thing. um, I don't think that comes across. What are you, God, saying? What does he mean? One of the most. Oh, look, look at Ampex 370 cassette. How about that? That was not a good brand. This is the kind of this brand was sold at um, Musicland. At the Forum through, I probably bought this at the Forum 303 Mall, the mall that I've bonded with Zork about. But inside is a Bass F cassette. It says Jim Lowe's Good Times Hour, tribute to Stan Freberg, Part One. Oh, this is a Something I made in 1979 as a little kid. It's an imaginary radio show. I gotta transfer that. Oh my gosh! I just found something cool. Yeah, I pretended I was making an old time radio show at age. How old would that have made me? 14. So interesting. You hold on to anything long enough, it kind of looks cool. It has the cheap cassette from the 70s. Oh, are they doing the garbage truck thing again? I think I don't know what this is. What's going on here? Hold on, let's see. Go up LFC. Let's see. What does LFC mean? Sure. LFC. Oh, Last Frontier Comics. Okay. Kratu, drop the link. Okay. Oh. What link? Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, maybe he was asking how to get on, and I didn't even see the comment. I bet that's the case. I was getting paste. I bet. Okay. Anyway, here he goes. Okay, where was? I don't. I don't see. Anyway, if anyone wants to come on, um, that's the link to come on here. Okay. This old camera that's just on the floor. Maybe I'll put this somewhere. And this old lamp. I think I'll take this old lamp down to the basement. This lamp. Got this at a garage sale. Ah. Oh, Gary Davis says, "Good morning, Gratu. Is it still morning? I don't even know what time it is, man. 11:46. I've already turned my clocks ahead, back. So the new time as of tonight it'll be 10:46. See there? Oh, you can't see. My mission today is to try to make the house better. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, man. I just don't know. So not only are we connected by a mall we used to hang out with, Zork and Les the Centaur, all of the other acronyms, no, not acronyms, other pseudonyms he has, but we know he's the same person. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Where will I put this lamp? No, that's not a good place for it. Where should I put this Polaroid camera? Oh, someone's trying to come in. Oh, Meyer. What's going on, Meyer?
Hey, how's it going? Good morning.
All right, good. Last Frontier says they're trying to cheat, but it's nice to see the Supreme Court stepping in.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Out on your morning walk? I think you froze up a little. Maybe not.
I'm just outside. My connectivity is kind of shitty. There's a rainstorm. It just kind of broke. It's been raining. It's real nice out. It's been raining.
Yeah, I think it's about to start raining here too.
But yeah, connection. If I turn this way, it might be better. Usually it's better like this. Right over here. Getting cold here real quick. Weather's changing. The winter's here.
Yeah. Oof.
So that was really what I heard. I've only been up for about an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours. Maybe not that long. I don't know how long. I think I got up at 8. Yeah, so almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it was a really good conversation you guys just had. I was enjoying that.
Yeah. They seem to have backed off a little bit with, most of you aren't going to make it. It's like the Normandy invasion speech, but yeah, he's still very adamant that we need to still stock up here because it's really unknown what could happen.
Yeah, it is. I'm really happy to be out of that city. One of my
Yeah.
main worries is being stuck there because of those bridges. You're kind of stuck. And once they
Right.
close the bridges and if the people start rioting or what do they call it, protesting, but it's really rioting and domestic terrorism, shutting down the freeways and the bridges. Then it doesn't feel like a safe place to be. Even though I was in that safe neighborhood right up on the beach and everything, still it's far safer here. I mean, this place is pretty isolated, off the beaten path.
Yeah. There's a little cardboard Tom Terrific.
What's that? Oh, Tom Terrific.
Tom Terrific. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Earlier, Paulo came on. That was entertaining, but I started super early, like insanely early, and I was turning all my clocks back, even though I'm not supposed to do it till later on. I'm just doing it just as a trial run of what it'll be like. So right now, I have the new time on all these clocks. Um, oh my gosh. Uh, I start looking at old famous monsters, and I think, well, I need to do other stuff. I've got a bunch of comics I need to file. Maybe that would entertain somebody. It was See the Bear by Dean Bryant.
Oh, there's the bear.
Sorry, I keep turning sideways as I move around. Gotham City. The time police will come after you for that, he says. I hope not. What was the comedian? Was it that? What was the comedian that is probably very politically incorrect now? That Jose Jimenez. What was it? They pretended to be an astronaut or something. Is he the guy that would go, "Oh, I hope not"? I don't know what comedy routine that's from. My Trump sign keeps falling. Tape is not going to work, man. I need a stronger kind of tape.
Hey, last night I was having a conversation with my neighbor,
Yeah.
and just in the middle of the conversation, he said that he thinks there's still gold here. And I just let it kind of pass by because we were just, but then after the conversation, I thought about it in my head that I missed that opportunity to ask him what he meant by that. What do you mean there's still gold here? The way he said it was like almost like he was saying like a conspiracy of some sort. He was saying that he thinks that there's still gold here and that there's still something involving it. And I was like, I didn't say anything. It just went flying by. The conversation continued and thought about it later. Now I need to ask him about that in the future and ask him
Like they're
what he
mining
means
it
by that.
secretly. Is that you think that's what he means?
Yeah, that was almost what it sounded like. It was almost what it sounded like, or that they know it's here and that it's they're keeping it here or something. I don't know. It was strange.
Okay.
But we were talking about all
Well,
the stuff that I was talking about. I was asking him questions and telling him of what I had learned. I was talking about why are there all these old buildings? Why would the Carnegies build a library in 1905 in this little tiny nowhere town? And he was telling me about all the money and how there were this place was connected to San Francisco, Sacramento, and Washington D.C. and New York City. And it's so strange that this little town was connected in that way, but it was. And then
maybe it's a
also,
place. Yeah.
Gambling and prostitution and anything, when there's great wealth, there's great wealth, there's great corruption, right? And so that's
Sure.
why this town has these ghost stories, and it's kind of weird. It's an unusual place. Anyway, he says that there's still gold here.
Yeah. There's no
I
telling,
don't know.
man.
We'll find out. Interesting. There's a big party tonight. I just remembered. Tonight's the second, right?
Yes.
Tonight is the second. Tonight is the actual. So I learned this yesterday that tonight is the actual big adult street party downtown. They call it the Day of the Dead celebration, and it's always it's Saturday night. So the Saturday night after Halloween, I guess. And so that's tonight. And so tonight will be the big. Everybody will be dressed up in Day of the Dead, um, Spanish type, Latin type costumes downtown, skeletons and ghosts and stuff.
Huh.
And it's raining, so we'll see if the rain breaks. See, it's just nothing but clouds, and but there is. I mean, it's not raining right now. So the stuff downtown, like I noticed yesterday, that everything was still up, and there was even more stuff up outside of the bars, like more advertising Saturday night for Day of the Dead. So I was like, oh shit,
Oh.
it really didn't happen. Yeah. So the big Halloween party in this town hasn't happened. It's tonight, I believe.
Okay. Does the town have any connection to when California was Mexico?
Well, yeah, but at that point, there was no Mexican government here where this town was founded. This town is way far north up in the mountains, and this town, there was original, like, I think it's 4 families of settlers that came here before the gold and after or during the Indian occupation. Like maybe they coexisted with the Yuba and Madu Indians that lived here in the valley on the creek, which is, right here. Like the whole town is based around this creek. But in 1848, they discovered gold in the creek, and that's when the whole place, still people that lived here from back east, but not very many. But they didn't have any connection with the Mexican government. Wasn't up here yet, and California, I don't even think was a state yet at that point at all. There was just people in Sacramento and San Francisco, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm still learning everything. I don't know that much about it.
Hmm.
There's a giant Freemason building here, like 5 stories high. That's the other thing strange about it. It's such a small town, but there's all these really large buildings that would have been built turn of the century, the 20s, 30s. And so in order to get all those materials, so the freeway, the highway wasn't even built at that time, my neighbor was telling me. And so that's why they built that narrow gauge railway. And so they built the railroad just to get to here from San Francisco, which is kind of wild, that would connect. They built this railway that connected to the main railway so that people could get back and forth from Sacramento and San Francisco before the cars worked, before cars were a major thing.
Yeah.
Which is weird too.
There's gonna be
But they had to spend,
masons in every small
they
town.
had to bring
They
all the
have a
materials
presence
to
everywhere.
build all these buildings up here. That thing is the amount of money and time it would have taken to bring all of these building materials that you would only see in a big major city to this little town in the mountains is unusual.
Yeah. Maybe it was intended to be the rich people's getaway. The ones that lived in San Francisco in case something went bad. I don't know.
Now, one more thing. We are 3 days out from the most important election of our lifetimes. How many people here have already voted? That's awesome. But how many? Join Donald Trump. But if you have got your home, then roll up your sleeves. Pull out your cell phone and go to vote. Every person in this crowd, I want you to commit right now.
What is this?
5-minute conversation with friends.
How is this an Archie comic book? It looks like this. I don't know. I guess I have this from a free comic book day. Kind of embarrassing to own something like that. What is this?
Welcome the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna check the weather. I might go for a walk.
I thought you were already on a walk, or are you just out
Weather
smoking?
before I go. It's kind of clearing up.
This isn't an old clock. It's just kind of it's like a Target clock from probably 20 years ago, but it kind of looks old a little bit. I'm gonna see if it still works here.
Yeah, it looks pretty good from it. It looks from here. It looks like a clock from the inside of a diner.
Right. That's why I got it because it has an old style look. But I don't remember. I don't know if these batteries are any good. I'm gonna try them out and see. Whoa. Oh, yeah, it's moving. Why are they playing a funeral dirge? You hear this? Listen,
No, where is it?
it's the Trump rally.
I don't know. Oh, where's he at today? He was
What
great
is
last night.
this?
He was so funny last night. Yeah, he was cracking me up last night. He was hilarious, man. With the
Yeah,
microphone thing,
I was so
everything, with the
tired I
whole
fell
thing.
asleep during the speech. Not because it was boring, but because I'd been up since. Well, also
Right.
I went too late with the show the night before. It was in-
We have created 7 million new jobs.
Okay, so it's
Like we've never seen before. We developed the greatest economy in history by far. Where I left office, it changed.
yeah, it's he's pretty funny and
From 2%.
but people without a sense of humor don't get it at all. And
Traffickers and drugs coming into our country. Our country
Did you
is
see
not
that
yet
video of somebody throwing a cell phone at him?
decision to run.
I did, yes, that was a cell phone, right?
Yeah, it sure looked like a cell phone. Secret Service stepped on it very quickly. Did you see that? That's alarming that somebody could do that. That bugged me a lot.
Yeah, I
That
mean that
happened.
could have been something else.
Yes.
Um, there was he was at some. It wasn't a rally. It was like maybe one of those town hall kind of things where he's standing on the stage, and someone. Did you see that where someone shouted at him? It says, "Your father." What did he say? Paid my way through college in 1974, or no, your father paid my father's way through college back in 74 or something like that. And he said, "Oh, you're the one?" And he says, I'll come down and talk with you." And he came down and forced the Secret Service to come down with him. And I don't know if he signed something or talked with a guy. So I guess must have been something well known in the family that that the father had paid this. But that was an
I
interesting
didn't see that.
thing that happened.
Didn't see that.
Uh,
Please welcome the next president of the United
oh, he's coming out.
J. Trump.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I got to. I got to.
you must be behind. You must be behind because I'm watching him on right side and he's already talking.
Yeah, I am behind because I when I started it, I had to rewind. But I think he must have just started because I'm not that far behind. It says 102, and
Oh, you're only six
I'm
minutes
about
behind.
6 minutes. I'm 6 minutes behind. Yeah, yeah. I got to turn this music down because I get a copyright claim for this guy's song that I used to hate, and now I like it. Just like YMC. Well, I don't know the Village People songs. I mean, they're good pop songs, but I used to just kind of hate them for what they look like, and now I kind of anything associated with these rallies I kind of enjoy now. Yeah, this clock's working, so already set to the new time. Okay. Oh boy. Where's a good place for a clock? There's magazine rack here. All I've got are, I didn't put any magazines in it, but I need to fill it with something more, something better than previews. I just put them in there temporarily. So, like, if I have duplicates of an issue of Famous Monsters or something, or some monster magazine, I need to put duplicates in that magazine rack there. Um, I'm just trying to make a visible difference here with everything. What toy line is this character from? She's got a cat tail. Okay, the music's over.
Thank you very much. Oh, this was supposed to be a small little stopover. We got 20,000 people here. This is going to be a little stopover, Tim. No, this is great. We were just going to stop over real quick, a little group of people. This is not a little group of people. Hello, North Carolina. This is going to happen. I predict, let's make a prediction. This will happen on Tuesday, I think, right? This will happen on I think they'll end up having many, many more people than they thought. This is going to be great, but we have to get out and vote. And we will, because I am thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. What a great state. I have a little granddaughter named Carolina, thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You really are. You're amazing people. It's an amazing place. You've been through a lot. Your government has not helped you too much, I can tell you. Your government, FEMA, has let you down because they wanted to spend the money on illegal migrants instead. On January 20th, and you'll see quick service. I'd like to begin with a very, very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 40? I don't think so. I don't think
Check
so.
this out. So I'm still unpacking. I unpacked this last night. It's Project Yankee Doodle.
I will end inflation. I will stop the engagement
Oh,
of massive numbers of criminals.
it's a missile base?
Yeah, it's a secret missile base.
We don't have the American
Huh.
Secret rocket test center.
we also had energy independence.
Wow. How long have you had that?
I don't know, about 3 or 4 years, I think. I bought it from somebody on the internet who didn't know what they were selling and didn't know what they had. So I bought this toy from about 1958 in its original packaging, in incredible condition, in working order for $40. I've never seen another one like it that's perfect like this. I know, it's kind of crazy. The box is like brand new. I have a lot of other stuff in here. I'm going to set it down and we're going to pull everything out and take a look at it real quick. Here's a, what is this called, this company? Tootsie Toys. This was this company called Tootsie Toys in the early 70s, maybe, that made this kind of knockoff Space 1999. Is that what you would call this?
Let me see that. Yeah, it does look like Space 1999. Yeah, almost like the
Got a metal
monorail.
top and plastic
Yeah,
bottom, and it's called Tootsie Toys.
yeah, yeah. Were they based out of England?
Yeah, I think they were. There's a box for a little HO train building,
Oh, yeah. Very German.
but it doesn't have. That's not what's inside it. Oh, inside it is the Air Force ground crew by Marx from the same time period as the rocket base, but these figures didn't come with the rocket base.
Oh,
But they're made of metallic blue plastic. This is from about also 1958.
huh.
On Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're grossly incompetent. Kamala, you're fired.
I'm going to make a little noise for about 10
Oh, this
seconds.
one. This
Yeah,
is the best figure in the set because it looks like he's like doing some sort of religious ceremony with this rocket, doesn't it?
yeah, yeah, it does. I'm going to make some noise for about 10 seconds.
Right. Here's a guy in a suit with a helmet that was very much like what you guys were looking at in that advertisement earlier.
Right, yeah.
This guy has a signal light.
The worst numbers, I think, the name is like sort of ever. And they were like 4 days, and I want people to remember it because, you know, a lot of people say, well, this won't affect the election because a lot of people aren't thinking about that. And of course, these people, they'll say, look at all of the fake news. They say all of that.
Well, there's some interesting bagged figures in here. It's all pretty much the same time period. It's all like 50s and 60s inside of here, and it's like air or space related inside of the box. Since there's still room inside of this, I like that it says Army Jet on the wings.
Is that tiny?
This is Renwall.
Okay,
This
I've
is
got a bunch of
Renwall, the
tiny little
company from
jets.
50s. Where's it at? Right there. Oh, shit. Here's some Marx astronaut figures from the 70s that would have been the ones that we played with that came in a couple different space sets, probably in the early 70s after the moon landing.
Yeah,
Remember these?
yeah. Well, I'll make a bit of noise. Okay.
Here's a
It's
little guy that I customized that's delivering a pizza. With a pizza wheel.
yeah.
You stole my presidency, and you know better than I do.
Oh, what are these?
And the numbers would actually show Effie we're gonna see her on Tuesday. But I think, but Joe, the reports are.
And I love when I find stuff that I didn't know that I had.
He didn't do well,
This
but
is
that's
some other
okay.
air crew that
My wife's saying loud. Okay, that I won't be doing that again. I was just cleaning up a spill.
guess this is an even earlier Mark's air crew set. It looks like from the markings that were
I don't
colored
like the word, but it was a
and
coup.
bronze.
But it was sort of
These
worse
would
than
have
a
been
coup.
from the earlier 50s, probably 54 or 56. These might be the oldest things in this box. These are kind of unusual figures in that most kids played with little green army men, but these guys aren't in combat. They're not like figures that are doing something that little kids would normally be playing with. You know, they're an air crew. So it's like for a kid that's interested in flight or aircraft, it's kind of more specialized. These guys none of them have any guns, right? None of them are pointing any weapons or anything. I mean, this guy's a firefighter with a hose. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Here's some of these early Marks moon landing vehicles that also came out in the early 70s after the Apollo missions. These are discolored from age. These used to be white. They're made of a hard plastic. And of course, the idea was that everybody thought that we were just going to keep going to the moon, that we would eventually have these big vehicles on the moon, would be excavating and exploring and doing all kinds of things.
It's funny how we just immediately stopped that.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, there was some reason.
So these are the rockets that come with the set, with the launching, with the test center, with Project Yankee Doodle. They're really
No.
nice, made of this kind of soft plastic, and they shoot out from a spring-loaded launcher, and they're in 2 stages. Some of them have things that you put inside here, like little satellites.
Yeah.
They're right here.
1/10%. And the goals are a little bit more 1/10%.
You can like put stuff in here, and then you can aim the rocket launcher at your little sister. You can fire this in the house. In fact, I think it's made to be fired inside or outside. Like if you look at the old commercial for Project Yankee Doodle, which is here on YouTube, you can see the toy being demonstrated and played with by kids. And you could shoot this in the house or outside.
Did you see that? Mesco just charged his card. That means the Junkyard Joe figure was fulfilled from the wait list.
Oh, okay.
Did he order multiples of that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. Pretty cool.
Is
All
is
right.
that a big time expensive figure?
I don't know. I guess it's probably about $60. I'm not sure.
Okay, that would be a yes.
Yeah, one of the more expensive ones.
That's the only. If I was looking there, no good. If I was looking there, no good. Had to be here because the lunatic was right there. And I looked.
Someone would be wise to get the license to make movies out of this Geiger universe.
Maybe that's in the works already. It might already be happening.
Those numbers were terrible.
All right, let's take a look at this thing.
It's like an Elon Musk rocket ship.
See if we
That's
can
what
get it
happened.
out.
So that was my last day in
I
office.
think
That
I'll
was the lowest
adjust the camera a little bit,
integration we've
and we'll
ever
try and
had.
see if we can get it going, and we'll try and launch a rocket or two.
And that included trafficking of women. They tried, mostly it's women, by the way. Women 325,000 children are missing. Can you believe during their
So it looks like I'm going to need to do some work with the battery compartment,
a human tragedy?
which I'm not going to do right now.
Think about that. That's take your biggest.
Oh, to make it work.
I heard something.
Loaded up with children. That's what we're talking about.
Let's just take this out.
That's the lowest of all those people that you read about that got killed.
So here it is.
Oh my gosh. It looks a lot cooler than it did on the box. I guess it was just a black and white drawing on the box. Look at that. Oh,
You can
wow.
put pictures all around this, inside of it. I just have to get the batteries in and get the battery compartment closed, but it's difficult to do right now. I'll try in a second. So this opens up, and there's a, what do they call this thing? I forget what it's called. It lifts up, and then the rockets shoot.
Oh.
How many times did she call? And they said never.
And then the rockets all go right here.
I look, there were 10 officials behind me. They all gave
Oh.
this beautiful endorsement. And they've always endorsed me.
And the controls are right here.
Every year, hoping, they were hoping, but they just endorsed me. They're great people.
And then here's a siren.
You know, it's easier for
Here
them.
goes the siren. This little gauge will move up and down. We're over here. This little gauge moves up and down when you open and close it. Let's see if I can get the batteries in right now.
The biggest problem we have. I mean, to me, I read bigger than inflation. Inflation's terrible. And you saw the horrible numbers we had. The worst numbers I've ever seen. 12,000 jobs. Nobody has 12,000 jobs. Is nothing. 12,000 jobs. It's the worst numbers I've ever seen. I'll fix that. But when she allows 13,099 murders. These are people that are incarcerated for murder. Many of them more than one murder. They're now roaming our country. We have our local police, our local law enforcement, and they're going to work with us because we're going to get them the hell out. Everything. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political
I feel
victory.
like I need 100 mile an hour take.
But it only happens if you get out and vote. Okay, you gotta get out and vote. No, I haven't felt.
Or new batteries. I'm gonna go see if I can pull out some new batteries. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Say what happened to you? You believe I do 3 or 4 of these a day?
What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. You have that famous Monsters with the Tales of Terror cover. It seems like I've seen you with it.
Tales of Terror.
The one with the 3 heads that it has a whole photo shoot of the Top Stone masks in it. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think I do have that.
Did you know that it had the Top Stone thing in it?
I'll have to look at it. I couldn't see the picture on my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen it in your store. I think.
I got a little figure in the mail.
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, I have one of those, but it's yellow.
I saw it on Michael's video. Michael, what's his name? Yeah. I saw it on his video. It inspired me to get one.
What color did he have?
I think he had like maybe he had a lot of colors.
Oh man, I haven't been looking at any of his new videos because all I've been watching is political stuff.
And then Zork inspired me to get a lighter. I bought a lighter this morning.
Yeah. That's usually about the last thing I would get is because I don't smoke, but
Yeah, me either. I didn't have a lighter in the house. I was like, oh, maybe I should just to even light a candle if the power goes out.
yeah. I think he's talking about a lot of them. But then today he wasn't as scary.
Well, In the daytime, I can make fire easy with the magnifying glass. Well, we have
Well,
sun here.
in Arizona, yeah, I guess it's always like you could do that, but wow. Yeah, I've got that little guy. I don't know. He's not old. I mean, I don't think the one I've got, I'm sure is like probably from the night. What's the date on the bottom?
It's the brand is Diner. Is that what it is? Diner.
Shoot, I don't know. How to
Meyer
I'm
knows. It's
sure.
Diner, I think, or Dinner Diner.
Yeah, or Diener. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Diner.
Diner. Yeah, let me go see if I can find mine. It must be. It might be upstairs with my space stuff. I don't want to go up there and bother my wife, but
It's pretty cool.
oh yeah, it's like a little embryo for him. Well,
Look, I put up. I can put more toys up now on this wall.
yeah.
Or
Well,
masks, toys. I put this whole sheet up here.
I mean, is that more like a break room, or could you eventually have customers into this room?
I could eventually open it up to the public. It might be like a invite only room or something.
Well, yeah, there's not many customers that, once you get to know a customer, you say, hey, come see my back room, which,
This could be or maybe it make it to the tomb or something.
yeah, comic stores used to have back rooms in the 80s, or was it maybe late 80s and in the early 90s, where that's where they would have like the Faust comics. What was that artist's name? Faust?
Oh yeah, that's like a back curtain area. You'd go behind this little black
Yeah, it
curtain.
was like they had the section because there were a lot of comics coming out then that just were completely adults only, and yeah. Why do they have to make the damn Junkyard Joe so expensive? Is it because it's a
I think
limited
all the
number?
accessories and it's a limited thing. Like it's not like they're gonna make a million of them, like a
Yeah,
Marvel character. And originally, that stuff was all supposed to be put out by DC Comics, that whole Geiger verse, and then
yeah, they
uh,
made a big mistake.
Jeff
That's.
Johns and DC got into a fight over it or something.
Do you know anything about why they were at odds, or
I don't know.
well? Yeah, I was thinking after I made that order, other things that I should have gotten, like those Detective Comics facsimiles and the Absolute Batman, and it's like I've got to make a new list for the next order. Anything else cool come in since we've seen you last?
Um, we got more batteries in case these go out again.
Those last a long time in a car remote.
But yeah, after I ordered them, then I remembered about 2 years ago the same thing happened, and I ordered some, so I already replaced it
Oh,
before these came in the mail. It was just enough time for me to forget that I ordered them.
yeah.
I got some jalapeno lime pistachios.
Oh,
I think that's all that's new. Yeah, oh, we already looked at that. We looked at
oh
this.
yeah,
Oh, you know, well, Raymond Castile. He just put up a video this morning about the same time you started your live stream,
yeah.
and it's him comparing these figures, the first series and stuff, to the original Ben Cooper costumes.
Sometimes they're off, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he said the creature is the only one that came in a blue box like this,
Oh,
and
okay.
he said this Frankenstein he has the Frankenstein mask, but the outfit that he has doesn't match it.
Oh,
Uh, So there would be, but he says just because that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I guess because there would be just they would just put whatever Frankenstein shirt they had at the factory in with the mask.
yeah.
There was no wrong way to do it as long as it had Frankenstein mask and a Frankenstein shirt.
Hmm.
I didn't have very many Ben Cooper costumes when I was a kid. I can only remember one or two.
Well, yeah, that was pretty much the only way to. There were so many when I was a kid, but you're slightly younger. It seems like maybe there were more options. Oh boy.
No, I think we would make our costumes.
Yeah, that was always, if you got a mom that's real handy with all that. Some moms would really get into that stuff.
Oh, that one. I got to ship out uh, Chip Creek stuff.
Oh yeah.
Got some stuff in here to ship out.
Oh man. I'm
Oh,
really looking forward. Yeah.
If Myers listening, I had a couple comics came in for him too.
Oh really?
Yeah, these two came in for him.
Oh, what is Babs?
What is it? I'm back.
Oh, you didn't see it? You weren't looking?
No, I wasn't looking. I was in the kitchen.
That's
Oh, there's Bab.
Babs number 2, and that's 3.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll take those.
Is that I think I remember when you showed Babs one.
Yeah,
Yeah, Meyer got it.
I got it and I read it.
Do you still have Babs number one?
I do.
No,
My son.
I meant Kevin.
Oh,
No,
No,
I only
I
ordered
tossed it
one.
in the trash.
I only ordered one.
Yeah.
Nobody came in asking for it either.
I can't imagine why. So there's a whole thing to it. I'm waiting until I read the other installments in the series. It is. It's. I don't even want to say my opinion on it yet because I haven't read the whole thing, so it's hard to say where it's going. But it is kind of like a woke Red Sonja, is how I would describe it, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
over the top with the wokeness and the SJW situations. Like the orcs that she fights are misogynists. There's a bunch. All the villains are all aligned with like how a Trump supporter the vision of what a leftist would think a Trump, how villainous a Trump supporter is. That's how all the villains are. And the first issue ends with the introduction of this evil knight character that looks like it's going to be Trump. So I can't. That's why I'm reading them.
Well, is it so
It's a
over the
hate
top
read.
that it
Whatever
could
you call it.
possibly? I'm sorry, I'm
What's that?
talking over. Is it so over the top that it could possibly be a parody making
Yeah,
fun of that?
it's possible, but I think not. But that was my first. That was one of my first thoughts was that this is so over the top. Is this guy serious or is this sarcasm? I was like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, is he taking it to
So,
the SJWs under the table? But I don't think so now. After reading the entire first issue, and
okay.
I think it is what it is, and so that's why I'm holding off on a full review because
All right.
I want to review the whole series actually in a video or something or talk
Yeah,
about it.
give it.
So, yeah.
Yes.
But the art is very good.
Oh, what's? Oh, that's the Cruel Universe you were talking about earlier. You were reading it.
I
How
couldn't
did?
even read it. I gave up.
It's that bad? The cover looks good.
I like that other cover. I posted on my Instagram the other cover. It
Oh,
had a politician getting sworn into office, and he was an alien.
uh huh. What were the pictures of the dogs for? Are those the dogs of readers?
That was the letters page. I don't. Uh, with Stray Dogs, he did that where you could send in a picture of your dog. but I don't know why these people are sending pictures of the dogs. I didn't read the letters section. I couldn't
Justin
really
says
get
I
through this. I couldn't even get through
just
this.
that's the first one you couldn't actually even read, so
No,
that's
that this
really
is the last. This was the last story. It was only a page, 2 pages long. It
uh
wasn't even a story.
Justin says I agree with Meyer, but if it changes your mind, Meyer, let us know. I couldn't even get through the woke fight scene.
This was the only cool part. This dude get blasted with a laser at the.
Hmm.
This was kind of funny. This little baby, this alien mom and this baby alien.
Well, they're doing the lettering, the EC lettering. They're
Yeah.
having the bit where the guy goes choke.
Uh huh. I like that part.
Uh,
Yeah.
but
I didn't like the rest of it.
yeah, I'm just
This was like a really boring story. I couldn't even get through this one. Doomsday Particle they create, and the one lady like steals part of it. I think I got the mail. Hold on.
all right. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, wait, did I didn't knock him out? He must. I hope I didn't remove him. No, I didn't. What did I do? Oh, he's still there. I might have done that actually.
Yeah,
I hope
but
I
I
must
couldn't
have
even.
hit
I'm not
remove.
gonna even. I'm not gonna review this. I don't think and put it on the EC group.
It seems like all you get is flack when you do that.
Well, and look how bad this art looks.
Yeah,
This like
yeah,
might have been a cool story. Had all these different aliens, and then they look how bad that is.
yeah.
Couldn't even draw a cool alien.
Yeah, it's very lazy, right?
Yeah, it's like they just threw some watercolor down and then just outlined that watercolor mark and said that's an alien.
Yeah.
It was so bad, like but it seemed like every story was at least two of them were political.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I don't
interesting. So
know.
when I was reading, I just read, I was in the kitchen, but I just came back and I just read Justin's comment. Uh, you know, I think it's interesting because I was noodling this through thinking when was this all? So they're writing a lot of stuff that is really political again. I mean, maybe they never stopped. I don't know. But like with that Babs comic, I was like, this is like written by somebody 5 years ago. It was like this when I was reading it, I was like, seems like something somebody would have wrote in 2016 or 2017. And so it's weird to me. Are they feeling their oats? Did they really think that they're going to get a second term with? So I'm thinking, when was this written? Was this written before Biden's before the debate? You know, before the Biden collapsed and before the failed assassination? It must have all been written before then. And so it's interesting. They're kind of feeling their oats. They're still writing about the same fake news propaganda drivel, the idea that a conservative is a certain type of person and that they're evil. It's a trip that they're still making the same stuff. So that's what interests me. I'm wondering. I'm looking forward to seeing the primal scream again. I want to see them all lose it again after Tuesday. Fingers crossed,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, that is something to look forward to. That lady on her knees screaming at the sky like Charlton Heston at the end of Planet of the Apes. That was a lot of fun back in the first election. Justin says that fight felt like it was referencing that CW Batwoman show. It was so strange.
It it was really poorly scripted. Like it was weird. Like and it's got to be written by like a 55-year-old man. I think the guy who writes it is not a young. It's like it's like an older guy, and I'm thinking it's like so. It's like being. It's kind of like I don't even know what. It's so weird. It's like he is paying penance to the people that control his financial well-being. That's like he's writing for a group of invisible. He's writing for an invisible audience, but he's at the same time he's writing for an overseer for some sort of tyrannical authoritarian corporation. But I think he loved it. By the time I was done reading it, I was like, wow, he's complete. This guy's like a total zombie cult member. It's interesting. But yeah, it's like it was like the same stuff that was happening 5 years ago. He's bringing it back up, making jokes about how Conan is gay, or how guys don't want women characters replacing male characters. It's like that's such an old, ridiculous idea and that's not even the truth. It's very interesting because nobody cared about Red Sonja when Red Sonja was at her peak, right? In 1972 or 1974 in comics. There was no competition between Conan and Red Sonja, but that's what this comic book is implying, that the male comic book reader, which is implied that that's everybody, is like us, is like a misogynistic male or something. They're teaching us a lesson. This comic book is teaching us a lesson that sword and sorcery stories with female-led characters, that they don't have to be sexualized. They can be tough and they can be lesbians, and it's very funny. It's funny. I'm learning a lot. And how stupid these people are.
Yeah. Yeah, man. This is something. All these rallies he's doing.
Big lobby or anything asking for it. I have lobbies asking me for everything, but I have no lobby asking me for that. Just something like that. I've always felt that. I've seen so many of them, met so many of them, and they want to just take care
Dozing off. How long have you been live? Shit, 7 hours.
Well, I don't know. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
you should
tells
take
me
a
at the
nap.
top.
You've been live for 7 hours.
Well,
It was 3 in the
I just
morning. I've been watching since 3 in the morning, off and on.
Dang.
So I started at 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was I don't know. I got up early, and I think I'm gonna get some tea. I just drank all the tea this morning.
Alaska, which is perhaps the biggest in the world. It might be as big as Saudi
I just
Arabia.
made some Maxwell House International coffee. Remember Jean-Luc?
No.
It's a reference to the commercial for Maxwell House International Coffee. These ladies are sitting down and they're using this instant coffee that's supposed to be like French vanilla or something, and they're like waxing poetic back to their trip to Paris, and she's all, "You remember our waiter?" And they both say Jean-Luc at the same time. It was really cheesy. It was pretty funny.
Oh boy, yeah. I don't know. I just
Yeah, the
I think
idea
of
is
that.
this instant. I actually bought some the other day. Anyway, this is instant coffee that they marketed to housewives to seem like that it was
Yeah.
continental, right? Like it was upper crust, because they're eating this or drinking this different type of instant coffee.
It's like one tier above Folgers, right?
Yeah, it just has sugar in it and some flavoring to make it taste like a mocha or vanilla or a cappuccino or something.
Gotham City.
It's like a few rooms, but that's the way it was. It was beautiful. We spent a lot of time. This would have been so great for Alaska. Would have been incredible and unbelievable.
Hello, Gotham City.
You get Asia out of Anwar. And the first thing he did was terminated it. And he also terminated the Keystone Pipeline. But he let Russia
See this stuff.
Nord Stream 2, which is the biggest pipeline in the world. He let
Yeah, right.
You just mix it in water, or do you have to brew it?
No, you just mix it in hot water and you can add milk to it to make it taste a little bit smoother, make it so it's not as watery. I didn't realize they still made it. My mother used to get this stuff, and I went to get hot chocolate the other day and I saw it on the shelf, so I bought some. It's pretty good.
Uh,
That's it.
And then they say, Donald Trump was soft on Russia. No, it was the biggest project in Russian history, and I terminated it, and they never got it finished. And then this guy comes in.
I got some McDonald's coffee this morning.
Think of it, the exact opposite. His foreign policy was worse. Every single foreign policy movie is made. Look at Israel. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. And at least now they're in a position where there's some defense where they can defend themselves from what might happen. You know, we're very close. I'll tell you what, we're very close to going into a thing called World War III. And we have people that do not have the mentality to even think about keeping us out. They have no idea. Again, should have never
who
happened.
put out that comic Babs?
Again, never happened. Never.
I think
Um,
Ahoy or something.
yeah,
Ahoy.
Ahoy Comics. Ahoy.
Yeah, I don't know them.
And the guy that wrote it is a famous guy. He wrote a bunch of other stuff that a bunch of other people read. And I haven't checked his Twitter or anything or Googled him, but I'm pretty sure he's one of those woke guys that like hates Comicsgate or something, or
Yeah.
hates like Ethan Van Sciver. I don't know. I didn't do all the research yet.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows what Ahoy Comics is. I've never heard anybody come in and go, "Hey, where's your Ahoy Comics at?"
What other comics have they done? How long have they been around?
I just
It's not
noticed
a
them
big
maybe in the
name.
past couple of years. Because when everything switched, when DC switched to Lunar, that was one of the titles that they were carrying that you couldn't get from like Penguin Random House. You have to get it from Diamond, or you'd have to get it from Lunar.
The lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burden.
What a terrible name for a comics company, Ahoy. Why would you choose it? I hope that that's like somebody's initials or something. I hope that that wasn't their choice. The idea is Ahoy. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're
Yeah.
in Seattle and they have like this nautical connection. They think that they need to. I don't know why Ahoy Comics
Maybe
is
the
just
guy really likes cookies. Maybe he likes Chips Ahoy cookies.
maybe could be.
Could have a pirate fetish. It might
Yeah,
be like village man. They didn't have a pirate in the Village People, did they?
no,
Maybe that's not one of their fantasies.
maybe.
Um,
Um,
I don't know.
it's a stupid name. No.
So the okay, so today's Saturday. Don't you normally get the new shipments on Friday night or something like
Yeah, I
that?
got, yeah.
So you've got the new comics for next week. It was
Yeah.
last week's order that got screwed up, right?
As soon as I put up the new video, 4 subscribers left.
You lost 4 subscribers putting up a video.
Yeah, with the new comics. Maybe it was the thumbnail I chose.
What was the? Well, I haven't noticed. Yeah, I
Really,
haven't seen it.
it was a cool thumbnail. It was like a poison ivy's ass, right? Wasn't it
Yeah.
something like that?
Oh, did you? Oh, that might have been what did it. Um,
It looked great. I saved it. I added it to
is
my
there
comic
a
playlist.
is there a cover like that coming out
Yeah,
next week?
yeah, it was a new
Yeah.
cover.
Yeah, could we get a preview? I guess we could watch your video, but could we get a preview of what's coming out next week?
I was on Instagram Live unboxing them.
We were going into the restaurant last night, and my wife said that it shows that Kevin's live, and I I said really. She said I think he may have ended now, so I didn't.
I
I
didn't
missed that whole thing.
it ended it by itself. I don't think I was moving enough on the screen or talking enough, and I think it just ends automatically if you're not doing enough on
Oh,
screen.
well, how many people were watching?
I mean, only a few at a time. They would just come and leave. But when I showed that poison ivy, everybody liked it.
Oh, well, let's see that. The only benefit, let's see, Justin says, would be that you would come earlier in previews. That's the only way. Oh, yeah, come. Well, they should have a comic book called A. Aaron. Remember, all the plumbing companies would be first in the AAA Aaron plumbing company would be first in the yellow pages. They would have nothing but A's. That's what I'm having to do on YouTube. Is I'm starting to do playlist, adding A's to the beginning of the playlist because for a while YouTube was forcing my playlist to appear alphabetically. So I'll put A music or amazing November 2024. I just have. That's why I started doing that.
All right, Chip Creek, if he's watching, his box is ready to go.
I'll see this. We're actually getting to see your amazing packaging live. Is Yeah, Chip Creep. I'm looking forward to seeing his barn with all the arcade machines and pinball.
Chip
Justin
Creek won
says,
the
I
Ben
think now.
Cooper figure.
Oh yeah, he says, I think now symbols and numbers come first. Did all of the prizes get I didn't even remember. I was half asleep during that show.
Um, Captain Strange Life, I'm sending him the model kit. He's going to give it to the guy in person.
Right, right.
Is that the
Time,
Sherlock Holmes guy?
yeah, Leo from Time Travel Comics. Yeah,
Oh,
and
that's a good
then
name.
who else was the who I don't even remember. Oh, did, did Gary Davis win something?
Gary got the let me go look. He got the he got the Chamber of Chills.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was watching earlier. I don't know if he still is.
He got the Chamber of Chills figures. And I don't have his address. No.
Okay. I need to ask him. Okay.
He's never bought
Yeah,
from me before. I don't have his address.
yeah. Okay. And then trying to think, there were uh last Frontier Comics offered up 2 issues of Unexpected, and we never gave those out. Maybe I can buy those 2 issues from him. I'll just buy the unclaimed prizes. And you know what I really want to get is, if Strange Life didn't give out that Chamber of Chills shirt, I'd like to get that buy that from him as a present for Cleo, because she loves that cover with that and let's see what's going on here. What happened to Disney and comics? Hey guys, I've had a crappy weekend. Oh no, my dog passed away yesterday. Figured I'd turn on one of my favorite shows and watch for comfort. Oh man, that's rough. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for saying that. But yeah, that's horrible. That's the worst. They're
Yeah,
like
sorry.
children.
That's terrible.
Um, but yeah. Um, but this lady I worked with had a heart attack, survived. Her dog had just passed away, and when she had a heart attack, and she actually died and was revived. And she said her dog was jumping up on her, and then she was revived. So anyone that tells you that dogs don't go to heaven, you aren't reunited with them, because those are usually people that have never had pets. They don't know that they have souls. They are like people. If you're uh, there was I used to love Howard Stern. I hate him now. Like everyone else I used to love, I now hate. But he was genuinely funny. It's like these people are possessed by demons and they change. He was really funny back 20, 30 years ago. But anyway, they took him off the air in Dallas, and they replaced him with David Lee Roth. And I don't have anything against I like Van Halen, but as a talk show host, he was really shitty. It was like when Chevy Chase tried to do a talk show. And I was thinking they replaced Howard Stern with this, but I was listening to it on the way to work, and David Lee Roth was saying that the dogs they only just want food, and they anything they do that people think is personality or anything. It's just an instinct to get food from you. That's just what, and it's like, you stupid dumbass, man. It just, I hate that cynicism that, dogs, of course, we all want to eat, but dogs genuinely do feel love. It's not just them doing that as a performance to get fed. But that's what he thought. I remember hating him for that comment. Because
I know
you
we
don't
probably
insult
came up
dog.
with that. I know where he came up with that theory. Probably it's
What is
because
that?
it's an instinct for a dog to lick their mom to get fed. I think
Uh-huh.
so. When a dog licks you, maybe he thought, oh, the dog's just trying to get food.
Yeah. Well, but there's a lot more to dogs than licking. You can just tell, okay, this is just some guy that's never had a pet.
My dogs, they know when I'm going to be home by their smells are the most amazing thing about them. They can smell. That's why if you
And
ever lose your dog, take a pile of your dirty laundry and throw it outside of your house, and your dog can find you by that.
oh yeah. And I'm sure your neighbors will enjoy that. It's just there was a bunch of dirty laundry all over the yard. Oh, it's the neighbors again, man.
You got to be careful.
Uh,
Your neighbors might steal your laundry
God
these
dang.
days. I
Um,
remember having apartments in high school, and if you wash or after high school, when I got out of high school, you'd have to, if you went to the laundromat inside the apartment complex, you had to keep an eye on your laundry because somebody would steal it.
Justin is my condolences. Sorry to hear that. DNC, and he says, and Disney and Comics says, I totally agree. They're like people, and she had one of the sweetest souls I've ever known. Oh man, yeah. In the movies, you don't kill the dog. If you kill the dog in a movie, it's like, oh man, you ruined that movie. And you don't say anything bad about dogs either, man. It's not cool. So people that don't like dogs are probably Kamala Harris voters. Let's face it. You will see the dog again. I was just talking about I've got a dog and two cats right over here in little boxes that, the ashes. And I was just repositioning them in a better place this morning and moving some Munster mobiles around and stuff, Munster cars. Oh boy, yeah, that's rough. Um, I wish you'd come on sometime, Steve, Disney and Comics. Steve, I believe. Yeah, I don't think you ever actually come on this channel, but sometime that'd be great because you've got a great collection. Oh, now he's got a sign that says "Trump will fix it" is the new sign that they have. I wanted to get one of those 47 signs. The rallies, everyone's holding up a sign that says 47, and
They have forced so many good people out of politics. That's a shame. So many great people have been forced because of them. They're bad people, but they're going to get better. They've lost a lot of credibility. When I first started, they had a 92% or 93% approval rating, and they have lower than Congress. The fake news has a lower rating than Congress.
anyway, yeah.
Get lower than that. But these
Um,
rebels come from Venezuela, from the Congo, stealing countless American lives. People are coming from countries you've never heard of. 181 countries this year so far are represented. Many of these countries you've never heard of. Today, I want you to hear directly from an incredible mother who I met
so
a week ago
So that's the latest issue of Castle of Frankenstein that's on the way to me there.
Yeah,
And how many copies do you have that clearly aren't selling?
I think that's the last one.
Last one. Someone watching, you should call him up and get that thing because it's this is one of those miracles that I want this magazine to sell because it's something I loved as a kid and it just magically came back and they someone tried to bring it back in the 90s. It was terrible. This time it's an actual it's actually uh, an okay version of what it used to be. It's not the original people, but they're doing it well. And you want things that are good to be successful, and you need to support Kevin too, man. So, oh man, this is all your personal stuff. It's going up on the shelf of wonderful stuff.
You look good there. Or should I put them over here? Put them on top of there.
Yeah, that was good.
Should I put them up even higher?
That's something you don't ever want to fall on the floor if you have dogs, though.
Mm.
That would be
Look at
chewed
these
up
jigglers.
immediately. Damn, those are great. What the hell are those? Clearly King Kong heads, but I mean, they're for the. I was just
The
imagining
jigglers.
those on the Christmas tree. Can you get more of those?
It was from that New Jersey dime store. I
Oh,
got. Remember, I got these from there too.
right. Yeah, you sent me one of those, but can you get more of the King Kong heads?
I think I would have bought more. I think I would have bought more than two.
Oh, that was the last of them.
It must
Okay.
have been. Because why would I
Imagine
only
that's
buy two?
okay. Do they still have other cool stuff that is unpoached?
Yeah, I'm always looking over there.
Oh, they gradually unearth new things and put them up.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's right there.
Yeah, those King Kong heads are fantastic.
He almost fell. Look at that.
Oh boy. But it looks like the kingpin has magically saved him with boxing gloves. So are you open yet?
Oh crap!
Oh, you haven't unlocked the door?
I didn't know what time it was.
I don't know
Around
what
this
time
time of
is
the
it?
year. Well, around this time of the year, I get faked out with because my car, it'll tell me the like California's time when they switch.
Oh, but California won't switch till tonight.
Yeah, so tomorrow I gotta be careful because my car's gonna switch. I
Oh,
must have a Californian car, even though we don't switch.
yeah.
That's what I don't
Is it
like
true
about.
they're going to do away with daylight savings time in a few years? Or I thought it was supposed to already happen.
I don't know. I only have the only problem I have is like I said with my car telling me the wrong.
Yeah. That new issue of Dwellings came in. I didn't get that in my package. I that we were just looking at it, but the Halloween. Yeah, that came in on Halloween.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
that's
put it in
something
your
I need to
car.
get in my next package. So is this Cruel Universe is one of the new arrivals you got last night that's going to be on sale Wednesday or what?
Yeah, I wanted to show you the other cover, but it's on my Instagram.
Oh, okay. Well, I can look at your Instagram, but I'm curious about the new books that are, unless you want to show us. I'm curious about the new books that came out,
I
like
posted
the one that got everyone to unsubscribe. If something makes 4 people unsubscribe, you want to see it.
I posted Taco Bell pictures on Instagram too.
Man,
So many others, far too many to even discuss. But this was a woman I met when I got the endorsement from one of the show.
You want to see Poison Ivy?
well, just whatever came out. But yeah, that
Not even believable. So when you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Jocelyn and Blake
Let me go in the
okay.
light.
Rachel Moore.
It's
Is
dark.
this
Hold on,
some?
I'm getting the light.
Is it a famous artist?
Maybe
I don't know if I've ever seen. Sorry, can you
125,000.
read that?
Oh, he's some Russian or some. Probably. I bet he's Ukrainian.
And they're
Can't
responsible,
read that.
just like they pulled the trigger of a gun, they're responsible for that. The day I take the oath of office, the
Okay.
migrant invasion ends.
And what does her head look like? Okay.
In
That's how
Ohio,
it still has a skull.
3,000 people.
What is the name of the comic?
I think my thumbnail is like this or something.
Influx of
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I lost 4 subscribers like right away.
that doesn't speak the language and that nobody ever heard.
Is it a detective comics or is it a Poison Ivy comic? Oh, well then that's going to be all a bunch of agenda stuff inside it.
50,000 people. They dropped 30,000.
Yeah, whoever buys this, they're not opening this book.
The hospitals are at the
Well.
the schools are a disaster. And on top of everything else, it's a big trouble.
Was there anything else in the shipment of interest?
Let me go look.
Don't speak the language.
Any facsimiles?
And he wants to go and help and he doesn't know what to do. And all he's doing is looking for interpreters. Like that. To move around, you can't do this to our country. And this is happening all over the country, all over to a certain extent, the world. The world doesn't let people come in. People just come in. We're run by very stupid people. They're low IQ people, very low IQ. Kamala is reelected every town in America.
I like when he says they are low IQ people, very low IQ. That's a great line.
The United States is now an occupied country, but it will.
I've never had an IQ. Someone was asking me if I've ever had an IQ test. I think that wasn't that Mike, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills? He says, I think you were a, what did he say? Some kind of genius. I forget the word he used.
On day one, I will launch the largest
But I don't know if they ever gave me an IQ test in school, I wasn't aware of it.
You want the one that just doesn't.
Conquered. These towns have been invaded and conquered, no different than a military invasion, except they don't wear uniforms. That's probably the only difference. And I would say they're probably much more violent, much more vicious. Now we will put these bloodthirsty. We have to do that.
Yeah.
And to expedite removals of Trende, Aragua, and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. Think of how far back we have to go, 1798. Because the man that took them.
Yeah, so I need to get cigarette lighters and matches. And did you ever get your teeth? No, I'm going to. That's what I was about to do. Was about to. Oh,
And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any
about to motivate here.
citizen or law enforcement officer. I'm gonna show you. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. Sanctuary for criminals. Despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she spent the final preparing her political opponents to be evil, the most evil
Okay, this head needs to be over here with the other heads, putting things together. This is but I don't really. Got to figure out something to do with all these little doll heads. Okay.
It was deplorable they got picked up. And how did that work out for Hillary? Not too good. But garbage is a hell of a lot worse, I think, than deplorable.
Garbage is worse than deplorable. I think that they're all hilarious words. I'm glad to be deplorable, weird, and garbage. All very accurate descriptions of my personality and my lifestyle. I need my coat. It's cold out there.
One hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to smoke them with the come on, there's no vision, no idea, no
I was gonna read Absolute Superman this morning, but I
Oh, it came in? Yeah,
barely
I'm
know.
really eager to find out. Or maybe you could show us the interior. That's not against the rules, is it?
No, I left one at home so I could read it this weekend. That's the variant cover, and then this is the regular cover.
Yeah. Yeah. So with one of the, you still have the Absolute Wonder Woman. Did that sell out?
I think I finally sold them.
Oh shit!
But
I was on the fence about whether I should. Yeah, this is the thing about these new comics. They all look like they're water damaged because of the way they did.
it's so
Does
much
that
ink, it's called fluting.
does that eventually flatten or something? Or
You can only see it at certain angles in the light.
yeah, I mean it's all new comics. Does CGC consider that damage or
No,
okay?
it's a
Because that's
normal.
just the way they are,
It's just there's so much ink on this paper.
right?
in the White House. You want to live
Yeah, I flipped through this already. It didn't look that interesting.
Kamala has the economic understanding of a child. That's what you and
But maybe the story's cool. I don't know.
Well, it's a weird idea to try to put
Guess
out
that looks.
perverted versions of your characters.
Oh, they got to try something to sell the comic.
Yeah, I I guess you're right. Maybe just good stories, good art. Oh man, he looks a little too effeminate there to me. Let me see here. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Justin says DC and Marvel love short term gains too much to try for storytelling and quality.
New Batgirl,
Okay.
new Batman. This cover looked kind of cool.
Yeah, what comic is that?
Batman, the new one, not the absolute, just the normal
Yeah.
ongoing. Creature Commandos. I should have gave this number 2 a try.
I like that Batman cover that you just showed. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, the variant. This
Yeah.
one, I like how they put the font right here on this.
But
Yeah,
didn't
that
the
looks good
first
too.
issue have a good splash page too? And you said it wasn't good.
Yeah, but it's the
Yeah.
first issue. Maybe I should
Oh,
read the second one at least.
wait, is that the cover or is that the inside splash page?
No, that's the cover.
Excuse me. Oh,
Oh man, hey, maybe I should put that in my stack. Maybe I should try that. Shit, that does look pretty good.
You're becoming a cover buyer. You're a cover buyer for sure.
I don't want. Is the inside really shitty? How could I? Why do they do that?
Why would they
That should be
change?
a really cool.
They're not gonna. They're not gonna change it on issue 2.
Yeah, you're right. You said the inside was really shitty on the first day. That's why I didn't get it. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, never
Save your
mind.
money and buy. You could buy two original Creature Commando comics for the same price.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you don't. Yeah, I've got a bunch of them. But I don't have every single one of them. But those prices will
This
probably
was
go way up, or I can't afford them because of the cartoon.
this is a bad comic. I like this cover. This image right here looked kind of cool. But I guarantee this is going to be a bad comic.
Oh,
Yeah, let's have a look in it.
what's it called?
It's a Selly Pseudoconic comic.
Oh, okay. I just know her
How you
name.
doing? Yeah. Anything I can help you find?
Just looking around, man.
Cool. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are you military?
Yes.
I give discounts too.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have you been in this location or the old one?
I've been here once. I used to go to the old one all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. Yeah, this is a kid flipping some people off. What's going on here?
Masks. What the heck?
Is this supposed to be
Is this an
Halloween or what?
Antifa comic book?
Oh, it's Halloween. Maybe that's why he's saying that.
Oh, it's Halloween. Okay.
Burn, Portland.
what? What is this comic?
Burn, Portland. Well, I can't.
That's what it said.
It's hard to argue with that. What a trip. So I was right. It was an Antifa comic book, kind of, huh?
Yeah.
These people with the politics, with it's just so bizarre. Is it zealots? They're zealots, right? Is that what it is? What are these? They're cultists and propagandists. How did they get this way? It's so weird, man.
They're Magic the Gathering players. That's what they are.
What's this say? Beeline what? Beeline Marxist what? Oh, here's a map of Portland. Is this real? Are these real places? Gotta be, right?
Are there new facsimile comics on the way from anybody?
Ones I didn't order because they're like too new. They sent me a poster of. Let's see. Sent me a poster of one, but I didn't order the comic.
My wife says she's cold upstairs. She needs a favor. Did you want me to bring the heater into the room? And she says, "So sorry, Justin. What? What is she sorry for?"
The dog.
Oh, but that wasn't Justin that said it. It was Disney and Comics that said that.
Maybe she
Um,
thought it was Justin. Web of Spider-Man number what? 32. Facsimile.
what?
That's probably what came out, but I didn't order it. Oh, that's kind of a cool cut. Maybe that was part of the
Oh, this is
Craven's Last
oh, it's a
Hunt.
poster for
Craven's Last Hunt.
oh, what do you do with the posters you get?
I give them away. Some of them I
Okay.
give away. This one I might keep, but it's like Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Give that one away.
Yeah.
Oh, I got some new posters from this guy, David Nakayama.
Greta, do you want me to get you some of those Starbucks things you like? Yeah, I'll get some for you, even if you don't reply here. I don't know if she's on a break or what. Um,
Hey, I'll be back in a little bit.
okay. Let's see here. Okay, Meyer, you're probably. I'm gonna
Hello,
get.
can you hear me?
Yeah, are you out somewhere?
Yeah, I'm on a walk right now. I'm outside,
Well, okay. You.
getting ready to go up this treacherous street.
Oh, okay. Well,
I have to turn the volume off.
okay. You don't worry about it. They'll
It's
just be
so loud and
entertained.
lots of traffic. What's that?
I'm just gonna go into a store for a second. I didn't know if you were able to entertain. It sounds like you're not.
If
So
you
they'll
want to
just
switch
have to deal
over, I
with.
can. If you switch over, I can put my camera on the handheld, and I can. There'll be something to look at.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be right back.
Do that. Hey guys, hold on. Give me a sec. Okay. There we go. This has got to be the mail carrier route that, like, the carrier. Either you've had this route for like decades and you love it, or they give this route to the new guys. Because you see where we're walking? You can't drive the mail truck over here. So you have to park the mail truck at the end of the street and then physically walk, just like in the old days, and put the mail inside the mailboxes because there's no front street entrance here. Hopefully you guys can see all this. Looks like so. Looks like you can. There's not much to see. We're just walking. That's the creek right down there. And then on the other side of the creek is the highway.
A tequila truck just pulled into the gas station. Casamigos. It's a whole truck full of tequila to deliver for the local townspeople here.
With what? What's it filled with?
Uh, Hold on. Tequila. Uh, see,
Oh, a tequila truck.
Casamigos tequila, mezcal. I don't know what I never even heard of it in my life. Is that a regional brand? I don't know. I'm not a drinker really. Had a pina colada last night, but I'm not a drinker. Got to get home and figure out how to get Cleo warmer.
The view for this house is crazy, right? This house that was
Oh,
probably built, I don't know, like 1905 or 1910 or something. I don't know. There's a USA
yeah,
judo flag. So look at the view that they had or they have. It's crazy.
yeah. I can't really look right now, but I'll see it later. It looks like it could be even older than that. That could be 1890s. That's a spectacular house.
Yeah, wasn't that crazy? And did you see the view that they have? That where they built the
Oh,
they built the house looking directly across the creek, that tree line, the mountains. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's been there a long time. You can take me off. It's going to get noisy down here. I have to go around this traffic circle, and it's kind of loud.
It was cloudy. The temperature was 57 degrees, the dew point 46, and the relative humidity 67%. The wind was south.
We really tried to approach it as week 9 of the football season, understanding that with not having a game, it gave us the ability to mentally and physically kind of reset ourselves, but yet also understanding we're in week 9 of the football season and we can't take it off. We've got to continue to find ways to grow and improve, and really tried to hone back in fundamentally on some things in all 3 phases of the game. And then, I think it was well worth it. We were able to give our guys off a little bit of time on the weekend, but the ability for us to really get out and get the quality practice, and then physically kind of reset ourselves as we kind of get into week 10 now of the football season.
New challenge today, although kind of similar to UCF, and that Texas Tech is talented, and no doubt they're going to come in here motivated.
Yeah, I think you got a team that comes in and hungry and will do everything in their power in all 3 phases of the game to challenge it. And you look at their season, really got off to a great start. And, I think hit a little bit of a lull here, but I think a team that's been right there to win the games the last 2 weeks. And, I think a team that's really confident in their ability, number one. They got a lot of veterans that have played a lot of football there. And then number two, they're, I think, confident against us, to be quite honest with you. In their world, they beat us the last 2 times games in the month of November in 21 and 22. And so I think a group of kids that are really confident playing against Iowa State. So I think a great challenge for us and a great opportunity for us to sprint into here, what I deem is the third quarter of the football season for our football team in the month of November and see if we're at our best.
Of agriculture. Pivot Bio, the company that's changing the way farmers look at nitrogen. Back with more of the Coach's Corner presented by the Iowa Soybean Association. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield. Cyclone Nation. Transmitting on 162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service at Des Moines, Iowa. The current time is 1:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations. Rest of today, showers likely. Highs in the upper 50s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms until midnight. Then showers with a chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Not as cool with lows around 50. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Sunday, chance of thunderstorms. Showers. Highs in the mid-60s. South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Sunday night, a chance of thunderstorms. Showers. Near steady temperature in the lower 60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Hey, Grot, too.
Rain 90%.
Where did you go? To the Dollar
Showers
General?
with a chance of thunderstorms in the
No, I
morning.
went to
Then showers
a
with a
gas
chance
station to
of
get some
thunderstorms
food.
in
Why?
the afternoon. Highs in the mid-60s.
Yeah,
Temperature
I
falling
just got
into
a
the lower
spicy
60s
chicken
in the
sandwich and
afternoon.
a slice of pizza.
South winds 5 to 10 miles
I've never
an
had
hour.
this chicken
Gusting
sandwich.
winds in the
It
afternoon.
smells weird. It
Chance of
smells
rain near
like paint.
100%. Monday night, showers with a chance of thunderstorms until midnight. Then showers with a
Which I'm not
slight
sure
chance
is a
of
good
thunderstorms after
thing.
midnight. Much cooler with lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain near 100%.
I think I'm smelling the
Tuesday,
fucking.
showers
I'm
likely
sorry,
in
the
the morning,
freaking
and partly sunny with a slight chance of showers in
jalapenos.
the
I think
afternoon.
that's what I'm smelling,
Cooler with highs in the lower 50s.
which is probably what makes it spicy.
One of my friends, he just texted me, said he has Generation 1 Monster High dolls that he saved uh, from his daughter's collection that she wants to sell.
I didn't know that. I didn't know about the generations and stuff.
That was probably because I was buying him those like 13, like 12 years ago, probably. I get that would be Generation 1, probably.
Okay.
So she was probably 10 when I was buying them, getting them for at Comic-Con, and now she's 20 and wants to sell them.
Are those especially valuable?
But then that kid, when she's 20, and then when she's 30 or 40, she's gonna want them back.
Yeah, that's the way it always goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if women are that way as much as guys are, but maybe. Yeah, probably. Depends on the girl.
Maybe I can talk them out of it.
Okay, I've got to go take I think one of these little portable heaters up to her because it sounds like she's cold. So let me.
I have the door open. I have the door open to let the cool air in.
Oh yeah, well we have the opposite thing. It's not super cold here, but I think she's cold up in that room because she's near the elevator shaft.
Yeah, if I don't open the doors, it'll be like 80 degrees in here. But it's 75 if I open the door.
America proud again. America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, fellas. Good luck.
Hey, Meyer, are you there still? No, Meyer's not here.
Yeah, I'm here, but it takes me a second because I had my headphones on because I'm getting ready to go into a store. I just came out of a store. I'm going back into another store and there's traffic, but I can hear you guys. It's hard for me to talk.
Hey, my friend has his stuff set up inside Booktown Books, it's called.
Yeah, I walk by there all the time. It's right down the street from where I live. I still haven't gone inside, but I know the place well. That's where my son buys the stuff from your friend.
Yeah.
I'll probably walk by there in about 10 minutes, actually. Maybe I can go inside. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Now just 9 to go until election day. He has another 2 today, 3 tomorrow, and again 4 on Monday. Getting pretty close, aren't we?
Absolutely. I mean, that was another great event. I'm honestly shocked to me when we were able to fit in his venue. He's got to go running off to Virginia now. Come back to North Carolina tonight. Definitely keep watching RSBN to see the other two Trump events today. But I thought it was wonderful.
It was a great event. We want to thank Jackson Lohmeyer for joining me and Paula today. He was a terrific host. He has to get back home for some business for tomorrow. Before we toss it over to Matthew in the studio, I want to read a couple of ads from our sponsors. This one from AMAC. During this critical election, there's a lot on the line for all Americans. That's why it's more important than ever to stay informed, stay involved, and join a community that stands for your values. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the leading conservative voice for Americans 50 years and older. Members receive a subscription to the AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts and a wide range of benefits, free resources, trusted news, and so much more. President Trump said it best when he said AMAC is great. AMAC stands strong on the issues that matter to you, securing our borders, protecting Medicare, and preserving the integrity of our elections. AMAC also fights to protect your freedom and sees that your voice is heard in Washington. So join AMAC today and be a part of a movement that champions your values. Visit amac.us/RSBN or call 1-888-262-2006 to become a member and make a difference. That's amac.us/RSBN or call 1-888-262-2006.
Oh, shit.
Thank you so much. And we also have something about this conference at using the economy hard today. Even 4 years of a conservative presidency will not be enough to turn the tide on our $35 trillion national debt. If the left wins, it's like throwing gas on a dumpster fire. You don't even have control over the outcome. What you can do is protect your savings by diversifying into gold for that.
Oh, shit. God damn, everything's.
What happened?
Fucking village people. It's gonna fuck me up.
I couldn't even hear it.
Oh, really? It's gonna
I
get me a
just hear the
con-
lady. I hear there's a lady shouting.
Yeah.
But maybe for first gold by election day, you'll get a free trumpet pipe from your flight. These one-of-a-kind coins honor a significant moment in our history. The design caught the attention of President Trump, who immediately got
The Ninja Turtle guy is gonna be at that old man con.
The what now?
The old man con.
Yeah.
The Ninja Turtle creator Kevin Eastman's gonna be there, so I think it's not gonna be really an old man con anymore.
I don't know. People that the original kids.
Yeah, they're my age,
Yeah.
so it's like a middle-aged man con,
Okay. Well.
not an old man. See, here's the they made a new flyer. It was weird too because the day he announced that he's gonna be here,
Uh-huh.
this thing came in the mail. I had to build it. It was all out of cardboard.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yeah.
I was like, cool. I have a place to put all my Ninja Turtle comics. And then I thought I was gonna be able to eliminate this wall of Ninja Turtle, but they don't fit in here. Like this size, it's a bigger size comic.
Oh.
It doesn't fit. Like, how did they fail at that? Couldn't just make it a half-inch bigger so it fit.
Can you put action figures in it?
Well, I put regular comics in there.
Oh.
The normal size Turtle comics fit, but not the last Ronin ones.
Yeah.
They'll fit at an angle like this. But he charges $30 for his autograph. He used to be free. He used to give you a free autograph and then $20 each additional one, which I thought was pretty cool. And every autograph, he would draw a little sketch of a turtle. But now he wants $30 per autograph, no matter how many you get, and he wants $80 to draw the little picture of the turtle.
He should give you a free autograph if you have it inscribed to yourself.
Yeah, you can remove Sharpie, off a
That's true. Or
slick
you could trim it off.
comic. It comes off, I think, pretty easy.
Oh, if you're signing a comic, yeah.
On a slick, like one of those last Ronin ones, they're real slick. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody can do that, but
Wow. Well.
or you say your name is like Michelangelo. My name is Michelangelo. To Michelangelo from Kevin Eastman.
Yeah. Well.
That's what I did with this. Adam West would only he had to personalize it. So I said, "We'll sign it to Gotham City, please, because that's my store."
Oh. Yeah.
Track.
campaign text. I got
Can you
big
hear me?
party.
Can you guys hear me? I just found
Yeah.
a chip track.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Is it all messed up?
It's completely soaked in water because it was right on the street, and I picked it up and put it up here on the curb so we could look at it. It's called Creator or Liar. It's totally messed up. It's completely waterlogged. Look at it.
Yeah.
See, you can
We'll leave
soak
it.
that water, you can clean it, and then press it.
Yeah, you're right. I should take it home or send it to somebody to have it pressed. I'm gonna leave it right there to that for that image right there.
Yeah, but those are easily findable. I mean, you can
Oh
order
yeah, you
them.
can get them for
It's
free,
not.
I think.
Yeah.
All right, that is all.
Yeah.
I have one more box. No, I have two more boxes to ship out,
Oh yeah.
and then we can look at these comics. We were looking at this one. We decided we didn't like this one.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't really see it because I was driving.
Gunslinger. A second print of Hyde Street.
Okay.
I guess JSA has a new number one. Um, Here, there's this. I don't know what this is. It's a new number one. Does it say Kahori?
Reshaper of Worlds. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It looks like a Native American character.
Yeah.
He's running with a bunch of wolves here.
You know, the last I mean, remember they tried a Native American character and they killed him like instantly in the giant size X-Men #1.
Kid Venom. He's this anime character.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I think that's what they're just gonna do. Just make them in these things into anime. Monster High. Negasonic. Teenage Warhead.
Oh yeah, she was in the Deadpool movie.
Look at this. I want to read Plastic Man. Look at this cover. He's a stained glass window.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess put one of those in. Is that issue 2?
This is already on 3. Yeah, 3.
Oh, I think there's a 1 in my pile. I don't know if two's in my pile. Do you still have 2?
I think so. Yeah, I saw one over there.
Yeah. Well, let me. I'll get those in the next order. I remember I was thinking I need to get Plastic Man. What is that? The another Poison Ivy cover?
Yeah, that's a nice cover. But
That
Jenny
is
Fries,
good.
and she went on Instagram yesterday and just alienated half of her fans.
What'd she say?
She said to vote Harris.
Oh, okay. Is she the artist?
Otherwise, she said vote Harris. Otherwise, you guys are fucked or something.
Okay.
You know, the good thing, most of the regular people that buy comics, they don't go on Instagram and look at these artists.
Yeah.
That's the good thing. Is otherwise, all these comics would be worthless to me.
Yeah. So they're committing. Yeah. A word that you can't say. Yeah.
She Spawn, I guess. Look at this guy. Doesn't he look like Ronald Reagan?
Yeah, exactly. He does. Yeah, 100%. That's not a mistake. That they did that on purpose. It's pretty good art. Who's is that? Darwin Cook or no? Who's that?
I don't know, but it just
It looks like. It
look.
looks
That guy
like
looks like Ronald Reagan too. They all look like Ronald Reagan.
that looks like that artist that passed away that did New Frontier. What was his name?
Yeah, I think you had his name right. It was wasn't it Darwin Cook or was it Tim
Oh,
Sale?
Darwin Cook is the one. Oh, he's the one that died. Yeah, is that a Darwin Cook? Someone either it is
No,
or someone trying to look like him. Real. Hold on, Drew. No. I gotta throw this. Drew wants my wrapper from my chicken.
Here's Spider-Man with chains. See, he's like
Okay.
he's like Spawn. Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's completely not anything I recognize as being Spider-Man.
Here's Night Watcher. It's a Ninja Turtle,
Well,
like
okay.
vigilante guy or something. Here's everybody's favorite Star Wars shows.
What was that Darwin, the one that looked like a Darwin Cook cover? What comic was that? Detective Comics.
No, that was a Spider-Man comic. Spider-Man Black.
Oh, it was it was Black Cat. Yeah, because okay, I was thinking it
It's
was
Spider-Man.
Catwoman.
It's a black suit Spider-Man comic.
So it doesn't look anything like Spider-Man. It looks like a Batman comic because you got a Catwoman rip off, and then Spider-Man's in black. How would you even think it's Spider-Man? Looking at a little phone here. Man, it's starting to rain out here.
The chemtrails work. The chemtrails are working then, right?
Probably. Yeah, we got unbelievable rain the other day and wind.
Oh, these connect with each other.
Oh,
That
okay. Little tricks to get people to buy multiple copies of a comic.
you have to
It's
buy two. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, here's the new Black Gooey. He's the Venom horse. There you go. There's Black Gooey. No.
Play on Black Beauty. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really stupid, honestly.
I think he's in the movie. I guess
What movie?
the new Venom movie that came out last Friday.
Oh, there's a new Venom movie. I had no idea. Seriously, I had no idea that one come out.
Yeah, supposedly it's the third best of them of the three movies.
That probably wouldn't be hard. Um,
It's the third best, though.
oh, oh man.
And they could have spent a little more time on her face. Look at that.
Yeah, she looks like. Oh man, what
Another
is
can
that
crack.
character actress? I can't remember. She played. She was in Forbidden Zone and looked like the Queen, and then she was in Crybaby as Iggy Pop's wife. I can't remember her name, man. She was
Look at that wrist.
another artist that's never actually seen human anatomy in their life.
That wrist.
Yeah. Ugh. Incredible.
Let me see if I can go to Phantom Zone real quick. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
Did the screen turn black?
Uh, n- no, I'm still seeing your comic stand there. Tristan said, I could see her wanting her daughter to have those dolls. I don't think they would go out of style, at least not enough that a kid wouldn't find them cool. If you can read the chat, Kevin, you're still on. My wife said, so sorry what happened to Disney and comics. Yeah. Last Avenger says YMCA. Justin says, put the Saturday morning comics there. They put the Saturday morning comics there. They are great. I wonder what he's talking about there. Justin says, "I wonder if you did it in a sketchbook where the pages aren't perforated, so he knows you are keeping it." Justin says, "I have heard some artists are open to that. It reminds me of Chris Samney. Vigilante Girl, Kevin. It was a bait and switch, the Night Watcher comic. What was it? Yeah, I don't know anything about all that. What was the Saturday morning comics? I don't. That references to a part of the show this so long ago. I don't know what that means. Oh man.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was listening to you read the comments, but I don't think you could hear me. I was
Oh, you're
asking
no, I couldn't.
Night Watcher. Wasn't there a Marvel comic called Night Watcher? Is that what he's talking about, or is he talking about this Ninja Turtles one?
I think he's talking about the Ninja Turtle, and then Justin says the Saturday morning Ninja Turtle comics. He could put those in that display. Oh, the
Yeah,
ones, yeah, from the whatever decade that was.
yeah. No, there's new ones called Saturday morning ones now.
Oh, they are. They call them Saturday morning.
Yeah, those are the best ones too because kid can pick it up and read it, and then not have to come back and get the next one because each one's a self-contained story.
Who put those out? Archie, or was it some other
Back
company?
then it was Archie, I thought, but now it's the same company, the IDW.
Yeah. Yeah. What does IDW stand for? Does anyone know?
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I have a few issues that have Richard Corbin art, but that flew
I
right
don't think
past my
nobody
generation.
cared about the original comic. I don't think anybody cared about him until the cartoon came out.
That's my recollection. Yeah. Um, I just remember totally tubular, dude. Cowabunga, we got pizza, dude. Oh, cowabunga. That's all I remember. It's like maybe if I was 3 years old, I would have appreciated it.
Uh-huh. What original Batman? Is it a comic or a figure?
There aren't any fans watching this show. Trust me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it.
I think they're doing a second printing of it though. I think I saw it. I didn't order it though, unless somebody really wants it.
Um,
Oh, there you go. I pulled the wrong one. It was 25.
they're trying to get dogs to vote for Kamala Harris here. Look, coated in joy. I didn't see the word joy on the back, or it would have. I probably wouldn't have gotten these.
1265.
I seriously think that's what they were trying to go for. They don't say "make gravy great again." It says "coated in joy." So joy means cackling, maniacal laughter, nervous laughter. Oh shit. Mother. So so Trump is going now to Virginia. So they're oh shit.
What's wrong?
No, it's just I was thought I was recording that Trump rally, and for a long time I wasn't because I had it in the 2 hour speed. So yeah, so oh well, I'll just re-record it tonight. So I was wondering didn't I get? I was meant to record it in the 6 hour speed. Sorry, forget I'm on a show. I'm just talking to myself, and oh yeah, okay, I figured it out. Okay, that's why that makes sense. Anyway, because I was recording the Marvel cartoons this morning in 2 hour speed, and it's just like VHS. You got 2 hour speed that's really ideal, and then the 6 hour speed is video quality is not as good. The sound quality is about the same, but I record all this Trump coverage just in the 6 hour speed because it goes on. So I was spent all that time I've been filming this show. I've been not actually recording what I thought I was recording on TV. So it's not the big, I could get it later. Oh, well, we got some entertainment here. Let's see. Raphael was my favorite turtle, so it was a sore spot for me. Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh.
How's it going? Do you see Eastman's coming? Here? There's a not exactly here in this store now, but in Scottsdale at that little con, old man con. It's 30 for an autograph, 80 for a remark. Like where he draws a little turtle. What he used to give you for free.
They might be turning people off with the title Old Man Con and not realizing it. It's not a very
Yeah, I
appealing
got that
sound.
display yesterday, and then they announced that yesterday.
Where does he live?
I don't know that I'll pay for it.
That much?
Yeah, well, depends on how long the line is also. Usually I'm just not waiting for anything. I don't have that kind of stamp.
At least it's not like a Phoenix Comic Con.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm starting to get all arthritic, man.
have consequences. Because of Virginia that was caught up urban nation and dock road. Companies moving away left, right, and center. Virginia and provided no hope.
Sorry.
People working today and ever in the history of the Commonwealth, 250,000.
Well, I was actually gonna get something signed. I might find some.
150,000 people that have experienced powerful words in English language are I love you. But the English language or you are tired.
This Trump's going to talk in Salem, Virginia, and I just checked. That's only 82 miles away from us here in rural Retreat, Virginia. That's about an hour and 13-minute drive from where I'm at right now.
I know. I can't remember if it's. I know it's obviously not this week. I can't remember if it's next week or the week after.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely. I don't even know what the difference is.
Where is Drew the dog? I think she's upstairs.
Did you say you found him at the
These are gravy bones that are, what is it? They're coated in joy. Hopefully not Joy dishwashing detergent. Leave it there for her.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, let's say.
Yeah. 15. Well, it's actually 2:12. Maybe I shouldn't have turned the clocks back to this early, because now I'm confusing myself as to what time it really is. Oh well. Hey, Lastima. It's 2:13, yes, but here it's 1:13 because I turned the clocks back.
The other fine. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they mix in the rest of the
12:13 here. So it's 2:13 then, right?
Yeah, it's 2:13, but my clocks all say 1:13.
Uh-huh. See that?
Uh-huh.
I saw a cover of it.
Yeah.
A picture of the cover, and I was like,
Well, you've seen the figures they've been doing now too, right?
which one's on that? Oh, yeah.
All right. We got stuff to do.
That one.
Where should I put this Christmas decoration?
We follow these G.I. Joe pages. Yeah, and I'm like, well, and I'm a huge fan of like all the. So like when I'm looking at that, well, it's the Thunder Machines. That's their vehicle, and so it's got like, yeah. So like crazy colors and stuff too. I'm like,
Is she
that's
going
the
to
fun.
discover that bone? Let's see.
All right, see you guys.
Brent Deva.
I don't have my help today, so I'm running around.
That's all right. A turtle fan, I assume you were talking to.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Guess that's a pretty big deal. The creator of the Turtles coming.
For sale.
Oh, let's take a look at that.
This is a restaurant, though. It's all set up to be a restaurant. So these two buildings are for sale, these two connected buildings, and they're set up to be a restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you already pass it?
Oh, the Booktown?
Yeah.
Or the place that I was talking about that was for sale?
Both.
Booktown? No, it's right down the street. It's right in
Where's
front
the
of me.
restaurant we were talking about that's for sale?
Oh, it's right here. Hold on. Let me show you. It's two buildings that are connected. So this is an ideal location. It's right on the Strand. It's on
I've already
Main
looked at
Street.
these two. I've already looked
Did
at
you see these ones already?
And I know what they look like in the side. They have apartments above them.
Yeah.
And they're two.
Hardwood. It looks nice.
They're two brothers. Does this tell the story about it? How they're the two brothers that own both these buildings?
Let's see. Yeah, it says perfect. Created over 100 years ago when the Ruck family lived upstairs and did business downstairs. Is what it says. So that must be the two brothers, or the Ruck brothers that are selling.
Yeah, they're expensive, these buildings. I looked into them, but they're too. I can't afford them.
That makes sense. That they would be expensive. Everything is. It's all expensive here.
Yeah, it's just like the main street where I used to be. It's the same prices
not by
as the
comparison to San Francisco, but it's everything here is upscale. The shops. So because of the shops being upscale, I imagine that the cost is pretty high too.
I mean, being here would be the closest thing I think in California to being in downtown Mesa.
There's so much going on here.
If I moved here, I would have the least shock from being in a different place, I think.
I'm gonna go and get pizza. I'll be back in a little bit, you guys.
Okay.
Go inside somewhere.
All right, I got Chip Creek's box done.
Oh, cool.
He's watching. If he goes onto his email, he'll get a hell of a tracking number there.
Okay.
Is he in the chat? I don't know.
I don't think I've seen his name pop up today.
Did I? Has there been a lot of new people today? I think I heard you say that, or I was
Yes,
dreaming that.
there has, unless they're using new names.
You might just be showing up in the feed now.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe YouTube was giving recommendations to people that don't normally watch. Maybe
You might say the T word too much, though. Also, though,
Donald Trump. Yeah. Well, you mean that would offend YouTube people, the owners of
I think if you
YouTube?
say that word, it'll you're not going to get as recommended.
Yeah, that's I think why David Nino Rodriguez says Mr. T, and yeah, well, yeah, well, that just it's unbelievable communism. Um, well, I mean, that's what I'm interested in right now. I'd rather talk about that than comic books or other. I mean, why? It's like, I mean, that's what's important right now.
Yeah, unless you don't want there to ever be any more comic books.
Yeah. Well, I kind of don't. Well, I kind of like.
Oh,
Well, not. I mean, I know you have a business, but I kind of like if the industry is going to continue like with what they're turning out. I kind of like it to uh, cease to exist. But there's always a chance that things could improve. I suppose. Here's Oh, I don't know why I still have it on Meyer. If he was going to go get pizza, I just wasn't paying attention. Here's Josie and the Pussycats cup. This night I should take down to my King Arthur's castle downstairs. Um, I'm hearing
there's a guy
Space
on my
Ghost sounds. Is Space Ghost on the cartoon channel right now?
no, it's DC Super Friends, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they've been
Well,
playing a lot of the Super Friends lately.
well, Super Friends is Hanna-Barbera, so they're reusing the old sound effect that from Space Ghost. They just added in their music, their sound effects library. That was the
Yeah.
sound of Space Ghost activating his armbands or something. Here is a recommendation. Now, this is a DVD. This is Volume 6 from. This was put out in Germany from Beer Family, but this has shows. It's a show called The Beach. Shows 22 through 26. It's not a German show. It's actually filmed in Dallas at the WFAA Channel 8. They uh, they filmed this. It was some company used Channel 8 studio because they had really good color cameras, and this is great R&B and soul show from 1966. The complete shows, and I bought these decades ago, so um, and they were probably $25-$30 a piece then. So it's DVD. It's a DVD, right? Well, the good news is these are all on YouTube, and you can watch these, and they're beautiful, crystal clear color. It's like you're watching it on. It's a color videotape, and it's very good quality and great music. This is, I mean, they're great. Um, Genuinely, I highest recommendation. Um, yes, legendary R&B and soul shows from 1966. The complete shows for the first time. So I've got a whole set of them here, um, but you can get them just by watching on YouTube. And so thought I'd bring that up. Um, Getting some toys to put under the Christmas tree here. Just moving stuff around. This is a pencil sharpener. they're playing copywritten music in the Trump rally. Remember this thing? Everybody had one of these, I think. These Fisher Price. You can't see anything, can you? Oh, they're playing a ton of copywritten music. Now they got Pat Benatar on in the rally. Remember this guy from Star Trek?
See? Hold on.
That looks like a.
Hold
Hey,
on, put
Steve.
it back up. Oh, is that a little? What kind of figure is that?
I don't know. It's just I don't. There's
Oh,
nothing
I
in the
see.
bottom. He's not really an action figure. He doesn't move. He's
I
just
thought
one
he
of
was a
those.
rubber. I thought he was like one of those rubber
No,
figures.
he's just an alien that appeared in the background in a couple up. I think maybe one or two episodes of Star Trek.
That
I
might
don't
be
know.
his only. That might be his only action figure.
Yeah, probably. And I was just given this for free. I think. But I'm trying to put things together. So
There's a possibility that Donald Trump takes the Commonwealth, which would be an historic victory, which would also be a
okay,
victory for Donald Trump on Tuesday.
they've got these people I've never seen before. They must have regional crews that cover these different rallies. They're probably having to scramble because as soon as one live stream ends, they have to go to another part of the country for another live stream for the next rally because he's going everywhere to the swing states. Arizona's a swing state. Do you think it's gonna? Do you think Trump's gonna be victorious in Arizona? How are you feeling based on what you're seeing?
Depends on how many different scams they can pull off here.
Yeah, and the RNC under Larry Trump and
Many of your customers bring up
Georgia.
that kind of stuff.
We heard a lot
Yeah.
about that county doing everything possible to not allow Republican poll watchers even to come to the polling location to look over what's going on in Georgia. They just had a historic victory with the RNC South and their legal team to ensure that Republican poll watchers and ballot counters will be now allowed into the room to ensure no shenanigans in Georgia. Trump is being
Yeah, they're gonna burn a lot of the ballots.
Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Ugh.
In this election, you got to ask yourself why they not want why they want not to go to the Commonwealth here. A lot of people don't understand it. This is a under two governors in the Commonwealth. Now there's a public Republican, and now it's a problem with the state law. But it doesn't prevent not Supreme Court is on the same guy. They're really looking at what's going on with these lawsuits. And remember, Donald Trump was able to add 3 justices to the Supreme Court. A lot of these victories will let the 6-3 victory. Point verdict when it came to allowing RFK still on the ballot and still in the swing state. We're reminded of those watching that you intended to vote for RFK Jr. He told you to make sure you get out and vote for Donald Trump. The last point I'll make. Today is the last to vote early in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're seeing lines after lines throughout the county, throughout the state here. A lot of people get the message to vote early. There's short numbers.
I don't know why I have this. Is this collectible yet? Someone sent me this. I don't know. But I mean, it's not that old. It has a UPC code, but
What is it?
I don't think they still make it with this packaging.
Oh, Flavor Aid.
Yeah, is this
What's
current
the
packaging?
what's the expiration date?
That's an excellent idea. It just says August 18th. Oh wait, then I don't know. You guys tell me. There's other numbers.
Can't read it.
Does that mean 09, 2009, possibly?
That was a retro packaging.
Well, I don't know. This was sent me by a friend years ago, and I think he was. Maybe it had something to do with talking about like Jim Jones or something. I don't know. It was just sent as a little ironic. I don't know. I just can't. There's no way for me to tell the age. I know it's more recent than 1976 because of the barcode, but I just feel like, am I an idiot for saving this just because I think it looks cool with those little cartoon kids? But for right now, I'll be saving it. Put it over here.
I would save it because you could drink it if you had to.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's probably 20 years old.
Yeah, but if times got really bad, I would
Well,
drink it.
but I just drink water. Well, I mean, I guess there's a little nutrition in it beyond just water. Is that what you're saying? Because
Yeah, and you get sick of water after a while. That's all you're drinking.
well, if you're in survival mode, it seems like you'd just be happy to have the water.
Yeah, but
I don't.
I'd want something else.
Yeah, Flavor Aid. Where do you get giant long poles with squeegees on the ends so you could get up and clean the outside of these windows from outside?
Have you seen those magnets they have now? Like
No.
cleaning aquariums. You have a magnet on one side and then a one on the other. You clean your window without going outside.
Oh, yeah, but okay. No, that's an interesting idea. I can't reach up that high outside. I guess I could get
Yeah,
on the
you don't even have
ladder.
to go outside to clean windows now. Do it right from inside the window.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. I guess that's for people up in tall Empire State Building kind of windows.
It's for anybody. They have them for aquariums too.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So you can clean
Oh,
the inside and the outside at the same time. And then it has a little wire on it just in case it falls off.
oh, okay.
Has a string on it, so if it falls off the window, the magnet gives out. Or you pull your side off before you get the other side in. It doesn't fall to the ground.
Yeah, I never even knew about that stuff.
He wants to improve the Native American culture in this country. Kamala Harris has no interest in America. She wants to be a global president.
Got one more box and then I'm done.
What kind of stuff is this person ordering?
Last one is a Ninja Turtle action figure.
Oh, okay. How are these people finding you? That
This guy found me on eBay, I think.
Oh, okay.
I just went to eBay.
Sounds like a kidnapping in progress. Let's see. I must have the Kiss pinball machine uncovered. Did anyone see that new Batman movie? That's what made me think of it. I think the Riddler is like some psychotic guy whose face is covered, and he's like using masking tape to cover up someone's mouth or something.
That was the Batman with the guy from the vampire guy from.
Yeah, yeah. I was just wondering, is that movie any good? I saw about 5 minutes of it, and I got just I. It wasn't that I was hating it. I just something happened, right, and then I never came back to it.
I have mixed reviews on it.
Have you seen it?
Uh, the last movie I saw was -1 Godzilla,
Oh, what is this? And what?
and
Where
I
did
heard they're
this
putting
come
it
from?
back in theaters. -1, they're gonna put back in theaters, and they're gonna make a new one. They're gonna make a new -1.
That's I was trying to remember the name of it last night. I was talking to Cleo and while we were eating, I said I want to see the new Godzilla movie, and she said, "What's it called?" And I was thought it was I couldn't remember. It's Godzilla Mach 1 minus zero. I don't know. I found the Superman the movie poster, and I don't know. I never bought this. I don't. Someone must have sent it to me. Oh my gosh, this must have been sent as a present from someone. Maybe John Goris sent this.
Did his new
Did you
cartoon get
send
released?
this? Huh?
Did his new cartoon come out?
New
Did his new
what
cartoon get released?
of Superman?
No, John's.
Oh, he sent a message yesterday saying that he's been having computer problems and he's just said it's just not happening this year. The new cartoon out. Yeah, no, he said
Yep.
yeah he did.
You have a
Otherwise,
new piece of art in your hand.
huh?
What's in your hand?
What's in my hand?
Yeah, you said you had something new from John. I saw it in your hand. You just had it in your right hand.
No, that was I was wondering who sent me that. I was wondering how I own this Superman the movie poster because I never bought it. This is not something I had from when it came out. And I seem to vaguely remember. Maybe I was wondering, did you send this? Because sometimes you send little presents, and I just don't remember ever
No,
owning.
I never had that. That's from the movie, the '78 movie.
This looks like a Scholastic poster because on the back is an ad for a book called Jungle Jokes. Yeah, this is the 1978 movie, and I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, 1978 Random House Student Book Club. Yeah, this could have been an actually inside a magazine like a Dynamite type magazine, those magazines you'd get when you were a kid.
Yeah.
It came, and somehow it's on top of my Kiss pinball machine, and I have no recollection of ever buying that. Or seems like if I got something like that, it would make some kind of connection in the synapses of my brain, and then I'd remember it because it's pretty cool. But oh, it's my mom's. Oh my goodness, cover. It's my mom's social security card. That's what these used to look like, and like her, she's passed away. That's weird. Just wondering what the hell is this little thing? Giant sunglasses. Oh, this is a little Batman symbol. This fell off of a Batmobile. How do I pick this up, man? It's a little decal. Um, what is this? A PayPal MasterCard? What? There's a PayPal MasterCard. It says activate today. Maybe I don't know even know that I had that. Yeah, it's a little Batman symbol that is faded that needs to be re-glued on one of the cheaper Batmobiles. Oh yeah. All right, so now the Kiss pinball machine is uncovered. Now we'll work on the Elvira. I have a cake pan downstairs. When you bake a Wonder Woman cake, it's shaped like her torso, then you could put this down over, so you don't have to paint all the makeup on her and everything.
You have the Elvira pinball?
Yeah, I mean, I used to have the one from the.
Isn't there one where she's standing in a cemetery?
She's standing in a cemetery here. The other
Oh,
one I had used to have a little wheel, and we had to sell that when I
is
was
that
really having
the
trouble
one that you have?
financially.
Does it have gravestones and each gravestone has a different name on them? Isn't there Easter eggs on that one?
Oh, there's always Easter eggs on these machines. Yeah, the tombstones say, yeah, cr- yeah, visit the crypt kicker. Yeah, they're on. Yeah, yeah, that's the one.
I always wanted that pinball machine.
Yeah, I bought it in the 90s, and I think I paid over time. It could have been 1,000, or was it 1,500? It was expensive. It was
They're probably like
expensive.
5,000 now.
You think? Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, to buy a new pinball machine, they're like 10,000 for a new machine, brand new.
Yeah, I know. It needs some work, and I don't know any technicians. And the nearest city that I called, there's a store that sells. I don't know if I can interest some technician coming out all the way over here. So hey,
He
you
lives
can
out
play all
here.
day, free play on all the machines. Just come out here. It's only an hour drive. Maybe someone will eventually. I can find someone. Maybe
My
on.
video game tech guy, he is going to be here on Thursday.
Is he? I'm sure he doesn't make house calls over here.
If
Here's a
you flew
swizzle
him out
stick.
there, maybe.
Yeah, here's a swizzle stick that's shaped like a devil
Yeah,
girl. Let's see who put this out. Smirnoff. So this is probably pretty common. Smirnoff Martini, devilishly dry. It says so. I imagine you could get these on eBay or something. I think I had two of them. I don't know. Should have that on display there. Actually, yeah, who knows? Okay. Wow, two machines uncovered. Now I just need to dust them. Almost a. Here's another one of those doll heads. They're everywhere. I think I have probably like 50 of these stupid things. Here's just some of them, all different hair colors.
My daughter just turned 2 days ago. She's at home watching my beautiful wife, Julie. And
Yeah.
girls, the stakes for this election are really high. There are a lot of fathers out there, U.S. fathers, because the thing that they do is that the sexualization of our kids is both male and female, but especially when it comes to women. When you talk about adding males, biological males into women's sport, all those daughters, you treat them like they're inferior copper stuff. It makes them a male.
Here's the autograph of Megan the Merciless, Charles Middleton. Just need to get that framed with some kind of picture of him. Some super glue. What does it say? No, this is not super glue. This is super glue remover. I probably bought it thinking it was super glue. What is this? Oh, this is my wife's. I need to get this to her. How did it get down here? Oh my gosh. Here's a drawing from. I probably did this in kindergarten. The Scottish boy. It says. Where does it say that? Oh, there. A Scottish boy. Why is that on top of this machine? Instructions for the Green Ghost game that really should be in the Green Ghost game. I don't know why I thought that was a brilliant idea to keep them separate. Have you heard from the clowns that made your commercial? This is one of their little comic books. I understand they're in California now, working for some circus, not permanently, but temporarily in California, working at some circus. Oh, there's a certificate of authenticity for my Darth Vader prayer clock. And here's the instructions for the Darth Vader clock. I must have gotten this the same day I got the Darth Vader clock, and I haven't taken the price off. $5 for a triple feature of John Wayne movies at Dollar General. So
Yeah, so true. We have another message from one of our amazing sponsors, and a lot of people are wondering what their election night plans are going to be. I don't know if I'm breaking news right now, but I will be at the West Palm Beach Convention Center on election night with our dear friend Megan Kohler, who I know is watching. We will be your correspondents live in West Palm Beach, which happens to also be my hometown. A lot of people are like, "What's the Freedom Choice for the?"
this is a program for the 100th, the centennial celebration for this county from 1855 to 1955, right? So here, right here is an ad for a funeral home that's an ad for this where I'm at right now. This used to be that funeral home. It says ambulance service, phone 74-A. It was owned by the Dunphys. There's one here and one in Grant City, Missouri, which is not that. That's and then this Rexall store, I've got about 5 or 6 comics that were sold in that drugstore. Cover with the covers gone because they had stripped the covers from them. Yeah, they didn't sell, obviously.
A lot of them are running out very fast. So Republican Red Winery is a family-owned business and dedicated to crafting wines that reflect our love for America and conservative.
Pretty neat.
Each bottle is made by true patriots ready to celebrate our freedoms. So don't wait. Visit RepublicanRed.com now to ensure you have a perfect wine ready So my focus for this historic night is today. Use discount code RSPN for extra savings. There's expedited shipping as well. Make sure you get this. This collection is the most important collection.
Oh, Meyer's completely gone. I didn't even notice. I'm half awake.
Let's make wine great again.
Here's Joan Collins back in the 50s. This is a 15-cent magazine called The Male Point of View, little digest size thing. This is from July of 1956. It's, sometimes you'll sometimes you'll see people in here, girls in here that are in horror movies from the 50s or monster movies.
That's right. The massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last.
Linda Crystal, I know that name, Linda Crystal here. What was she in? Yeah, I know that name. Someone in the chat, let me know. But you'll find there's Eva Marie Saint. There's Mamie Van Doren. Oh, Mamie Van Doren, who I'm sure is voting for Kamala Harris, unfortunately. You'll find Julie Newmar in these magazines a lot, and you'll find Betty Page in these quite frequently. There was a store that opened up in the Six Flags Mall when the Six Flags Mall was near dead. Someone opened up a little antique store, and I remember here they told me that there was a lot of resistance to them being in the mall because they didn't want old stuff sold in the mall. It was, but anyway, some guy in there had hundreds of these things, and I bought big stacks of them. I mean, you'll find Vampira, Mila Nurmi in these. Then there'll be stories, One Man Against the Atlantic. They're just little miniature magazines for guys to read. There's no nudity in these things. It's just they're basic. I don't know if you call them G-rated, but they're yeah, whatever. Okay, so I'm just finding all kinds of stuff, cleaning off the pinball machines. The John Wayne movies are the really much older ones. They are magnifying glass. All three of these are presented by Leon Schlesinger, and Leon Schlesinger from the beginning of every Warner Brothers cartoon. He was the producer behind those. So
Only $14.88. I can't believe
these are early 1930s. The Telegraph Trail, Somewhere in Sonora, and The Man from Monterey. And two of them, The Telegraph Trail and The Man from Monterey, it says John Wayne and Duke. Is Duke later,
including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before.
was Duke
So limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
his Miracle Horse. I should know that. I need to go to the John Wayne Museum near here. I would know that. Equally stalwart. Oh, all three films have Duke. Equally stalwart in all three films is Duke, the billed Miracle Horse, who's as swift as the wind and as loyal as Rin Tin Tin.
By watching RSPN, you get an unfiltered front row view.
I wonder if he plays the same character in all three of these movies, but he has this. Yeah, that's cool that he had the same horse. You guys probably all knew that. You're probably laughing at me. Justin says, good fodder for the sophisticate comeback. Oh, all of these were plundered. back in the late 80s, early 90s, when I was doing the Sophisticate, there were a lot of, whenever I found pictures of Betty Page or Julie Newmar, I would get really good photocopies. I was going to say scans, but you couldn't scan back then. I'd have to go to the copy shop and get good shots. And then, yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, I used tons of old magazines like those and got the best of all of that stuff for that. Friar type Roku channel called Universal Monsters. Is that a new thing, Friar? I'll look that up. I can't do anything right now as I'm recording Trump rally. Mantis movie on Deadly Mantis. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Hey, I saw the Crypt Keeper. He posted the Hypnotic Eye episodes on Rumble.
He posted what?
The Hypnotic Eye episodes on Rumble, like the first 4.
Oh, he did? Oh, really?
I got a notification about it. I haven't gone over there yet to see.
That's cool that he did that. I wonder where what his source was. I've got really good VHS masters right off of Joe Riley's master. He would make his master from the master that he would edit at the public access studio there in Dallas or whatever. Yeah, and then but it was on a 3/4 inch, like a big tape, and then he would make a VHS dub from the original, and mine is from that. So the copies I have would be about as good as anyone has, if not better. Um, for the first early episodes, by the time he was doing the later episodes, at that point, I had lost touch with him. He he just he was very he was a very odd kind of guy, and he just stopped answering phone calls, and then I got back in touch with him years, over a decade later, and everything was cool. And then it's like, yeah, we talked through MySpace, and we were going to go to a Universal. Speaking of Universal Monsters, there was a Universal Monsters convention that was going to happen. It's like, yeah, let's go to that, and everything was fine. It's like he'd gotten upset about something. Maybe I'd asked him to build one too many model kits for me or something. It was or it might have been, just who knows what. There was other probably factors, but then the next morning I get a phone call. Did you hear what happened to Joe? And some, and it's like he had passed away later that night. I talked with him, and then he died later that night. So it's kind of one of those wonderful things that I was able to rekindle the friendship. So when he passed away, I can't, you don't have to say he hated me or because we that was really weird because I thought, was I the last person in the world that talked to him? I just don't know. But pretty weird. I guess we had connected because we both were using Big Daddy Roth kind of model kit monsters, photos of model kit monsters as our profile picture on MySpace. And I think he sent me a friend request, and I said, "Hey, this is Kenneth," and it's like, "Oh yeah," and then everything was cool. Yeah, these 3 movies. Sometimes you can find good things in the Dollar General bin. It's about the only place around I can get stuff. I I either occasionally find something like that at Dollar General, and any other money that I've got extra gets sent to Mesa, Arizona from my hold pile. Um, yeah, let me know what you think about that Absolute Superman.
Just doesn't look as good as the Batman one did.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think this is a sticker. Love, not hate, makes us great. Maybe I should put it on the front cover of a comic box.
But it looks better than the Wonder Woman did, though.
Can you hear when he talks?
Yeah, I heard some.
This would look better than what now?
No, I said the Superman looks better than the Wonder Woman did, though.
Oh, did it? There was
Some
something
kid just came
intriguing.
in. Some kid was just here. He was looking for Absolute Wonder Woman, and I said I didn't have it. And then he said, "Well, do you have any Dark Crisis?" And I said, "Yeah, but I only had 1 through 3 on Dark Crisis, or not Dark Crisis, Crisis on Infinite Earth."
Oh, was he? Oh, yeah. Was he looking for the facsimiles or the real ones?
No, the real ones. I had 1 through 3, but he was looking through the later issues.
Why do people buy facsimiles of things that every comic store has? I don't understand the point of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe for people online that don't have comic stores to go look through.
Or maybe they just want the foil cover that never was.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yeah. I thought that foil covers were just something that was considered laughable. And then I realized there are people that are seeking out every single foil cover from the 90s. They want the whole uh, a collection of just those. There really are people like that are nostalgic for that time period. It's like,
I saw this guy on the internet. He was complaining because he's been sending his spoils in to get them graded, and he's been taking a cautionary not to get any fingerprints on them. So he's been making sure he's wearing white gloves when he sends these books in. And then when he gets them back graded, they're lower grade and they have fingerprints all over them, like the guy was just eating like Cheetos right before he graded them.
yeah, they probably have grubby hand. I don't think they teach them to wash their hands in between handling each comic. Yeah, I wouldn't send my comics to strangers. I see them flipping through real fast to make sure all the pages are there, bending the page. I don't trust people, man. I wouldn't. Why do I want to get a comic and sealed in plastic where you can never look at it? Um, Justin says, "Hi, Friar," and Friar Tuck says, "Justin, fist bump." And then Meyer says, "I lost connection and there was copyrighted music playing in both places that I went into. I picked up pizza and am home." Oh, Friar Tuck wants to know how's the story though, Kevin. Probably either in the Wonder Woman or Superman comic. And then Friar Tuck says on the absolute story. Yeah, yeah, that's what he means. And then Meyer says, I do like to hear about people coming. I do like to hear about people coming in interested in something new. That's a good sign still. Yeah. Um,
This kid that just came in too, he hadn't been in my new store yet, so I haven't seen him in 2 years.
was he the guy that was in the army?
No, this kid was just here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you were talking to some military guy earlier and asking if he'd been in the new location.
Yeah, he said he did. He has been in here. I convinced him to. He said he's been buying figures for his kid and putting them away for him and not letting him play with them. And I said, and then he's gonna give them to him when he gets older. I go, the kid's not gonna want him when he gets older if he doesn't play with them now.
Oh, that's true.
And I said, if I were you, I'd buy just two, give him one, save one. When he gets older and doesn't have that toy anymore, and you go, here's your brand new toy that you had when you were a kid.
Yeah, that's something I don't think any father has ever done. It's like I better buy an extra one and save it, so when they're nostalgic for it in 20 years, they'll. Yeah, that would be a cool dad, wouldn't it?
Uh huh.
Myers probably like that.
It's
um,
happened. It's happened with usually by accident. Your mom forgot to give you one of the toys, and it was in her closet the whole time, buried or something.
yeah, man.
Or if you already had one open, that happened to me once. I had a He-Man figure that I had doubles of on accident because of a birthday or something.
Yeah.
And then so my mom put it away, and then later on she was like, "Oh, look at this."
Yeah, that's neat.
Or if it was like a shitty video game that you
Yeah,
didn't even want to play, it was such a bad video game you never even opened it.
yeah,
I was
that's
talking
how.
about that with somebody. That ET game, that was one of my first games on Atari that I got, and it was so bad.
Yeah,
Such a bad game.
there's a whole documentary about them uncovering a landfill where they put all the games they couldn't sell,
I
and
mean,
they
it
were.
was such a bad game. It was horrible. You didn't even know what to do. There's no.
Yeah, sometimes those Atari games, nothing even looked. There was a Superman game based on Superman the movie where he looked like he was made out of Lego blocks, and yeah, I remember Pac-Man. Everything was a square. They couldn't make circles, so all the
Yeah,
Pac-Man was a square, and all the dots that he was
yeah,
eating
but
were
the gameplay
were
was
squares.
fun. The gameplay was fun, so you could
It
get
was
beyond
fun.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could just squint at it and pretend it was round. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, but what was really fun were the simplistic, the early video games in the arcades when they were translated to Atari, like the tank game. That was a lot of fun. And what are these humans saying in the chat? Justin says it's it's like how it is hard to build a liking for cartoons when you're an adult. And how it's hard to build a liking for new cartoons or cartoons, period. I never really had a trouble liking cartoon. Uh, when I discovered, I mean, when as an adult, I've discovered cartoons like uh, like the Farmer Alfalfa cartoons. I was never exposed to them when I was a kid. They were the earliest of the Terry Toons cartoons, and they started in the silent movie era, and they were all through the 30s. And this farm, they were just cartoons with all these animals and this farmer Alfalfa, this old guy. They're great. But if I'd grown up in the 50s and maybe early 60s, they had a Farmer Alfalfa show where they played the old cartoons and had a new wraparound where they were, because TV was black and white, so a black and white cartoon wouldn't really offend a kid because everything was black and white to them on television. So, um, but I watch whole playlists of Farmer Alfalfa cartoons that go on for hours, and just they're wonderful. Yeah, yeah. Uh, okay, but I gotta get stuff done, man. Have you sold anything today, Kevin? Have you sold anything today, Kevin? What is this? What is this stupid thing, man? Center for Voter Information. Oh, I think it's a survey. Oh, it's telling you how to vote. It's like, to hell with you. All right. Oh, apparently it's 4 hour drive from where Trump had his last rally that just ended to where he's about to do his rally. And then there's one later on this evening. That's a lot for someone that's like almost 80. being able to go to 3 rallies and get up there and talk. I mean, that's incredible. Kamala Harris, when she talks, if she talks for 20 minutes, I don't even think she talks ever for longer than 20 minutes.
The obesity crisis in the country, the sedentary lifestyle that I think a lot of Americans have.
Justin says apparently Farmer Alfalfa will be 110 years old in 2025.
We really gotta start asking ourselves.
Well, the cartoons will, but the Farmer Alfalfa in 1925 was already looked like he was 70 years old, so he's even older than that. I mean, as far as if he was a real person, I don't think most people even know who Farmer Alfalfa is. That's very obscure cartoons, but they're a lot of fun. The whole history of Terry Toons, you're gonna get great cartoons and a lot of long playlist of Terry Toons cartoons on YouTube. Yes, indeed. I'm picking up trash in case you don't know what I'm doing here. I was brought up in a middle class household. Yeah, yeah, that's her default thing. Look, I was brought up in a middle class household. Is it raining out there? Okay, I gotta go outside. It's raining, so I will leave you guys here. Well, I'll leave you guys here for a minute. Actually, no, I don't need to go outside, but I'll be back.
They realize that she has no ability to speak. She has word salad galore. And a lot of people don't understand her. They don't have any credibility. And she doesn't have banning tracking, banning right being. Let's go on. There's somebody who's radical. I see that. Some of the other things that really make a lot of news. Muslim Americans coming out saying, you're not the Trump era, you're Donald Trump. So a lot of Americans, aggressive crowd of media supporters coming out. I mean, the Somali community can give Donald Trump a they cannot support. They can do it for Donald Trump. I think a lot of people are
Where the fuck? What are people saying here? It would be fun if he ever had cameos in the comics. Okay, Farmer Alfalfa or Donald Trump? Who are you talking about? My Friar Tuck says, I always thought I was brought up middle class. Now I look back on it. Maybe it was lower middle class at best. Well, I don't know. What does middle class even mean? Um, we never worried in my house. We never worried about, as far as I know, we never worried. I don't think my dad ever worried about bills, never worried about, food. My dad was in the military. He retired, and the retirement seemed to be enough, but he went into real estate. I think the retirement would have been enough, but he, I think, wanted to stay active. Um, I think he was wanting to, when he got out of the military, be a hospital administrator. And I think he went on interviews, and that was weird to see my father going on interviews, but those that didn't work out. So he wound up becoming a real estate broker, and then sold that business. But yeah, I guess I'm middle class. My dad retired a full colonel, but I don't know um, what that even means. If there was ever any struggling for money in my household, it was hidden from me. Um, my parents always had two cars, one for my mom, one for my dad. I've got a beat up old car. I can't afford to get another. Maybe I'm not middle class. I mean, this, I don't know. I struggle, but it could just be that it was easier to get by. My parents' generation, they bought a house for 28,000 in 1976, and I inherited that house and was able to sell it for quite a bit more than 28,000, and that's how I bought this place. But trying to get by is a struggle. Here's a This goes with some little skeleton figure, like a death figure. I think he might have been a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I don't know, but he was a skeleton. I don't know what, some skeleton this belonged to. So I think he's downstairs. Here's a cartridge for a stereo. I think this is from a no, like a Micronaut or something. I don't know what this thing is. Here's a great novel, Davy Deer's New Red Scarf. It's it's really good. It's The ending's kind of shocking though. Can't believe they did that. Davy Deer's New Red Scarf. Ladies and gentlemen, I highly recommend this. It was fantastic artwork. Oh my gosh, what are people, all of a sudden everyone, where did all these come from? Okay, Friar Tuck says, I always thought I was brought up middle class. Now I look back on it, maybe it was lower middle class at best. Friar Tuck says, always had food and a roof over my head. Yeah. Friar Tuck says, had one bathroom growing up with two brothers and one sister, one car. Mother didn't learn to drive until my father died. Shared a small bedroom with my two brothers. Sister got her own small room. Sork says, Nelson Rockefeller was asked in 1961 what was middle class. He said $100,000 per year. Damn. The average income that year for an American was 5,700 per year. My wife is going to take a nap for my lunch break, dying. Oh no. Friar Texas always had presents under Christmas tree. I worked with a guy from Mexico who some Christmases he had no gifts. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, what's going on over there? Oh my gosh. $1977. That's what it says on the back of my neck. My neck looks exactly like that.
You should get a tattoo that says that on your neck.
Yeah, they should put that. They should do that to newborn babies. Tattoo the birth date on their back of their neck. Mine would say 1965. Ew, what's that?
I'm gonna see if I can get that off with a paper towel. There's the inside of the Spider-Man game.
The what? Oh, really? Okay.
You're inside there.
Is it up working or does it
Yeah.
need
It
repair?
works. I just have to put the 4-player remote on it. Joystick, it has 4 players, so I have to take it off to fit it through the door.
Zork says basically, if you work for someone else, you are not middle class. Not always, but in general. Middle class is the merchant class, meaning owners of businesses usually. Okay, so Kevin's middle class and we aren't. Firetex says Kamala is proposing those tattoos. Oh, I bet she is. Call him Mark of the Beast. Being middle class means you have FU money. Okay, well, I'm not middle class. End of discussion. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Here comes. Here comes the cat again. This is Alan the cat. That's Alan is actually the name that Alan's mother gave him. Alan's cat mother. Because when Alan came on a rainy night to our backyard and Cleo discovered the baby Alan in our backyard, she asked him what his name was, and he said, Alan. So he already knew his name. We didn't name him Alan. He had that name. Just so you know, Ms. Chilma. Let's get back to the famous sponsors. I'm probably going to end this stream pretty soon and maybe start a different one because look, this is issue number 36, but it cost 50 cents when it came out. But it says if you turn to page 90 cents, 90, I'm sorry, page 97, you can get your 50 cents refunded. Announcing our second fantastic amateur makeup contest. Let's take a look at this. Now, 50 cents. Remember that comic books this time were 12 cents. Which means that you could get 4 comic books or you could get this magazine. And I just can't even imagine just how great this time period was. This it's the Adams Family Aurora model kit. There's Tor Johnson. We just saw a mask of him. Oh, okay. Let's see what's being said here. Zork says the politicians took to calling the working class and working poor something nicer to win their votes and try to trick them into not doing them in. To be middle class today means you own a business and earn about $2 million per year. The rich and wealthy earn far more than that. Yes, then $2 million per year is nothing. I mean, it seems like a lot to us, but to them, no. Oh, there is a marathon on YouTube of all the monster horror related Three Stooges episodes, all in one long block that you can watch that someone put up recently. So you can get the 3D Three Stooges movies. It says, aside from the special color filter viewers supplied with the film, no special equipment is needed. No special screen, no special projector. Just watch the startling action. 60 feet of film. Interesting. Well, here's the movie, The Undead. There's a poster for that movie. Where is it? I guess. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. It's back behind me. See, there's a poster for The Undead over there. This issue we're looking at is from December of. Come on.
Dividing us on gender, dividing us on sexuality, dividing us, period, calling us Hitler, calling us.
It's probably going to be 65.
Right, exactly. You know, I heard Eric Trump go on a podcast as well, and you know, one of the main things he talked about is, you know, the nation is so polarized.
Yeah, December 65. Now, this is interesting. Someone's written in pencil here, and it says cover page 25, 27, 28, 20. Let's see what's on those pages. Oh, they're all pictures. It's mummies. 25. So 29. Okay. Are these every time a mummy is seen in here? 30, 31, 49, 53. Let's see if all those pages have mummies. No, 53 is a picture from the Wolfman. 49 is a Wolfman. These might have be pictures he wanted to draw in his sketchbook or something. I don't know. The original owner. I don't know why I'm saying he. I'm just assuming the original owner of this comic was a he. It could have been a girl, but that's kind of highly unlikely. Um, anyway, I noticed there was a column from William Castle here. A message from the Castle of Terror. Dear blood brothers and sisters, in my previous column, I promised to have a surprise for you in the following issues. But I didn't realize that the surprise in the next issue would be that my column didn't appear. But anyway, there's his little caricature. Okay, people are talking over here. Yes, to us that would be great, but we are basically slaves and often not even that. That is true. Boss employee is the same as master slave with regard to historical definitions of behavior. It's like how they used to call them now deem associates clerks. They changed the linguistics. Okay. I'm not even clicking on the stuff.
Which never happens if you're a Democrat.
It's all meant to stop you from them. Myers says, my grandfather came to America and married the only daughter of a wealthy rancher. My mother told me that we were upper middle class when I asked her in fourth grade. And Aesop's fable says that's why unions came about, Zork. Then they co-opted the union officers. They're good at keeping the slaves in line. The name of the game, says Zork, is co-option of movements and linguistic churn. My goodness.
Plus, when you make a purchase from Virtual by Election Day, you'll get a free Frostbite silver coin. There's one of kind coins on our
Yeah.
The design caught the attention of President Trump, who immediately got himself one from our very own
What is the current time, ladies and gentlemen? 3:30. Did my wife say she was on a lunch break? Isn't it early for that? Gosh darn it. 36. Oh, you know why this looked familiar? This is another copy of the issue that I just looked at. I have two copies of it. I was thinking a lot of these stories look familiar. Well, see, after they went to the square bound, these famous monsters were sturdier. Mrs. Orloff retired for a midday's rest, sire. This, we're up to January of 66. Do you believe? Hold on. What's the best way to show these books? It'd be more like this. Israel would not be under siege from Gaza. Ukraine would never been under siege from Russia. This famous monsters makeup, this monster makeup book is all these makeups you can do with your stuff from your mom's kitchen. And here they're turning themselves in, kid's turning himself into a weirdo. It's that was put together by Dick Smith, who would later do the old age makeup and Dark Shadows when Barnabas Collins aged, and the old age makeup and Little Big Man, and then he was the guy that did the makeup effects in The Exorcist. Look at this. Before, after. It's the greatest contest ever. Won fabulous prizes and Famous Monsters' third fantastic amateur makeup contest. I prefer a recline gratu, but as you wish, sire. Recline gratu. I don't know. What are you talking about, man? Let's see. Return of the Blood. God damn it. Return of the Blood Beast. I'm really impressed by the clarity of the images and text in the magazine. Well, it's a well put together magazine, and then they're coming from these stills are coming from Forrest J. Ackerman's collection, and he had a unparalleled collection of these stills. He lived in Los Angeles, and he would get all these stills from the collect. I don't think many other people cared about old stills once they were used to advertise the movie. He kept everything in his mansion. Village of the Giants. His foreign policy is very simple. He wants people to stop dying, senselessly dying across the world, where you have blood on the sands of the Middle East. You have people in Eastern Europe dying, but you also see a lot of people here at home dying because he talks about all the time the invasion at our southern border. And I think, Congressman Griffith talked about it. The economy is very big, but also. And they put out this Blazing Combat magazine, which was War Stories. It's a comic magazine. They're comic book style stories, but the covers on these were by Frank Frazetta. And like this one shows a guy getting bayoneted right through the guts, right through the stomach, and or in this case, shot in the head. And they were war stories, a la EC Comics, and they were that comic that magazine, Blazing Combat, didn't go over very well at the Army basic changes. They didn't really want to stock that magazine. Anyway, it didn't last very long. This is there. Creepy was already in existence. This is an ad for the new sister magazine, Eerie. Um, let's see. When you rotate the camera, so you can see just part of your face, but a lot of the magazine. Yeah. So the 50-cent newsstand price would be about $11 today. Does that sound right? I don't know. Um, I don't really know. It's hard to. I mean, comics cost 12 cents then, and comics were things that kids could afford. Obviously, this just would have cost the price of 4 comics, but uh, man, I don't know. Is that how it translates? I would think maybe this is like 50 cents would be almost be about maybe five. I think 50 cents would be about like $5 now, maybe a little more than that. What do you guys think? Yeah, you're probably right. It's just, yeah, but then how did so many kids buy this magazine if it's $11 magazine? I mean, there's a lot of these magazines that exist. I'm figuring about 20 times inflation, 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, it's so hard to understand. Comics didn't go up in price for many years until the 60s. And I think the prices were being kept artificially low so the comics could be used as lost leaders to get uh, parents into the stores to buy groceries, and then the comics would be in the front of the store, where the comics would be a good way to pacify the kids while the mom shopped even more and bought more things. So they kept the price of comics 10 cents from the 1930s until 1962. But then once they went up to 12 cents, they stayed 12 cents most of the rest of the decade until about 68. And then they just kept going up and up. And during the 70s, the price of comics went up almost every year or year and a half. Um, so in the 70s, as a kid, you watched the prices go up. Um, it, it was really astonishing. Frankenstein Conquers the World. What this really is, I mean, it's a Japanese movie, and obviously that doesn't look like Frankenstein, but he was a giant guy. Frankenstein Conquers the World, I believe, was meant to be a sequel to War of the Gargantuas, and as I recall, this is like really one of the Gargantuas, or something like that. Um, this is issue 39. Oh, okay, what do we got in here? My calculations on inflation are about 10 times since 2000. Prior to that, about the same time. The same. I think an issue of Famous Monsters has been brought back recently by people, no connection with the original people that did it, but they bought the name and everything and tried to be reverent towards it. But I think the new issues of Famous Monsters are like, I don't know, I think they're like $20 a piece, something where nobody thinks even about buying them. It's not even a thought. I would have said a total of 16 times, but the last 4 years have seen about 4 times inflation, maybe a bit more in a short amount of time. I do my own calculations because the U.S. government numbers on inflation are laughable. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
No, and like the Trump war room just put a side by side of.
There you go. There's Tor Johnson wearing a black sleep T-shirt. Yeah, and that's Don Post, the guy that made the mask that Kevin was just showing you. John Chambers, Hollywood makeup master. Oh no, that's John Chambers. With Mighty Monster Tor Johnson as second vice president of Don Post Studios, Chambers helped create the new custom studio mask of Tor. So that's the guy, John Chambers, that sculpted the Tor Johnson mask that Kevin just got. The one he just got was dated 77, but they've had these masks since the mid 60s. Cool. There's the monster from Frankenstein meets the space monster. That's a great movie. And then there are the aliens from Frankenstein meets the space monster. That's there they are. Fine film.
And you have a real life conversation with a guy who's not there to be a political nut job. He doesn't want to have a real conversation with you.
Oh, this is the Willis O'Brien, the guy that created King Kong. These are his sketches for. He was going to make a Frankenstein movie where he was gigantic, and I think he was going to fight King Kong or something. Never got made. Yeah, it's something like that. Frankenstein versus fighting King Kong.
Why? What do you have to hide? Why is that environment not conducive for you? So I think a lot of people that maybe
You could buy a live monkey
how are you going to do
back then.
Vladimir Putin?
Oh shoot, this has been cut. This is bad. Someone kept the little pictures out of the Three Stooges, and all the Three Stooges pictures were cut out of this issue. Got to beware of that, kids cutting up these magazines, because it's like you buy these you know fan magazines like Tiger Beat, whatever. It's very likely that little girls have cut out various pictures of their idols and put them up on their bedroom wall. Well, guys would do that with these monsters, so yeah. What can I say? At least if you buy a magazine from mycomicshop.com in Arlington, Texas, they'll tell you if things have been cut out or something. Let's see what people say. At $20, they're well in excess of inflation and are gouging. I don't know. Maybe they're only 15, but a lot of magazines are way up there in price like that. So that seems to be the zeitgeist, though. Anything of even remote quality is gouged for price. These younger people have no idea about making their money on volume because it acts as its own advertising stream, i.e., making a profit on volume with a fair 20% net profit margin, as used to be the norm, is not taught in business programs anymore. They don't consider longevity a brand anymore. Yeah, yeah.
Like 3 minutes soundbite. She's the United States Senator on the District Committee. She got her claim to fame for reading Bible.
Can't believe. Let me see something here. I want to check something.
She was like this viral movement meme senator, right? In which the base was kind of like, oh, okay, like here's Kamala doing her Kamala thing. Right. You're forced to see more than like a soundbite. You're like, wait a second, this woman isn't capable of speaking. So I think there's a lot of questions as to her capability.
Checking the countdown clock. It's 2 days and 9 hours until Election Day now.
Politico and other organizations, for which there's so much finger pointing going on right now. There's a lot of people inside the campaign, a lot of pundits from outside the campaigns are like, listen, we know winning campaigns, and this is not a winning campaign right now. Right. And Obama, there's a reason why all their superstars are coming out. Because they feel like the election is slipping from them, and they know they got a massive problem. You hear behind us the crowd is getting really, really pumped. I believe that
This is a wonderful cover.
probably backstage saying hi to a lot of the supporters and a lot of the different candidates.
I need to look and see what they're talking about. Your 50 cents refunded. See page 70. They're saying that again. Does that mean if you subscribe to the magazine, they'll give you 50 cents back? Let's see what it is. Here's the Wonder Woman model kit advertised. Oh man, look at this. It's got a whole torn back cover. Someone, I don't know, maybe tore off. Do I have another copy of this issue? This is disappointing.
We're on the press riser around a lot of liberal media. And when the cameras are off, they're dancing to the song.
I do not. So I need to be careful, because sometimes, somebody might say, I've got an issue 40, and I check, oh, I already have issue 40. I don't need it. But yeah, I could definitely upgrade.
Well, you're singing and dancing on the Nazi rally when the cameras are off.
More Tori Johnson pictures.
They're singing and they're dancing
It's,
when they're going to live coverage. They talk about how bad these rallies are. Listen, we give you wall-to-wall coverage from a Trump rally, from the people online, from what's happening right now, from President Trump speaks.
Oh, let's read this.
You get wall-to-wall coverage here at our
Special offer to all our readers. Get your 50 cent back the easy way. 50 cents. I think I just said 50 cent back, like that horrible rapper. Well, I don't know. He's actually turning on the P. Diddy type people, but I just thought it's stupid. 50 cent. Okay. How would you like to get each issue of Famous Monsters and Monster World absolutely free? It's easy. All you have to do is buy your issue of FM or Monster World at your local newsstand, as you are now doing. Then send in you order. They mean your order. Send in you order for $3 for any merchandise advertised in this magazine. Just enclose the coupon at bottom with your order and deduct 50 cents from the total cost of your order. That's all you have to do. You can get your entire 85 cents back if you purchase Famous Monsters 50 cents and Monster World 35 cents. Oh, the companion magazine was only 35 cents. That's interesting. This month, if you buy both of these Warren publications on your newsstand in the same month, enclose the coupon from both magazines and deduct 85 cents from the total cost of your order, you're then getting both magazines free. Oh, okay. So they're trying to, in other words, you have to buy $6 of stuff from their ads in the back, and you'll get your money back for the magazines. They sold these little spider monkeys, right? They would deliver them to your house, even if it was a holiday, because it's a live animal. They had to do that because they don't want to deliver a dead monkey to your house. So there's a story that I heard where on Thanksgiving Day, the door was knocked on and a spider monkey was delivered to somebody. How much did these things cost? What is? Oh, it has a free cage, free leash, and collar. $19.95, $20 to get a live monkey. Well, anyway, some lucky kid back in the '60s opened up the package, and this tiny little monkey jumped out, started running everywhere, and it jumped up on the Thanksgiving table, and MASTURBATED into the mashed potatoes. You can spell that word. I don't know if you can spell, those of you that are in the Gratu army. Yeah, the monkey basically began having intimate relations with the pile of mashed potatoes that's about to be served to the family. So that was a story I read somewhere. Look at this. These kids have built a rat fink snowman. Now that is damn cool. Says, oh, it's Dick Smith, actually. Dick Smith. It'll be a cold day in February when Dick Smith does this again. Okay, Dick Smith. In other words, Dick Smith did that for his children back in the 60s, who was the guy that would later do the special effects for The Exorcist, made this Big Daddy Roth rat fink snowman. Oh my gosh. There's Marla English from who played, of course, the she creature. And for a while, they had these little comic stories in here with very, very good artwork based on movies. This is The Mummy's Hand, and it has copyright 1964 Universal Pictures. And uh, Proud American Garbage was. See, this one does have not only this, the original owner of this was an asshole. The spine split goes up all the way to here. Even though it's harder to get a spine split on a square bound magazine, you could do it if you're enough of a Philistine. What are people saying in the chat? Oh man, I missed all of this. My wife says, I think I got 10 minutes of sleep. Better than nothing. I'm nodding off like crazy today. Oh, I need to bring her a tea. Uh, See you guys later. No, I need to bring her one of those Starbucks drinks. Did I do that? Cheers, Mrs. Orloff. Oh, cheers, Mrs. Orloff. I bought some army men from the back of a comic once. That's about it, says Zork. I walked by a bar today, says Meyer, with a sign that said $2 off beer and wine. It's $2 off a six-rate dollar beer or wine, which is still twice the price of a $2 beer. Zork, they were very small versions of the 64 millimeter versions you got at the grocery store in plastic bags. Yeah. Zork says, I agree, Meyer. I don't pay for drinks at bars anymore. They're way, way, way too expensive. Zork, not even remotely close to what I would offer them. I melted a lot of plastic army men and cowboys and Indians as a kid with Zippos, LOL. Uncle gave me one to hide. Usually I had to put gasoline from the weed eater gas can in the garage unit. Gasoline in a Zippo lighter, real man. Oh boy. Good times. Good times begin with Dr. Pepper. By the way, have you tried Dr. Pepper, the friendly pepper upper? They're a sponsor here on the Garage Warlock Inspirational Network here, Channel 47, WFUN, Garage Warlock Inspirational Network. You're watching on some proud affiliate. And you are, you are an asshole. No, of course not. I think I'm gonna, start a different live stream. Here. What I need to do is take this tape off. It will never come off. It's glued on there, man. This tape's been on here since the 1980s. What's up with Starlink? My wife was talking about that even though it's more expensive than our Wi-Fi, she says we could get Starlink, this Elon Musk thing. What do you guys know about it? I'm glad you mentioned Elon Musk. I was kind of wishing Elon Musk would have made Virginia part of the swing states for a petition, because you're seeing people out there getting $1 million checks for signing a simple petition
that says I support the First and Second Amendment. People are just getting $1 million checks.
Okay, I'm just gonna fold this tape over
Supporting something that
with it. I'm not gonna risk it.
freedom of speech, and he's going against censorship. What he's been able to do with X with protecting free speech.
I'm gonna start a different stream as all because this stream's too long. I'm not going anywhere. Just look for a different stream in about 5 minutes.
Yes, exactly. You know, and I think recently too, with if you were talking about the $1 million checks that are getting sent out, and it getting judged in Pennsylvania, actually,
Um,
part of Elon Musk going on a legal lottery, you know, they're not going to pursue it until after the election. But I think it's very
what are
obvious
people saying here?
that President
I'm a pepper, Gratu's a pepper, Myers a pepper. Wouldn't you like to do? No, I wouldn't do that. But I'll tell you, I don't drink Dr. Pepper anymore because it's very fattening and will rot your brain. But I still recommend it because they're a sponsor. Starlink works, but it's not as fast as good 100 up, 30 down connection. Zork, occasionally it is, but you can't count on it being so. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know anything about it, ladies and gentlemen.
The DA of Philadelphia has literally turned Philadelphia upside down with violent crime. Talking about murder, carjacking, assault.
All right. Myers says, I know that you can I know that you can live stream from Starlink on a yacht in St. Barth's. It's very location dependent, said Zork. Really? Really? Okay, I don't know anything about it. I thought maybe it was some superior system. Anyway, I'll hear my wife coughing, which is okay. Um, it can be really fast, but in the Darien Gap, Michael Yon had issues with it. Who is Michael Yon? I don't know who that is. Um, yeah, let me in the stream. I'll get her some caffeine. Darien Gap, not Darien Gap. I still don't know who Michael Yon is. Michael Yon is a Green Beret. Oh, okay. All right. Fighting soldiers from the sky. I will be back momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye, Mr. Ball.